Well, knife round is a rock and scriv, and we've talked about Dust 2 being a map that's just kind of like gambler's choice, right? You get to start wherever you pretty much would like, not really too bothered. And it looks like JR should win the knife. Yes, sir. So HellRaisers will get to pick where they would like to start. If I'm a guessing man, I have a feeling they're probably going to just go ahead and start on the CT side. It's just a comfort thing. I think at the higher echelons, as we've talked about plenty of times, that Dust 2 becomes CT-sided. But at this level, especially with Gambit youngsters in the server, it's definitely going to lean a little more to that T side because, let's be honest, Gambit youngsters are going to be taking every fight they want against these HellRaisers boys. And it's really a lot of pressure on them to not give and play into that Gambit youngster style. The more crossfires you play, the more standard setups you play, you'll be tested, but you won't be taking that risk of trying to take that random 50-50 against these Gambit youngster players who thrive in that environment.
Absolutely. Now straight into it though. Nice early smoke coming in from Navi. Definitely interested to see how they approach things here. It's a quick push up middle from HellRaisers. Meanwhile, over at long, that's where the aggression comes in from Gambit youngsters. And now, I think they spot that mid-aggression. And they kind of just want to chill and see where's actually available to attack.
Oh, well, they're creeping up long here. JR gonna peek into many of them, able to get the first Kalinka. And Jalem fighting back, Scriv. And after that quick little scrimmage, it's just Navi and Hobbit remain. He's looking at the dead body of his teammates. He wants that P250 badly. But that's the power from HellRaisers, just peeking together as a team into Gambit youngsters. USPs at long range, clean it up, and now Gambit youngsters, in my opinion, are in a bit of a pickle, right? You have like no map control, you're stuck at long. HellRaisers even just double peek to clear it, so they have all the info in the world. It's gonna take a bit of grinding to get this back, and of course, there's both of the support players with no armor that are the last two standing here for Gambit.
Yeah, I think they wanted to try and bait those peaks out from HellRaisers, but they just weren't ready. It did seem with like the one smoke and everyone stacked on top of each other, that's what they were hoping for. But yeah, it works against them, at least initially. We'll see. It's not impossible here, but like you say, no armor and all that kind of stuff, it does make it difficult. There's not really much room to miss shots for these remaining two players. Move into B they will. And they have to deal with problem at the back of double stack. They will eventually take him down. Okay, I figured they wouldn't be able to make it across, if I'm being honest with you. Nafi closing the gap to get a couple. The bomb plant coming in, though, and Jalem gets the catch on the two of them. They were just a bit too low from those initial fights, and no bomb plant. It gets denied away in the end, so HellRaisers going to take that pistol. It's certainly dicey, but they are able to get it done. This flash over the top is brilliant, really. And you can just kind of see, like, I suppose he was blind, and I don't think there was much time, but it does seem like a bit of a communication issue there. Hobbit just sticking on the bomb.
Well, hey, they're gonna take a save. Gambit youngsters, it's honestly kind of refreshing to see them not force buy here, Scriv. A lot of times you see Gambit youngsters buy in these situations, and What a spray down for Jalen. You blink and you miss it. He gets 4 with that M4 off a cat. At least the SMG gets 1 kill in Flareich. Gets the money back for the gun nearly. And Gambit youngsters right into the AKs here, Scriv. I mean, just look at this control from Jalen. Easy peasy. No armor. And runs out of bullets and will just run away. And here we go. An early rifle round from the youngsters. Full of utility. And HellRaisers stuck with those SMGs. Unable to upgrade. Trying to sneak out a bonus. But we know how deadly Gambit youngsters can be when these AKs come to their hands. And this means Jalen's going to try to at least get another double spray down with that M4. Because he's the only one packing a real punch.
Yeah, that's very true, actually. I don't know, this does seem like quite a deep bonus coming in from the CT side. Tag doesn't land. There's another player in pit. I do like the response from HellRaisers to try and get aggressive over on B through the tunnels. Kind of silently aggressive as well. The timing works out really well. Inters has moved away. Blinker starts to make noise and should be heard, yeah. So now Inters has a bit of an idea, but maybe sees one guy. He's not entirely sure. Oh, double spray down for Inters. Beautiful stuff. That's all he needed, really, and I think that should seal the deal for the round with that. Yeah, the flank was everything. If they'd have found him, they have the A-bomb site, and the retake certainly doable. Falls a bit too easily, though, and, well, Flareich is successful, but his teammate, not so much. So the save coming in, HellRaisers will get that third round on the board. And they will, no, they won't. Gambit youngsters will get the first round on the board. I do apologise. It's early in the day, alright? It's my one and only mistake, I think. But yeah, all the same. Gambit youngsters get the third round on the board. Looking pretty solid while doing so. And it does kind of beg that question for HellRaisers. I think they did have the cash. Sure, they're going to be able to buy into this one. But they did have the cash to maybe drop another M4 or 2 to just make life a bit easier.
Yeah, that is going to be the case. Gambit youngsters come out swinging, no surprise. I love how we've scooped up an old picture of Hobbit in a Gambit jersey. I mean, that's convenient, isn't it? That's on file and ready to rock. And it seems these M4s are not going to get too aggressive. In fact, taking a bit of a risk and not keeping that CT player in that area and just going to have to play him towards door. Double cat, right? Give up long, concede that because you don't have the utility to fight for. You don't have the manpower to back up and facilitate the long control. So you just kind of contact up cat, give up mid, a dink, and make it 2 from the M4 of JR. That molly will miss. Flareich is on the hunt, but he just can't go any further. Gonna have to smoke it and just try to hold. And that molly actually is spreading to him all the way. 23 HP. And good night, sweet prince. Gambit have cleared cat.
Yeah, pretty cleanly. Pretty cleanly. It does cost them a large chunk of HP, and you can see, I think, a couple dinks actually coming in onto those players, so somewhat unfortunate for HellRaisers. They had AKs in hand, right? It could be a different story, but not the case. So they have to deal with the hand that has been dealt, and with that choice, it looked like stacking the B-bomb site. If they come B, we'll fight. If they go A, we'll save. And it is the latter. So probably going to be a save coming in from HellRaisers. One would think. Gambit youngsters will be up to 2 pretty quickly. It's a nice, slow and methodical kind of round from them. Working off of their short control. Really cannot knock it. It's very, very clean stuff. It did look a little dicey, a little messy. You know, Hobbit moving in for... Like, honestly, for me in this game as well, I need to try, I suppose, not to be too critical of him because I want to have all eyes on him kind of thing. But yeah, he moved in first there. The molly obviously didn't quite land. I think he still has a few jitters. He's moving back into an org that's done a lot for him in the past. And obviously it starts off not poorly, but just not the way that they would want, really, as a 5. So yeah, certainly need to watch Hobbit and just keep an eye on him. And I feel like he is just... slightly nervous, it looks like, for me so far.
Well, I'm trying to remember the last team he was a part of, Scriv, and it's escaping me.
Windstrike.
I was gonna say, he was part of Windstrike, right? And then once they rebranded, he kind of just branched off, got bought out by Gambit, and I really hope they come out with a statement as to like why. right? I'm very curious as to see what facilitated the change. Obviously, we know the skill level of Hobbit is there, and the talent is apparent. He's a major winner after all. But it's just a different landscape now. So I'm really intrigued to see if there's going to be a comment on that, right? Or some sort of statement, or maybe there was, and I just didn't see it. But I'm excited for the future of this Gambit Youngsters team once again. Before they even went on their long run script, we said they have a lot to prove, and they've been proving it nonstop. So hopefully they can continue that. Round 5 looking a bit easier than the first few, but this M4 of Kalinka looking to cause some problems for him.
Yeah, it does cause problems for one, but that is all it's able to do. Jalen coming in though, all these rifles are stacked on top of each other. Really looking good so far. They seem aware that the FAMAS is over towards Elevate, and we've got a flank coming in as well, which they're just playing time for, really. Yeah, easy enough for Inters onto problem. Now they just have to deal with Jalem on this other M4. So, slightly dicey, and it is certainly difficult with everyone being stacked on top of each other and boosts and all that kind of stuff, but in the end, able to get the better of the M4s that remained. The one FAMAS. Now, of course, another buy coming in for HellRaisers.
Well, the opposite appearance for Shiro should be no surprise that once he gets the chance to break it out, he will do so. Especially on Dust 2. He's just such a deadly, precise menace with that gun. And Kalinka doubles in before the fire takes control and takes him out of the round. He'll be okay with that. 2 kills in towards mid. He's baited out utility from Gambit Youngsters, forced them to peek into him. And Gambit, how do they bounce back, Scriv? It seems like they're just going to back up into T spawn, look towards B, maybe try to find another mid fight with the player already down in lower tunnels and inters. Not the ideal start they really wanted.
Definitely a rougher one into this round, isn't it? A test, so to speak. And yeah, the fact that it comes from Kalinka, they tried to go fast into middle. It really, I don't know. Not as methodical as the previous round. More damage being done here. Problem does get smoked off, leaving Inters on half. I mean, he takes a fair chunk himself, but overall, it's a pretty decent result for him. They do have to go into that B retake, though. Probably the hardest bomb site in the game to retake. But they do have that all-important man advantage. No kit and no AWP to contest AWP. So this could be really difficult to get through. Shiro actually brilliantly played as he peeks up. They are going to try and put as many bodies as they possibly can towards him. It's just not enough, though. Shiro, an absolute beast. If it hit that one, not going to be the case. Axile will drop problem, however, and Shiro from just the back of Plat, not missing at all.
That would have been some icing on the cake if he found that headshot on the player in window. But he is just so nasty. Back Plat, no utility really holding him back, and just he makes it look easy, doesn't he? He's playing peekaboo, not missing an op shot to be seen yet. And that is how they bounce back after losing 2 players for the cost of 1 early. Gambit Youngsters group up, set Shiro up for success, as they typically do all the time, and he delivers a majority of those opportunities. And just like that, Gambit Youngsters to 4, HellRaisers. Gonna be on a bit of a transition, right? Some armor, some pistols, and by some armor, I mean 1, singular. And Gambit Youngsters are in no rush this round. They're moseying around in their pajamas. Just gonna bait out some utility if there is any on the HellRaiser side, and just play the range of their weapons. Pretty simple. And who else other than Shiro to start us off?
Yeah, I think they're a bit unsure as to whether there's like a full purchase up here or not from HellRaisers. But of course, once they find one, they go wild. And the rest come easy. Yeah, we do definitely see in that previous round, right? It's still a little bit of that Gambit Youngsters magic. It's not like this newer edition of Hobbit has completely tanked them or whatever. I think they are just finding their feet. And a map like Dust 2 is a good place to do it, I think. You have slightly less tactical depth required So you can kind of just focus on working Hobbit into your fundamental play and making him feel comfortable. Because I feel, and this is the thing as well where, you know, a few more question marks come up. I think he's a very different player, the way that he likes to approach the game compared to Supra. So obviously you've got to try and facilitate that and work him into your basic game plan. Not even the setups, not even the executes, just the very basic game plan. It needs a bit more attention perhaps than it did when Supra was in the team, at least for now. But they look good. Up to 5 rounds, keeping HellRaisers under the cosh, as I like to say, in that sense of, you know, buy, half buy, half buy. We will see the double AWPs coming out though, Keith, so this could be interesting for HellRaisers.
Yeah, this seems like a decent move, especially Gambit youngsters, the way they've been working the map, really giving themselves opportunities for fights like this. And if the op can support the player in pit, that would be ideal. But nothing's going Flaric's way. No utility. The smoke on the corner just makes JR's life a misery. Unable to help. And I bet he was communicating to Flaric the whole time that I can't see a thing. You're on your own. And if JR's not careful, Shiro will be willing and waiting with his own AWP. And JR's electing not to get boosted up. Funny enough, he may call that player back and want to go up now, but he's missed his window of opportunity to really get good positioning and take a favorable fight, which you kind of have to do with a double op setup, Scriv.
Yeah, absolutely. Execute coming in over at long. Cross smokes. About it so far. They're not quite acting upon it, just playing nice and slow, nice and safe, walking their way in. The boost will indeed come through. Now, this has happened before. I feel like Gambit Youngster's going to be prepared for it. That flash is brilliant. Oh, my goodness, that's so unfortunate. Gave them on high, can't get anything done. JR and Problem trying their best, but Problem traded back. JR, that's a great shot. He does manage to drop the bomb at his feet as well. This could be massive, but he's just not ready for Hobbit. There's one too many, and sure, he gets a quick one out in the open and everything beforehand, but just not going to be able to repeat that success. Gambit Youngsters up to 6 as HellRaisers now once again looking to half buy, and nothing seems to be working for them. The double up setup not paying those dividends that it always seems to do. And they'll be right back to the drawing board.
Right back to figuring out the CT side. The double ops kind of, it's a catch-22 because you want to be aggressive with the ops and you kind of need to be, but at the same time, Gambit youngsters are isolating you even when you have double ops with their utility usage. They take long, but it's always with that corner smoke. Being an op and having to push around that smoke and try to help your rifler is a nightmare. And Gambit youngsters aren't giving them anything else towards the second op, right? Nothing towards mid. They're kind of just icing them out towards cat with good flashes very early. They're not really getting caught off guard. They're just playing very aware Counter-Strike across the board right now, Scriv. And the only way to tilt them and teeter them and get them off of this is, unfortunately, at times to play into Gambit youngsters' style and just try to fight them early. So look for HellRaisers to make a bit of a change. Maybe someone gets aggressive. I enjoy that pop flash quite a bit, actually. A lot of pressure on Hobbit to stay alive, but he has support and he'll double in. And with those two players running up long, that should just be round.
Yeah, no real sweat off their brow as to be expected here. Hobbit looking for those eco frags, dude. Ooh. Pretty crisp from Problem. Kind of second or third time the charm on that peak for sure, but still able to take a head and maybe escape with an AK. They are looking to track him down. They've got plenty of cash to do so as well. Hobbit, oh, the off angle. He was low. Only one bullet to the chest required, but all the same, able to find the frag. Up to 7. The pace and the lead ultimately is starting to pick up for Gambit youngsters. But it is getting somewhat scary here for HellRaisers, beyond the realms of recoverability, perhaps, if this carries on. Another buy coming in from the CT side, though. We'll see what they can get done here.
again, tons of utility being tossed towards long. No one taking control of it this time around. Just Axile being the man to facilitate and be a thorn in the side. Kalinka gonna molly E-Box, make them sweat, make them get out of position. JR, if not appropriately mollied or flashed, will have a freebie. He's just gonna have an exchange of fire with Hobbit. A couple words tossed back and forth, and they'll just both mutually part ways as JR will fall. Hobbit will take that control, and Kalinka's looking to make a plan towards mid. We've seen him do this before, Scriv. Can he double in once again? Nafany spots him. The right eye peak is too strong, and another opening kill from Gambit youngsters.
Yeah, it seems to be coming quite consistent and worryingly consistent for HellRaisers, right? Where they need to find some kind of a solid opening for themselves. It just really is not happening. Every now and then they'll get the chance, but most of the time Gambit youngsters are the ones dictating the pace and in control of the situation. Yeah, has dropped back, so they're happy to play retake by the looks of things, or are they? They may even be looking to save as the bomb goes down. Jalem and Problem, the B-boys, starting to slowly back away, and they will indeed concede the round. Wow, just like that. One frag coming in, that's all that's required. The A-bomb site goes down, and HellRaisers, yes, sure, they're a man down, and usually teams would feel a little unconfident in this situation anyway, but when you've got a guy in pit, you've got a guy on the AWP, you know, have him take some aggressive angles, and maybe the rest of the squad feels confident to come and help you out. Here, though, not quite the case, and now their battle for survival begins, and it's not going so well. Over on B, it's okay, but on A, where arguably it's more important, they want to be saving that AWP, not able to get it done. Gambit youngsters up to 8 rounds. It feels very, very quick that we make it here.
Again, it feels like a speed run any percent from Gambit youngsters. They kind of just get in this groove of this is our map control and we're going to take it. And there's nothing you can do about it. And right now, HellRaisers are just kind of nodding and going along for the ride. We've seen a couple pop flashes with pistols. We've seen some attempt from that. And that's a pain from Problem, getting tagged up as he crosses B. Never a good feeling. But Gambit youngsters, just look at this. Look at the map. This has been their default and their go-to consistently. Axile towards long, just have Shiro post mid, right? Hold for that B push, flash off the cat player from lower B, and move on with your day. Just take control, facilitate the opening pick, which has been coming in droves, and just execute with man advantage. It's the Gambit youngsters play, and it's been what they've been doing consistently every round. Finally punished. A lack of a flash. Gambit youngsters, just that one round where they miss a step, and HellRaisers can capitalize. Maybe that can start to open the floodgates, Scriv.
Well, it kind of needs to. We have seen, though, Gambit youngsters, they get tested and they tend to pass said tests. And this round shouldn't be too difficult for them to get through, despite the save weaponry and whatnot. Flarich tagged down low. Yeah, that nade needed to come in. It did seem like he was going to get a crack angle and a cheeky heady to go along with it. Meanwhile, over at short, flash comes in. It's not that sound, but Nafany fluffs the spray down ever so slightly. The bomb has gone down, still in a 3-on-3. AK recovered for Kalinka, so everybody's got a weapon right now on the CT side of things. Love this from Shiro, getting proactive, getting aggressive, and he is finding success. Looking for more as he will pick up that second. Kalinka kicks him out of the air. All right, that's a little crazy, but Axile has the drop on him, comes in from behind, and will secure Gambit youngsters the 9th. There's just not quite enough from HellRaisers. It does come, probably the closest it's come in 3 or 4 rounds there, but still not enough.
No, but that move from Shiro is kind of the difference maker from this whole game, is the go get it attitude, right? I'm going to make a difference. I have the op. I need to be the impact player. I'm going to go make a difference. And he just does that. Peeking in his CT so brazenly, trusting his long player that no one's going to get in from behind him. The pace of his cat player. As we're right back into the thick of things, Axile, a little awkward. Flarich finally gets a kill. JR falling off cat script. And the pace change from both teams. I'm digging this.
Yeah, absolutely. Leads to a bit more action. Gambit youngsters once again, though. Going to be on the back seat, going to be a man down. And we'll get the bomb plant in. The retake in full flow, and HellRaisers really do need to be finding this. Shiro unscoping at the worst possible time, but Hobbit getting that lineup, getting that spray down. Shiro, how does he hit that? Oh my goodness, he just keeps on finding these nut shots. And 4 kills, like, instantaneously from Gambit youngsters. Oh my goodness, it seems they may well have found that groove, at least against HellRaisers. We'll see, of course, whether it continues into tomorrow if they make it there, which, I mean, if this carries on, they will be. But yeah, my god, HellRaisers, despite an advantage, just not able to find anything.
Wow. Even when they get the first 2, unable to best Gambit youngsters, who are now breaking out double ops just because it's a coincidence, happen to carry one more over. They're just going to rock with it anyway. It's just a pistol scout round from HellRaisers. And if Gambit youngsters, which seemingly they can, jump up to 11 on this T side, that is a magical number to be at. Spray control from Hobbit. Take some time, but alongside Axile will be able to clean up that kill. And the round seems to just be inevitable at this point. HellRaisers have a few rounds where I go, okay, utility usage is good. Team play could be better. As Nafani will close out the round. I got a little nervous there for a moment with Flourish finding Shiro, but bounce back, recovered well. Gambit youngsters are just out defaulting HellRaisers, not getting caught off by their off-tempo aggression, and Gambit youngsters doing what they do best, Scriv, which I think is a really strong strength of theirs, and a lot of teams could take away from. It's just the way they play tradable all the time, and how quick they typically trade. Like, it is very difficult to get a freebie on Gambit youngsters.
Yeah, well, this is what I was saying, right? We'll see. Okay, there's aggression coming in, so maybe I have to hold off it. All right, so this is what I was saying. It's like Hobbit, I think on Dust 2, it's a lot easier for him to slot in. We'll see how it plays into the T-side of Inferno, where there's a lot more depth, and everyone has to be on kind of the same page in terms of the movements and the mid-rounding and whatnot. But Dust 2, I think it's fairly easy, especially with everyone else doing pretty well, to just go, okay, Hobbit, come with us, or go do your own thing. Ooh, Kalinka, that's a nice shot. Second as well. My goodness, these flicks are so fast. Is he going to get any more? That's the real question. He's tagged up to 16 HP. He's aware of the fact that one's maybe made it out onto B, but he's not quite sure, not quite sold. Inters playing with fire. The shot is missed, and Inters does eventually go down. This is looking pretty damn good, as Kalinka will finally go back to his winning ways. Gets himself that 3k in the bag. Jalem to find the final frag as well, and HellRaisers, they do actually find one. And I mean, it's not like it is one of those super fast rounds. I think this is just a really difficult angle for them to deal with, and a slight little change, as well as Kalinka stepping up in a big way, does help out. The issue, of course, not to be too negative about it, is it comes very late in the half, and relying on those individual plays round after round after round is somewhat difficult. So I'm not sure whether they even find the 4th here. I think Gambit youngsters are going to come back in with a vengeance.
Oh, Kalinka, I like the idea. He's going to stick around, and that's what I've been waiting for. Backed up by the player on catwalk, you take a risk, there's typically a reward. You get out, you escape. You can't stick around for seconds against Gambit, because you know that player in lower and Inters would have been all over you. So now you have the man advantage. Your double op still in play, so you can continue to play somewhat for long control, right? With JR at car. The only worrisome thing is if he gets utilitied out, if he gets mollied, who's going to be the man to help him? It has to be the site player. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. And HellRaiser's getting starved for info right now. But they can be content with this because of the opening pick now, Scriv. A lot better.
Ooh, Shiro getting giddy with it. JR not able to hit those Kalinka flicks, but going 1 for 1 at the very least, I think is somewhat worth the fact that he also drops the bomb, right? Gives a pretty big idea across with only 30 seconds. Probably looking at an A hit. Okay, Nafani. Oh, that's pretty crazy. Not quite the double. Inters, he didn't know there was 2 coming. I think if he just waited there, he actually would have got away with the double, but not to be. However, he may well have done enough. They've cleared out most of short. able to get the bomb down, and it does look like indeed HellRaisers are going to be coming from long and short. I don't know about this. Problem just goes for a wide swing by himself. Yeah, I feel like in your 2-on-2, you've got to move together, boys. Not going to be the case. All on to Kalinka. Obviously has to go with it being the final round of the half, and, well, yeah, he's just not really fancying his chances at all, trying to turn away from the incoming flash that never comes, and he will get taken down. A 12-3 half from Gambit youngsters. Absolutely smashing it.
Wow. Yeah, what else can you say? Gambit youngsters just played their game. HellRaisers never took control of the pace, really, except the odd round here or there, with a player getting a double spray or the op getting aggressive to work a first pick. But a lot of the times, even when HellRaisers got the first, it was either immediately traded or irrelevant in the end. I vividly remember a round, they got 2 opening picks, and Gambit youngsters just walked in the B side like they owned it and got it with 2 players. So Gambit youngsters just firing on all cylinders. HellRaisers caught flat-footed, and they have a lot of work to do, and it has to really start with this pistol scriv.
Yeah, I mean, that goes without saying, right? They have got to go pretty hard. Pistol, first couple rifle rounds. It needs a lot of work here from HellRaisers. An unenviable position for sure. And Gambit youngsters, I would say, it can be a little harder to work out your CT sides and stuff like that with rotations, but I think just slotting one guy in maybe not as difficult as if you have like a 2 or 3 man roster shuffle. So we'll see what the case is here, though. HellRaisers clearly have got some kind of a plan. The run boost coming in. Nafi and Axile working this A site. Oh, the gap closing pretty damn quickly here, yeah, and the Glock's doing absolute work as no headies are coming in. Inters is in from behind. Does get one, needs to pop off, though, and it's just not going to happen. JR spraying them with the Glock. If that's even really possible. I suppose spamming is perhaps a better word, but nonetheless, HellRaisers will be finding themselves the T-side pistol pretty quickly as well, pretty uncontested.
Well, there we go. You said they needed a pistol. They pick it up. And I like, again, the reserved Gambit youngsters script. I'm not sure if this is new or this is something Hobbits wanted them to do. They're typically a force buying fiend, right? Shiro would typically get the scout here. They'd kind of rock double scouts with deagles. That's kind of like the Gambit youngsters special. And they win around a decent amount of times. But again, back-to-back times, they've lost pistol and elected just not to buy. I think that is the move, especially the way the money works out. I respect the hustle. As HellRaisers only buying the 1 Mac 10, so if Kalinka doesn't get a kill to really give himself that money back for the Mac 10, might become a bit of a problem. But HellRaisers staring down the barrel of 5 comfortably. Little do they know there is no force buy, but it is a bit of a stack.
Yeah, still potential for damage. Oh, and they're just going to go barreling through these smokes here, looking to try and find whatever damage they can. And Naxal does get one. But other than that, they're getting sprayed down. They're getting eaten alive by these bullets, of course. The unarmored opponents make for easy mincemeat. HellRaisers will get themselves that 5th round on the board pretty damn quickly. And again, the last time they went for the bonus buy, they seemed a little ill-prepared. Meanwhile, this time, I think being on the T side particularly does give them a bit more of that preparedness. So we'll see whether this early buy from Gambit youngsters once again is able to catch HellRaisers off guard. I kind of do like this, though, maybe with a new addition to the team, slightly new philosophy, trying something a bit new with the 3rd round buy as opposed to the 2nd round force buy.
It definitely feels new. Doesn't feel like something that old Gambit would go for. So I do like the approach. What it does do, however, is it starves you for utility on the CT side. T side, you can get AKs and armor and still get utility. CT side, you could be missing that molly, right? You could be missing key pieces and kits. Keep that in mind. Only double flashes remaining from Gambit youngsters. Look for someone to get aggressive. Seems like it might happen towards B tunnels, because they need something. They need information, they need to fight, and they need to Fanny to win this. The timing couldn't be better, as JR will jiggle it out, throw the flash, force them off, and the B split is on.
The split is indeed on 1-for-1 so far. Down goes Inters. However, Nafi still alive on the B-bomb site. Looking for a couple. Does manage to find them. Drops the bomb. Oh, the third just escapes him. But surely in the 2-on-2, enough has been done here. One plank coming in, a lot of the weight onto JR's shoulders, and he does not win his fight at all. Those bullets coming dangerously close as well. Flarich on 2 HP with 9 bullets available in the magazine. Odds stacked against him pretty heavily. Cannot get it done. Gambit youngsters will be up to 13. As soon as the rifles come back out, they pick up things where they left off. And we'll see whether HellRaisers can put a stop to them before it gets too late.
Wow, that was really, really cool. The way that hold from Nafi here, right? He doesn't pull the trigger on the first right away after realizing he didn't get spotted to kind of give himself that information on Kalinka. Nearly gets the third, and his teammates just clean up the rest. Really well done from Gambit youngsters, getting that info when they needed to, right when they ran out of utility, and it happened to be at the moment when HellRaisers were doing a bit of a B split. Catches them off guard, and it works beautifully. HellRaisers right back, however, Scriv AKs, Mac 10 on Jalem, and they got more importantly in JR's hands. Gambit youngsters still have utility this time, but no scoped weapon for Shiro. That's the big difference.
Yeah, JR's going to have to capitalize on that. Do absolute work. As I said in the pre-game, his team kind of needs him to be the big pallbearer, I suppose. Very slow start into this round, though. From that HellRaisers side, hoping to maybe catch some aggression. See if anybody is getting a bit cheeky here. Not really the case. Gambit youngsters happy to play patiently, play around the control that they have, which at the moment is towards long. And with the push coming in from short, could be dangerous here. Inters moves in at the right time, though. Will be set up on the ramp, ready and waiting. Bit of a spam coming in. He sees a couple of them drop. Maybe not, because Nafi gets caught off guard. And now the rest of the CTs are kind of thrown for a loop. It is indeed going to be a B hit. Hobbit on the MP9. What can he get done? Just the one. Almost a second off the back of it, but not to be the case. Meanwhile, we've got these players coming in from long, looking to find themselves a way back in. Just don't really think it's going to happen. Yeah, and Inters. Oh, that is so awkward for Problem. That maybe gives the chance across. Problem tried to go for the pre-fire. It does not work at all. Axel from behind drops Kalinka, and now Flarich is getting flashbacks. This time he's on 8 HP. He's got even less to try and find the 1-on-2. Does get the quick flick onto Axel. If he actually manages to do this, it would be nuts. Moving into a better spot for himself. However, now he's been spotted. Molly coming in, but the timing just is not there. Is it on the bomb? No. The bomb tucked away underneath the window. Cool. And now a 14th round for Gambit. Wow. Wow. They just continue to amaze.
Yeah, that was just also HellRaisers not playing cohesive Counter-Strike. That was them in their post plants just vibing a bit too much, right? They had the full B site, 2 players on site. You have a player pushing tunnels by himself, sprinting there. You have a player pushing CT, fighting the player on boxes. And he just gave the fights up to Gambit. You gave them those 1v1s they wanted. You allowed yourself to get picked off in mid from a player in CT, then push him and die again, giving him a double. HellRaisers had everything for success there. But you do have to say, Gambit youngsters taking full advantage and not missing a beat. Everyone is playing up to standard, playing up to where they want to be. And our HellRaisers are forced to buy Scriv, and it's not a pretty one.
No, sir. They are... I mean... I think from very early on into this second half, they were backs up against the wall, but... After the pistol, you kind of give them the benefit of the doubt that they might have been able to keep it going a little while longer. Just not going to be the case. And this is a map that, according to the statistics, they're meant to be competent at. And at the moment, it is anything but. My God, Axel comes in with a triple spray down to start off proceedings into round number 20. I mean, that's one way of shutting them down.
That doesn't hurt, does it? He makes it look so simple with that M4. Not the first M4 spray down we've seen. Started with Jalem. Now Exile wants to show that he is competent with it. Nafani pushes through B, and it's on Kalinka. Head armor M4, but with 4 players getting through, couple AKs in and up. And now he's full blind. He's at least tucked into this van, but I think he's been spotted and head peeled off. Gambit youngsters on 15. 1 away from taking it. And it's going to be HellRaisers on pistols as what could be their final buy. And I mean, just look at this. Even with good utility usage from Gambit and counter utility from HellRaisers, it just wasn't enough. The crosshair placement came in time, and he knows that M4 spray like the back of his hand. And Gambit continue to run it up.
Yeah, real nasty. Real nasty. Does not bode well moving into Inferno either. We'll see whether we get there quickly or whether we'll have to hold on a little while longer. HellRaisers rushing into the B-bomb site. Rushing straight into the bullets, though. JR's the first to chime in, but the damage already done. He's on his lonesome in a 1v4. Might find another, he does indeed, but it costs him a fair chunk of HP, and the bomb, yeah, sure, should come in. M4 retrieved, nades over the top, do more damage to him. He's going to have to find some kind of a miracle, and he just can't. Trying to move through the door, through the smoke does not work out. 16-5 for Gambit youngsters.
Wow, just impressive stuff for the youngsters. I think Inferno is going to be a hard-fought battle for HellRaisers, but it is their map, so we'll see if they can bounce back on Inferno after this short break.
2019, and to now be sort of game kept in ANZ by, you know, the current situation of the world. I think it would be very easy to come into this game and just be like, whatever, you know, let's just go and have a bit of fun and sort of screw around a little bit. But I think by and large, trying to get sort of
on Inferno. Just to highlight for you guys, of course, we have got that wonderful sponsor in the form of Unicorn. We've got code RELOG for you guys to use. You can get up to 300% on your first deposit using that bonus code. So do be sure to get amongst it. Shout out to those guys. Of course, getting into things here, we do see Gambit youngsters, if you are just joining us, with a map in hand. And a pretty decisive one at that. They're Dust 2 looking pretty nasty. I'm joined once again by Keith, and we will be moving into Inferno pretty sharpish, it looks like.
Sharp as cheddar cheese, and this is gonna be tough for HellRaisers, may I say. Now, you just get bodied on Dust 2. You can't win those 50-50 fights. Your team play is questionable at times. Now you come to more of a technical map. I suppose that's also catch-22 for Gambit youngsters, right? But they get a start on that CT side, so that bodes well for them. As HellRaisers will be right into this T side. They're using some utility early. Hobbit gonna be chased back. Quick CT smoke. He's gonna re-peek on a flash from a teammate. He needs to get one for what they've invested in. He simply can't, Scriv.
Yeah, awkward fight to begin with. Oh, and just spamming away on that USP. They will get destroyed on the B bomb site. My goodness gracious. They're really banking, I think, on that A hit as well, as you see Shiro, the raid boss, CZ. So nothing really seems to be going their way, at least initially in this pistol round. And with a 5-on-3 into the B-bomb side of Inferno, no easy task. Really not looking too good here. Smoke comes in, but they're not too bothered. And truly, I don't think Gambit youngsters are going for this. I feel they're holding for exits and hoping to just take what they have into the next round. So yeah, the B hold just not working out at all. Shiro now trying to hightail it out of there. He just gets tagged up. They will be after him. He takes one. No, not even that. Oh, that's so tough. That is so tough. HellRaisers getting a pretty flawless pistol on the board. 3 kills to go along with it. And a really nice start, which is exactly what they needed coming into their own map pick.
Oh, hey, this is the Gambit youngsters we know, Scriv. Maybe it's map dependent. Force buying right back. Scout on Shiro. Deagles some CZs. It is hard to win a force buy in Dust 2 at times with the range of the second buy from whoever wins pistol. But on Inferno, it's a bit more of a fair game with the scout and pistols able to find some close angles and maybe work a fight into their pocket. With a scout tag and a CZ damage being applied early to HellRaisers. Gonna try to come in towards brackets. Axile not gonna want to stick around for long. He'll just pivot back to the site. And now this is where Gambit youngsters probably gonna have to make a gamble rotate.
Yeah, a quick decision needs to be made. And it does look like indeed that's what they're gonna, albeit slowly, that is what they're gonna go for. Couple players ready and waiting for them. Smoke's ready and waiting for them, which is certainly a pain. Tag comes through the smoke. Nafi looking to come out at the right time. They are somewhat savvy to the fact, but as the push comes through and the kill's coming into the CT side, Flaret, she spins around, he's ready. I figured Nafi from the back end might have been able to find something cheeky, but it's not going to be the case. Look how low they all are, Keith. 1 or 2 more well-placed bullets really could have turned this round upside down, but it's not going to be the case. HellRaisers get away with their second.
Wow. Could have been doable, right? You imagine another scout tag comes in from Shiro, maybe he finds a kill. Maybe that opening duel towards top banana doesn't go JR's way. Well, that's not the reality we're in. It's going to be HellRaisers converting a second, keeping 3 alive. And Shiro only going to escape with a scout. He didn't grab a pistols off the ground, surprisingly, so he won't be able to toss that over to a teammate. As HellRaisers would just reload for one more sprint into a site and just try to claim this decently clean third. And honestly, HellRaisers, for their map pick, Scriv, I do have higher hopes. I do expect a bit more. And it's a map Gambit youngsters could definitely struggle on. I could see that being the case.
Yeah, I mean, I think what we have at the moment as well from them is trying to rebuild some of the building blocks. I think that's where we see this difference in the Force Buy and then the not Force Buy on Dust 2, which is their own map pick, and I think they may well, as we said, it's slightly easier and whatnot to slot a new player in there. So I think that's kind of what they've done, and then moving into Inferno, they're just trying to keep it true to what the core already knows, and then hope that Hobbit can find his way around. Or maybe it's the other way around. I don't know. Maybe they put a bit more work into a map like Inferno, because a map like Dust 2 is easier to get your head around with that new player, as I've said. So yeah, it'll be interesting to know. And I'm fully aware that Finn is a very hands-on kind of coach with these guys, and really does work the more in-depth side with them and everything. So be interesting. It would be really interesting to know how they've approached things and whether they are trying new things or whether they're just trying to fit Hobbit into the old system that they already had. Thanks. I'm trying to find someone on the outskirts of the A-bomb site there, but there's no one around, so he ends up just, which is a little funny, but it's all good. They're buying into this round anyway.
Well, the first test is going to be, you have a MAC-10 in Galil. What controller are you going to fight for out of spawn? You're going to assume Shiro has his op, which is the case. And every time I've watched Shiro on CT side Inferno, he's a flex player. They can leave him soloing B at times. He can come back, play brackets. He likes peeking mid. He can go into A halls. He flexes to the team's needs. And right now, this is Banana crashing through and through. Nafani dinks up Jalen, who comes through the smoke to get away with one. That can't be real. But there's Shiro right back with the op shot. That's more like it. Gambit youngsters probably content to at least get control. Not exactly the way they wanted, but Axile will find another. HellRaisers now getting split up and a little pulled apart.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Again, that first rifle round does seem to escape them a little too often, it feels like. Definitely strange. Slowing things back down here on the T side, hoping to find some kind of an opening. It looks like the B bomb site will be where they opt to go, but of course Nafani, yeah, just on that jiggle peak, holding things nice and passive. Smoke will go down. May well call for a rotation. Looks like that is the case. Still taking its time to get here, but of course Gambit youngsters do have that element of surprise, and they've still got Nafani standing strong at the back pillar. Flarich does deal with him quickly, but that one frag, I think he may well have done enough. A bit more damage onto Flarich, getting all the information, and it's a fair trade-off. One goes down, but now the fully-fledged retake on the way. I like this from Flarich, trying to get aggressive, trying to be proactive, but needs a bit more from him. I just don't think it's coming. Gambit youngsters playing so patiently as they will eventually start to group up. That man on the flank from Banana does make his way around. Does a bit of damage as well to boot. Flarich goes down. It's all onto Kalinka. Not a lot of time for the CTs to play with, but they will take him down. The defuse going to come in nice and clean. And Gambit youngsters, they convert the first rifle round.
Up comes out. Shiro finds kills. And Axile with that M4 should be no surprise that he's able to find good fights for himself. All right, back with a buy from HellRaisers script. From JR, no more Galils or MAC-10s for HellRaisers, no more, well, what ifs? What if I had an AK in this fight? That's not going to be a worry anymore. They're by clearly best Gambit youngsters who are going to continue to use their utility towards Banana here. Not committing bodies pushing down this time around, is relying on the chip damage. And to be honest, not too much to be found. They at least hang on to a smoke, 2 smokes in fact, towards Banana still. Now shave half the clock off if used appropriately, as Banana's been a high point of contention from HellRaisers very early. I have a feeling once Shiro has his op back out to go ahead and help facilitate some more Banana control in the future. They are a team that likes to enjoy fighting that, so HellRaisers right now, though, just taking the control they can, Scriv, and Gambit youngsters have a bit of a hard read going.
Yeah, looking really good for them here. Great utility coming over the top, blinding up that boost player, but Navi again standing strong, good for one. Inters trades him out, making sure they retain the man advantage. And of course, two players very quickly here. They can get aggressive through the smokes, looking to flash themselves in. Hobbit does find two. It's a little strugglesome on that second one, but all good in the end. Shiro also getting a piece of the pie. So the second round for Gambit youngsters coming in. HellRaisers try and go quick. They try and go aggressive. It does not work at all, as Gambit youngsters continue to look strong on the rifles.
I mean, just look at the confidence here from Hobbit. His teammates weren't really expecting to come through and support him and help him, and he just charges through and takes control of the situation himself, cutting down two. His teammates come through to help bail him out. And now we're at the bottom of the bucket for HellRaisers. No op from JR, little to no utility. And look at this play from Jalem. I mean, he eats nades, molly damage for it, down to 4 HP, but still living. And right when Shiro falls off the angles, when he perhaps could have found a pick. And he's going to come back for some more, narrowly missing. As HellRaisers get a Hall's control. That's been relatively free, which is nice for the HellRaisers side. And they're going to be looking towards brackets. It's been tested a few times here and there. It's been kind of just Axile's territory. But with Shiro here with the op this time around, I think the story may change.
Swear he made the broken leg sound, but he didn't take any damage. Spooky. $40 thereabouts remaining for HellRaisers to make a move here. Massively softened up, not feeling good at all. A little under the weather. It looks like Kalinka's been left on the other side. They seem to have a bit of an idea that he's creeping out. I don't think they quite recognize that he's dropped into pit though. Meanwhile, over on B, Hobbit on high, looking good. This anchor position is doing so well from him. He does manage to find one. A second coming in, a third maybe on the cards. No, not needed. Nafi and Inters will seal the deal, but he does so well to get frags, to stay alive at New Box. And this is great to see. Hobbit is looking a lot more comfortable on Inferno. And I mean, given the history this guy has with Gambit on this map, it does make a lot of sense. All the same, up to 3, and now a timeout from HellRaisers is coming in.
Yeah, how do we break these site holds? We're getting shipped down in Banana. 8 Halls is free. Okay, well, they're probably considering some sort of Halls pop for these pistols that they're about to purchase. Maybe a couple flashes around it. But now the question is, okay, we're able to fight for banana control. We take a little bit of chip damage, but we get them down to 2 smokes, which is really good. Now the question is, okay, when's Shiro going to come back to banana? Do we want to keep pressing the issue when rifles come out? I think they should be able to do a quick brackets play, try to just get brackets control right away, and then worry about banana later. Because either way, Gambit youngsters like using that utility as of right now towards banana very early on. Now they're going to figure out that Shiro's here. Probably want to avoid this Scriv. But I think next time we see guns out for HellRaisers, it's going to be more quick pace towards brackets, is my guess.
Looking for a burst play here, it looks like. Ready and waiting in the apartments, getting those boys ready at brackets. And maybe this is similar to what we'll see in the next round. You never know if your prophecy is to come true. For now, though, just creeping in, not really able to find all that much. Inters, he kind of wants to go for this peek here, but no, he's just playing for the information. I really do kind of respect this. Great little flash as he moves awkwardly through and eventually lock him down, but that certainly was a weird one for them to deal with. All the same, 2 frags for him, traded back, flanks coming in from behind. Nothing really coming for HellRaisers as to be expected. As we always say, any damage is good damage in a round like that, but ultimately, Gambit youngsters weathering the storm. It wasn't really a storm, just more of a light rain in the end. But this is where it starts to become a bit more stressful. Maybe indeed, the wind and the rain picking up. as HellRaisers came in with that timeout. So we're expecting a lot of success in this rifle round.
Yeah, I expect some form of change here from HellRaisers. I'd say we went from light rain to heavy winds now. Pressure's on HellRaisers to get out of this unscathed. Hobbit full blind from his own teammate. That one's got a sting. Nafi probably has some apologizing to do. He needs to definitely get this kill, and he can't. Brutal. One player besting both players from Gambit. Puts so much pressure on this A anchor of Exile, right? Does Shiro rotate? Does he peek for information? Is he going to peek and get traded instantly by both players here? I think so. He gets away with one quick shot, not onto the second, and Exile has to stand tall alone, Scriv, and that's a big order.
Might not even get the chance. As it does seem, with this banana control they have in the back pocket, they're going to go indeed for the B hit. Inters is not in a terrible position. I mean, initially, it's a chance for him to get a frag or two. It's kind of, when it comes to dropping back, it can be really hard. You have to fight your way out of here. Does manage to get the first. Drops down, low HP for Jalem, who seems to be creeping in first, but all good. They go for that double peek. He has too many targets. And they will try their best to go for... Well, I say they. He will try his best to go for the retake, but Exile just not fancying it as he gets tagged down through the smoke. The nade had found a frag. Or if that spray down had found a frag, he might have fancied his chances, but not going to be the case. And HellRaisers, the timeout pays off. They will find themselves that fourth round hot on the heels. Although with the rifles in play, Gambit youngsters are essentially 4 for 1. Of course, there was an eco in there from HellRaisers, but all the same, they're looking pretty damn good. HellRaisers are able to even things back up regardless of the fact, so we'll see whether it continues for the T side.
They ties up at 4s. It's really good for HellRaisers. Need to convert a couple more. And of course, it's right back into a full buy from Gambit youngsters. They've saved their quarters, their dimes, and they're looking to punish HellRaisers right back. JR Op still in hand. The fullest of full buys for both teams. Those are always fun and exciting rounds. And HellRaisers right back to this banana control. 2 alt mid to worry about A Halls. This time Inters deciding to apply some pressure. Halls has been free for HellRaisers, and I think Inters is not getting out of here. They're gonna have to fight to their death. A 1-for-1 until Flarich finds that. Beautiful from HellRaisers. This time Gambit trying to facilitate some sort of surprise pick, and HellRaisers are not caught off. Good awareness there from them to best them in those engagements.
Oh. This could be big. Spotting him out, yep, just as that smoke dissipates, and he's able to make it away. Sticking around, however, fancies his chances to take the fight. Molly coming over the top. Nafi playing with fire. Not in a literal sense, but certainly close to doing so. He's able to just about make it away. Rotation through from Shiro here. He will try and help out. Around the fountain is where Nafi is playing. Certainly an interesting one on 10 HP, but he gets away with a frag, which even I feel is a little cheeky there. Back into a 2-on-2 as now the fully fledged rotation from Hobbit moving its way in. Interesting to see that they had him on the A-bomb site for this round. He makes his way over nonetheless. Meanwhile, Shiro is in a decent enough position to maybe try and deny the bomb plant. At the very least, he's hearing things out. They are just playing it real slow here on the HellRaisers side, and they've not cleared this angle. I feel with very little time left, as soon as they try and go for this bomb plant, Shiro does have the chance to swing out and maybe find, yeah, a cheeky frag, but no, his judgment keeping him away. Molly goes into dark. Bomb has gone down. There's kits to play with. Hobbit with a nice spray down onto Problem. All going to be onto Flarich. Manages to find the first, but Shiro drops him. The defuse comes easy. Gambit youngsters right back to their winning ways.
Right back onto that high horse. Shiro propels them forward with the help of his teammates. And just look at HellRaisers' economy, right? You lose 4 in a row, you win 1, so you go back down to 4-round loss. They're going to be able to buy, but it's going to be a bit budget on a few. Kalinka, no utility. Jalem downgrades. And Gambit, I wonder if aggression's going to be in their wheelhouse once more. There is a player postured in halls, but just very passively. Hobbit gets all the way down to logs, and they're looking to just try to smoke this out and play for the retake in from HellRaisers towards Banana. If HellRaisers elect to ignore and run up brackets, they'll be greeted with Shiro's op and library. So this is kind of what Gambit want. They want HellRaisers to say, you know what, forget it, we're going brackets. And they want them to feed Shiro.
Doesn't look like they will, at least for now. Moving back into a more passive setup. Utility comes raining over the top, though. They have to move through mollies, and a little disjointed here on the T side of things. Somehow finding elements of success. Yeah, I was going to say, Axel's still in on the site. What's going on here? A little crazy. But they managed to make it work. And HellRaisers also straight back in there as they pick up their 5th, keeping things even. Hot on the heels, looking to try and take the lead into the next round, which... oh, I'm not sure. I don't think they will have brought the eco out here. They should have enough to just about drop and work together a buy. It's certainly going to be difficult, but all the same, Gambit youngsters will try their best to fight back in the next round. But the thing is, you know, HellRaisers are, like I say, keeping it competitive, seem to have found a bit of a cleaner few rounds here.
This is getting a little scrappy, Scriv. Gambit youngsters starting to lose some control. HellRaisers thankful that they got pistol and able to get those 3 early, because they've only won 2 rifle rounds in comparison to Gambit's 5. But another prime chance for HellRaisers to break Gambit's money and go on a run themselves right at the prime time when they need more rounds. The spray from Kalinka tags up 2. Doesn't get the kill, but Axel's limping. Shiro's in trouble. And that's the start HellRaisers need. You force them off of half wall. You can get banana control in a little bit. You force them out of halls. You take little to no damage. And Gambit only have smokes and flashes remaining. No fire to force you out. 1 kit to speak of. Looking up for HellRaisers, Scrib, no doubt.
Yeah, now's the time. Now is indeed the time to get that solid foot in the door. Like they say, no time like the present. HellRaisers will indeed be wanting to ease some of the pressure, and coming into this map, although it is their map pick, didn't have the highest of hopes, but they've certainly looked a lot cleaner, a lot better, as they'll go for a waterfall. A lot of damage has been done, though. A lot of chip damage, and it's capitalized on. 3 kills in the blink of an eye. They managed to trade 1 back, but a lot more needs to happen here. Jalem hiding inside the smoke, which has become a massive trend recently. However, as soon as he shows himself, he will drop. JR, meanwhile, is at long. He's found a frag, but he trades his information for that. And in theory, he should be tradable here. Shiro watching the cross. JR knows it. JR is ready, but he just cannot find the headshot fast enough. And there you are, Gambit youngsters back up to 6. As soon as that pressure is on, they perform well under it. HellRaisers back to square one, having to follow up and find that 6th, and then try again to get the 7th. Just can't really catch a break, I don't think, on this T side. It's a bit unfortunate.
Yeah, some timing, some interesting unlucky rotates that they're running into from Gambit. No luck at all, really. They're going to try to work a pick here with JR. Just a deagle for problem. Not much better than Hobbit's MP9. So I'd say these buys are very equal. We're looking like equal so far. In comparison to Dust 2, both teams looking up to snuff with each other. As Jalen will get traded out, Nafity's going to deep smoke because there's another one for him to pick up and toss into his pocket. That'll kill 20 seconds towards bottom banana, plus bait out some utility from HellRaisers if they wish to retake that. And more importantly, Nafity can continue to spot, continue to hold the smoke in hand. And what's the next move from HellRaisers? You have no banana control, no one in halls yet. They'll tag up Nafity and send him packing, so at least they get that. But Nafity's not going to drop that smoke till he hears footsteps, and there it is. But it looks like HellRaisers going back to this A site at honestly prime time. Right when Shiro leaves is when they arrive on the scene.
Love this angle from Inters. Works brilliantly as well. Oh my goodness, that second shot. Massive, maybe even more. Turns away from the flash, almost able to spin around fast enough. Kalinka doing his best Inters impression. Okay, bomb site ripped open with that double. Bomb will go down. JR on the aggressive peak does get the tag onto Shiro. Surely can be happy with that, and he is. He drops away. I'm not sure if they're fully sold on this retake. Nafany is going to have to do a lot of the heavy lifting. They meet each other, and Kalinka's looking the wrong way, thinking he'd already crossed by the arch. Not to be the case, and now the retake is back on. All on to JR, misses that flick. Gap going to be closing, spots the barrel of the AWP up close, does manage to drop Nafany, and just playing with fire here, playing with time. Shiro kind of knows it, not enough to work with. Someone needed to get on the bomb 6-7 seconds ago, really. And HellRaisers once again are able to even things back up. And no buy available for Gambit youngsters this time around, so they might just get their 7th. I'm not sure whether the young guns decide to go for a force. It doesn't look like it. So yeah, HellRaisers finally going to be taking a lead.
Even after this hold from Inters towards Arch, they still fall apart. This is a gorgeous T side from HellRaisers. 13 is looking mighty free, barring some insanity from Shiro. And HellRaisers want to storm into the B site. They know it's just pistols. They know there's not a lot of defense to be had here. Although Hobbit does get his 1. It's worth the investment for the P250 to find that. It is going to be 7. You're right. A lead for HellRaisers. And that's really nice. Gambit youngsters, if they can't figure it out on the CT side, I'm worrisome for their T side, Scriv. I'm going to go pull up their stats on the map to really paint a full picture, though.
Of course. As is the way.
Okay, so interesting. They still have a decent win percentage on the rounds after receiving the first death in 32%, which is decent. But they win 55. Believe it or not, Scriv, they have a higher round win percentage, which in my opinion is fair. At this level, in my opinion, Inferno is somewhat T-sided. Same in NA. They have a 55% round win percentage on T side, only 54 on CT. So a bit of a better T side round from them. So that could make all the difference.
All right, well, I mean, we'll see whether those stats come to prevalence. See what the game plan is here from Gambit youngsters to try and answer back. Big nades coming in, but JR holding up close is ready and waiting for Nafany. Looking for more. Nothing more coming. The MP9 of Hobbit just going to drop back real fast. Looking to play things nice and safe. Then we all go back to quiet. HellRaisers going to work off of that early pick and see whether they can convert the round with it. Might be easier said than done. It looks like they're set up for an A rotation here quite quickly, but with that frag coming in, I think a 5-on-3 save is going to be required for Gambit youngsters. Unless... Yeah, I don't know. Hobbit gonna fall as well. And now you have a really tough bye going into the last round.
Yeah, Shero's gonna save. HellRaisers jump up to 8. Gambit definitely don't want to get 9-6'd. But it's looking like that's the course we're on right now. HellRaisers just taking full control these last few rounds, going as a pack. You can see 3 bodies of Gambit youngsters lie in towards Arch, 1 towards Banana. And they don't mind losing a couple more guns here to get the op out of Shero. They're going to converge on him very quickly. I think he should be able to live, barring missing 1 shot. And here they come. As long as he just stays right here, timing should be in his favor, and he will escape with it, Scriv. He's able to drop an M4, but that is it. They'll have 1 M4, 1 op, a FAMAS, and pistols. 8-7 would be great for Gambit youngsters. As I said, they have slightly higher win percentage on the T side. But this is HellRaisers' home turf after all. And with a good T side, typically follows a good CT.
Yeah, definitely not controversial to say so. Certainly going to be rough in this round, though. HellRaisers starting off slow once again, feeling good about themselves. They do have that lead, but full respect across the Gambit youngsters. 8 rounds, will it be enough? 9 would certainly be nice here for HellRaisers. Never really seems all that simple. Very, very slow round. As soon as the peak comes in, Shero's just so ready for it. Not a single flash or smoke or any kind of pressure there. Just a swing and a dream, really, from HellRaisers. Not really sure whether I'm a massive fan. Shero is completely smoked out at long, though, so not going to be able to find anything else, one would assume. Yeah, they're really making sure that he cannot see anything at all. Moving in through Arch, might be able to get the drop on the back of him, you know. Not going to be the case, however. Hobbit, yeah, well, it's a good job he didn't go for a full swing there. A nasty surprise coming his way. Navi and Hobbit with the drive by CZ. Looking solid. It's a little crazy. More frags go in the way of HellRaisers, but still a man advantage. The remaining 2 players split across the map as well. So that should be that. It will be Shero, of course. Who else to clean up house in the end? Gambit youngsters up to 7. Not quite as clean as their first half of Dust 2, but all the same, keeping it as close as they possibly can.
Great. Honestly, you could say that was a good half from both sides. Gambit youngsters, a map that they typically don't pick, a map that teams pick into them, getting 7 rounds. But at the flip side, you say, okay, HellRaisers able to walk away with a round advantage on their map pick now going into the CT side. So you can paint a good picture for both teams. And I think that's exactly what we're going to be able to see here, is a picture coming in for both. I think both have their advantages, both have their disadvantages at the moment. Gambit youngsters, this map's a bit harder to play tradable. It's a bit more difficult as a T side to get that spacing correct in comparison to Dust 2, especially with a new player. So I think HellRaisers should be in the driver's seat, Scriv. But who knows? Could be a European car and ends up being the passenger seat.
Deep. Big frags for Jalen. 5-on-2. Bomb down at his feet. Solid stuff here for HellRaisers. Navi going to try his best. Hobbit as well. Clearing out middle, you know, making sure nobody's on the flank. And, well, they're not, to be honest. They're all stood on top of the bomb. It's not like the job becomes any easier. Smoke going to go down from Nafi, try and split them apart a little bit. We'll bring it into a 2-on-2, at least in theory. I'm not quite sure that smoke fully covers the broken wall area that he stood on top of. I don't think so. So, yeah, still 3 players to deal with. Not going to happen. HellRaisers pick up a flawless pistol.
Yeah, flawless really does help the bank account. A couple players get that cheap upgrade of 350 to the head armor. That's always sick. And look at Jalem, just making it look so simple with the flick over to Shero, the flash over from Navi again, getting some team flashes in, but that's all right. At least he's tossing them, trying to help out where he can. Again, it's funny, too, because you replace what I would have considered your utility usage player, right? Your support player, your backbone. And we're starting to see a bit more team flashes when I remember from Gambit youngsters. Just an interesting little thing I'm noting. Could be completely wrong and talking false, but I feel there's a little bit off of that utility usage from Gambit from what we're used to seeing. HellRaisers, M4s, 1 USP even on JR, full saving for that op. And we get to see the force buy from Gambit, Scriv.
Let's see what they can get done with it. Indeed, the force buy not coming out on Dust 2 at all. Making a couple appearances here on Inferno and not to a great deal of success. Flarich looking solid in pit. Does eventually drop, but surely has done enough and gained enough information. He says, maybe not the case, since as if he found that one, would have certainly done damage. Shiro with the final bullet. What is happening here? Knife coming out. It's not going to be embarrassment. It's Kalinka to save Shiro from that, but all the same, HellRaisers going to find that 10th round. Pretty costly, though. Pretty damn costly.
Well, alrighty. Definitely expensive. JR is going to go once again with just a USP. Really wants to make sure he'll get that op out come next rifle round. Gambit youngsters all the while. Not really investing much. Looks like it is just going to be the J-Lim farm show, Scriv. And Shiro will pop up, actually able to find one. JR could be in some trouble with this USP, and this is where this gun choice kind of gets questioned. But either way, no matter what, he'll have an op next round, so doesn't necessarily matter. Shooting some arms of Axile, and it'll be a problem to come clean up. Again, Shiro not allowing himself to become the money pit. He is shutting down these SMGs.
Yeah, solid stuff. As Gambit youngsters will now look to buy up. HellRaisers really looking good here on this CT side of things, starting to get off to that really strong start that we've come to know. As things are really, well, I mean, not yet, but they could be taking a turn for the worst if Gambit youngsters cannot get a foot in the door. It is going to be tough for them. So far, slow start. Oh, JR just about missing that opportunity. Kind of lucky to be alive is Nafi. Meanwhile, Inters is going to fall. The banana push unsuccessful. 12th round on the horizon. Looking really, really good here for HellRaisers straight off the bat. It's that early frag. Relatively uncontested, right? They still have a good amount of utility. He's not taking any damage. You know, it's as free as it gets. As good as it gets. Whether it continues or not is another question. 55 seconds remain. HellRaisers need to make a move. They're opting to play a player up close. I mean, sure, you still have the advantage, but this could be a quick throwaway if they're not careful. Great angle for Kalinka. Spots out Axile. Flash comes in, drops him dead. That is beautiful. Shiro will find the trade back in, but Shiro is now the only one left, and he has it all to do. Does have the bomb in hand. Does have a small window to isolate this B player, who he knows is over on the left-hand side of the site. Okay, so here we go. Damage done. Bomb plant comes in. Still 3 more players to get through, though. Smoke down nice and early. He's obviously going to know that they're coming in from CT. The man from Banana, on the other hand, maybe not making room in his mind for him. We'll see. Moving in second oranges. That's a clean headshot. Oh, goodness. This is getting a little dangerous. This is a Shiro round. He's only got 8 bullets left, so that's not ideal. We'll have to try and pull off a reload at some point. Looking to try and play ring around the rosy. Brings it down to a one-on-one. Flarich needs to find this, and he does. But my goodness, Shiro brings it so close. Is there time on the bomb? What's he doing? What's he doing? Oh, no! Shiro actually gets it. What was it? Surely he's retrieving the kit. If he's not retrieving the kit, he has made an absolute mess of that. He might have been picking up the AWP. It looked to me like he was picking up the AWP. I didn't quite catch it. But surely he's finding the kit. Oh my goodness, that is crazy. I don't know, I might need to go back and catch it on the stream, to be honest. And obviously a timeout required. Oh my goodness.
I closed my eyes for a minute, Scriv, and I miss what?
Yeah, exactly.
What is going on?
Just Shiro.
Youngsters,
Being Shiro.
Yeah, are we even surprised anymore? This guy is on the come up. Like, he's been on the grind for a while, but it's cool to be able to see him start to get the recognition now. He's been top rated on HLTV for what feels like months. Like, that entry is sick. Of course, there's going to be some follow-ups. I mean, AK, this guy is just a beast. Look how he isolates these 1v1s and works around this angle right at quad. Buys just enough time. Flarich makes the mistake of running for the gun.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, he already had that. I'm watching it now.
So.
Oh, bro.
I think if he went for the defuse right away, he probably gets it.
Yeah.
Which is the sad part.
He just... Oh, man. That's such a lapse in judgment, right? I think someone in his ear maybe says, there's an AWP down. Either way, Rush coming in through middle as HellRaisers angry into this round, trying to pick up the pieces and recover things back. Not looking good initially, though. They lose 2 players, so Gambit youngsters may well be able to capitalize off of that insane clutch from Shiro and maximize their full-on potential here. Another one coming in. It'll be an eco after this for HellRaisers, so Gambit youngsters really quickly going to close this gap. I still can't get past it. That is crazy.
That's unreal. That's so unreal. But, I mean, count as an ace, right? Like, it's an honorary ace. Like, you get 4 kills, the bomb blows up the 5th. Like, it's just an insta honorary ace. Into this round, it's just HellRaisers buying with a can. Can you blame them? Probably a little tilted. Probably a little mad. Justified and rightfully so. And it seems like Flairish or Problem's just going to group up. If they come B, sweet. And if they don't, well, we'll save. No biggie. And Gambit youngsters not going to be rushed or pressured into making a decision here. The issue on their CT side to me was their mid-round information gathering, right? We never really saw late mid takes of brackets or peeks down mid or hauls, pushes, or banana players getting aggressive late. It was all very early round based things, right? So on this T side, it's really cool to be able to see them slow down and make a very calm, cool, collected decision in mid-round. It's a big change. It makes a lot of difference.
Well, plant comes in. No chance for HellRaisers. They will look to save these remaining 2 players. Like I said, it would have... Well, it probably is still going to be an eco around these in the next round, but at the very least they have a bit of pressure to do some damage, make some money on the MP9, right? Gambit going to be up to 9, and HellRaisers within the game, within the space of a few rounds, are going to have to bounce back real quick. Both individually, if you're Flarich, you know, that lapse in judgment, possibly costing you the round. I don't know if it was already too far gone. I think, what, it was like 0.7? So surely, yeah, going for the weapon made all the difference.
Yeah, he would have had it and then time to grab the op after. So I think it was one of those situations where he thought he had plenty of time. His teammates told him, get the op. And then by the time they realized, they probably said, oh, op after defuse. But yeah, it was just too late. So bit of a shame because it's going to cost him not 1 round, not 2 rounds, but probably 3 rounds. That is a big difference, especially when you're leading by as much as HellRaisers were and how close you were to just breaking the money at Gambit, right? You win that, they have to save. All of this could be avoided. Instead, Gambit youngsters now going to be within 1 round. That is brutal. And Gambit youngsters, now the luck is just overflowing. From walking into a free site last round into walking into another freebie here. Hobbit gonna molly his own escape as he'll back up He'll be chased down from the MP9. Although he'll die, it should still be around for Gambit youngsters regardless.
Pretty crazy how it's turned so quickly upside down. HellRaisers really in a tough spot. Okay, get a couple frags here towards the tail end of things, but like you said, ultimately to no avail. Does depend. We'll see whether they are able to bounce back. Keep things rolling here on that HellRaisers side. Hold on to the lead, the now very slim lead that they have. And they will need to, of course. Already a map down, as you can see in the top right there, our lovely HUD. Pointing out the score as well, 16-5. Which is not fab. So HellRaisers certainly going to be having a few flashbacks, I think, and like I say, bouncing back within a game mentally, it can be very difficult. Very, very difficult indeed. Bit of chip damage to start us off, but nothing too substantial from the CT side so far.
Shiro flashing off the banana op and dropping his smoke on half wall to allow himself to start to peek middle. He knew that someone was taking control towards banana, and he uses the utility to slow them down. HellRaisers, 4 players towards his B site, or this A site, excuse me, trusting the solo op of JR towards banana. And HellRaisers want to fight. They are looking to posture up towards porch here, Scriv. The flash comes out and Nafani goes in.
Oh, looking good. Nafani able to get one, however, still standing strong on the site. Problem. Absolutely solid stuff from him. Kalinka comes barreling through the smoke as well to help him out. 3-on-2 as HellRaisers manage to find themselves that advantage. Nafani not able to get anything done. Well, not enough. And now it'll all be down to Shiro and Inters. Oh, Inters though, the double.
What?
No way he gets away with that. That is absolute filth. On the edge of the smoke. He was being watched, but he's just too fast. Problem still half asleep, I suppose. And JR now is left to clutch things out. This is insane. The way that Gambit youngsters are able to turn these rounds upside down. It's got to be so frustrating to be on the other end of. JR, it's not quite over just yet, but the fact that he's on the AWP, he knows there's one guy on the site, does not know where Shiro is at all. Doesn't have a kit. You know, it's a really, really hard situation for him to be in, and he kind of knows it. I think, judging by the body language here, he's going to move to save. And Gambit will be up to 11.
That's just nasty. It's just straight nasty. The fact that Inters is able to work around that smoke and Navi doubles it himself. What is going on? Shiro might even be able to catch JR off here. JR lucky to be alive. No, Shiro not going to chase and put the pressure on him. 11-11. I mean, just look at this from Inters. So much trust from Kalinka into Problem. And the timing could not be better for Inters. A pause comes in. HellRaisers probably discussing, do we buy here? And honestly, I think you don't. I think JR could probably drop an MP9. Kalinka should get like light armor or head armor with the MP9. Jalen should probably go armor Deeg. Right, and then flare action Problem, just buy a pistol each. Just like try to budget around the op. I know it's the op, but the nice thing is you've hit 4-round loss, meaning you'll have an op next rifle in the next round. You're at 3,400 loss now. So imagine the full buy you'll be able to have into the next. So I hope they consider that, because if they go all in here, it's going to be all in pistols and then a buy again. So I really hope they do consider just doing a bit of a light buy around this op instead of going all the way in, because that can become very troublesome very quickly.
Yeah, I think they're really teetering on the decision and mulling over their ideas. It's yeah, it's a really tough one. Things are getting out of hand quickly. This is the thing, right? That one round from Shiro, and suddenly the gap closes massively. Your CT economy, it's very brittle. It breaks up. You've also got the mental that you've got to deal with now. A really scary spot to be in, must be honest. And they look set to maybe spiral out of control a bit too much. Once you've got this tech pause coming in, hopefully should be back into the action. Get you guys a bit of information as and when we are fed it. But for now, just kind of have to wait and see. I mean, I don't know, I guess they're going for it, by the way, Keith. It looks like on the buy. Yeah, I wasn't 100% sure, but it does indeed look like they're going to go in, spread the wealth, give it their best shot. So this is a really good chance for Gambit youngsters to crush them. At the same time, it is a great chance for HellRaisers to stay alive on their own map pick and in the quarterfinal, and therefore the tournament. So a lot of pressure coming onto this round.
Wow, yeah, this is really risky in my opinion. Head armor doesn't really matter. 2 kits, you're missing some utility. To me, it's just a lot to go in with a lot to lose. Jalem dropping his molly, get caught with 3 players towards banana early. Gambit are calling the bluff, they're calling the stack. Flare Rich is gonna reposition, put himself back to the molly. Hobbit hears that player coming through Moto. He's gonna call that to his teammates. Hobbit needed to double in. Nafani now, essentially alone with Shiro, and now it is just Nafani. A 1v3, JR's pushed down banana. He actually falls, and Nafani has the bomb. Hold on a minute. This could still get absurd. And he's picked up the op. HellRaisers, they have to group and push together, but they give him the first fight, it could be all over.
These Gambit youngsters, guys, whenever they're involved, it generally does get a little weird. Oh, and I love this as well.
This, yeah.
Such a great read from him. He'll hear them coming. Crack angle. Oh, if he'd have landed that flick, could have been crazy. Not going to be the case. He's actually spotted out both of them. Gets the first. Going for the repeat. Misses the shot. But problem had molly in hand, smoke in hand. Either way, cross to the site comes in. There's a massive gap in it.
No
problem
kit.
Going for the defuse. He doesn't have a kit. Naff, and he thinks he's getting off it. He's going for that 10-second hold, and he might just be able to get it. No, Naffany finds his head with 0.4 seconds remaining. Gambit youngsters up to 12. Another clutch comes in.
What do I say to that, Scrib? Naffany picks up the op, and he is going to do his best Shiro impersonation. A 1v3 from the man, and the wherewithal to just get that pick and immediately haul it to the B site. 0.46 seconds remaining on the defuse. Gambit youngsters have run it up 5 in a row, bouncing back after losing 4 straight since Pistol. And now here's the situation I was talking about. It's gonna have to be pistols and armor from HellRaisers. Giving up 13, that's a big number to give up for free. And I'm assuming Shiro does have that up thanks to Nafani. Wow.
Okay, Flash doesn't quite make it in, but Kalinka, all the same, does go down. JR able to get one. The return flash pretty solid there, but overall it is Gambit youngsters looking very strong indeed. As to be expected, but yeah, HellRaisers not putting up too much of a fight in Banana there. A little messy. The T's come out on top and now slowing things way down. We'll see what the deal is and whether they're able to find a way cleanly into the A-bomb site. It does seem like that is going to be the case, though, as the rotation coming through. Only Flaric to hold things down. Spots the shadow, but he jumps the gun a bit too early. Too trigger happy. They could drop Shiro here. I mean, this could kind of be worth, but he gets the first, and he's going to drop back. Knows how to play it. Nice and safe. Not taking any risks. Shiro on the Tech 9, spamming away. Really well played to find those 2 kills. And Gambit Youngsters up to 13.
There it is. 13 acquired. Double ops from HellRaisers. We haven't seen Clink on the op, but you can see how this is going to starve them from kits and utility once again. A full set makes a difference when you're trying to kill the clock on the CT side of Inferno. Now you have to justify it with turnover from these ops, don't you, Scriv? Investment and turnover. Important things needed to be considered from HellRaisers. And they'll play an op B, they'll play an op A. As a utility duel will rage on towards Banana. No one really getting an advantage off the rip.
Nice molly. I was just gonna say really solid utility usage.
Yeah, you're reading my mind, number one, which is kind of creepy. And number two, this is where I was going to say HellRaisers need a good mid-round. They have no info. JR flashed off the angle now, Script.
Oh, able to find the shot, though. He sticks around for a little too long. Meanwhile, problem on high. Also only good for 1. They're being kept even here by Gambit Youngsters. Shiro through their own Molotov. This really could catch them for a loop. He gets the shot, but not the frag. That is unfortunate. Really would have sealed the deal, I think, with that one. But all the same, 3-on-3 with a softened up Jalem. Not looking too good at all. Gambit Youngsters. Ready and waiting. Great little setup at the back of the site here. Hobbit, the first line of defense. He stays alive, able to drop Jalem. Shiro with the quick peek onto Kalinka. Red like a buck. And Flaric, who is the utility mule, is now left in this 1-on-3. Finds the head of the first, but they just have to wait. There's no time. He gets the AWP, but he might not even get out with it. He won't. Hobbit drops him. His Gambit Youngsters move up to 14. They will lose Shiro to the bomb there. But all the same, looking really good, and they have plenty of cash to buy back in. Meanwhile, HellRaisers do not have plenty of cash, so pause required. They need to work things out.
Up in smoke. Shout out to Cheech and Chong, legends. As Gambit Youngsters look to just convert this one. Nafanny's just going to buy a MAC-10. That, to me, screams a no. They're calling that it's going to be a hard save from HellRaisers. They know that if they invest anything over, like, $2,000, $2,500, they're going to be in weird situations. So, ooh. Okay, this buy is interesting from Kalinka. He's gone really deep into his pockets. JR buys head armor and a scout. It seems like the team's on 2 different pages here. It's like they want to play for OT, but at the same time... Yeah, I'm just going to be honest. I think this buy is really interestingly odd. You could have got away with pistol, some utility, which, yeah, it hasn't been working, but it's still worth trying. And then playing for 4 rounds into OT. Just questionable. And just look at the nades. They're punished for it right away. Nafi sprays 2 down, Scriv.
Well, the buy's not really worked out so well. Flaric is going to try his best to chime in with 1, not the second. The MAC-10 tearing it up right now. Meanwhile, Kalinka moving in with the auto shot. He's being held, immediately dealt with. All onto JR. Force buy has not worked out after a timely pause as well. Just nothing successful. Nafi comes in with a 4K on the MAC-10. He's laughing his way to the bank for sure. Gambit Youngsters kind of laughing their way to the bank as well, to be honest with you, Keith. Really looking good here. As, well, yeah, they've got 4 map and series points to play with. HellRaisers were looking pretty solid in that first half, but have dropped off quite massively into the CT side. Some of that down to the cash, sure. But I don't know, it just doesn't seem to be resonating quite as well with them here on the CT side.
Yeah, they're in some trouble, to put it lightly. No doubt. They get the op on JR. This buy is not as bad as I thought it might have been, but could have been better, right? Could still have the mollies, could have kits, everyone could have M4s. Instead, Kalinka's back-to-back shotgun rounds as Gambit youngsters look to sweep HellRaisers on a map that they may not be so competent on, but they have shown that they have found something clicking here. And the clutches kind of speak volumes as to how Gambit have been getting rounds on the board. Hobbit setting up a bit of an arch smoke. Inters will set up the Moto and or library. And away she goes. Jalem knows it, and there's something on its way. There's something brewing. As the clouds will roll in, there's surely a storm to follow, Script.
Yep, certainly is. His name is Hobbit, and he will drop him real fast. JR looking good in the pit, but there's another man above him. If he manages to survive this, okay. This is suddenly massive. Big 3K coming in, and yeah, I kind of saw it. Nafany missing his opportunity, giving his position away. Meanwhile, Axile dodges out on the first, but Problem checks the left-hand side. For some reason, Axile going to be so annoyed at that, and HellRaisers will manage to stay alive a little while longer. JR with that big 3K making it possible. This is so well done. An unorthodox angle for the AWP, but he reads it perfectly. And like I say, Nafany just misses his opportunity. JR with the quick no-scope. Solid stuff. 3 more to go.
Wow. Nafany even switches it up. He fakes that he's going to drop behind and drops to his side. And JR still comes out on top. This is a big round. The money on Gambit youngsters has become a problem. This could really determine how OT's looking or what we're shaping up like. Damage from HellRaisers in a round win would be slick. But with JR falling, Scriv, this is getting weird. Gambit youngsters with the first pick. Good trade from Kalinka, but of course Shiro is there for the trade. A trademark for Gambit is setting Shiro up for either the first or getting that immediate trade kill for his side. And Gambit youngsters, they look hungry. There is feet in the water, and they are looking to close this out, but Jalem is not going to let this slip.
Left low. Big nade damage coming in, though. Oh, and actually finished off. Jalem looking so good. All onto Shiro once again. He has to clutch up for Gambit youngsters. Molly goes in a pretty good spot there, able to drop Jalem back into a 1 versus 1. This would be absolute heartbreak if this is how they lost it. Time will tell. The clock running down, 25 seconds. Problem is happy to wait it out. The bomb, of course, has yet to be planted, so Shiro's got to make a move to go for that. He's hoping to be the one to catch the action, but it's just not going to happen for him. Problem is playing super patient, super safe, and very respectfully, of course. Fake plant coming in. Oh, and I think that's just given the time and the room that Problem needs.
Oh, wow, he didn't
Another
even
attempt
plant.
to the fake. Okay. I'm not sure about that second attempt. Problem just playing super passive in his head.
Yeah.
And they get the 13th like that. It's a little weird.
Well, what's brutal from that is Shiro needs to plant. Like, there's no ifs, ands, or buts. Like, you need this plant. You need the money for your team. Your loss bonus is nothing. It's 2 rounds. And you staying alive and getting no income is brutal. It makes your team have to buy around you, right? Inters downgrades, Tech9 for Hobbit. That may have just been what HellRaisers really needed, facilitated an overtime push script. Like, I'm not even kidding. That was just a mistake from Shiro, unfortunately an error. But HellRaisers will take it all the way to the bank. They're not gonna, no give backsies here.
Yeah, they're really gonna have to put the pressure on. Still kind of baffles me in a sense. A strange one for sure in that previous round, but we'll see. We'll see whether it does indeed come back to haunt them. A real slow beginning into round number 28. They'll start to move in straight into Kalinka. He's good for 1. Traded back. Axel doing a great job on those trade frags. The The 4-on-3 coming in. They don't even manage to find that second, actually. I thought the second CT player at the very least chimed in, but not going to be the case. So 4-on-3 looking really solid here. They've not even fully rotated people across. Problem looking to indeed live up to his namesake as he flits in towards Dark. They might not expect him here. They kind of do, though. Nade coming in, pre-fire as well. They must have heard him running in. And with that 4-on-2, the B-bomb site falling. HellRaisers, I don't know, dude. Why are you not rotating? Why are you not just gambling and going for it at this point? They'd love to save, but of course they're like, oh, wait, we lose this route? The game's over. Oh, I guess we got to go for it, guys.
Yeah, exactly.
Really seems weird to me why they're so slow on this rotation.
Only flashes on top of that. I'll try to get back into this. Flarench will lead the way. JR is going to try to find an op pick, and Gambit youngsters don't even have to peek. They can stand still in the original setup. The player caught off guard. Nafany gets dropped, and it's just JR left. He's about to get double peeked and put a button in it. That is that. 16-13 Gambit youngsters continuing the tear that we knew they were on. They're on a heater. Like, oh, their only loss recently is to Apex, and they take care of HellRaisers in what I would consider not a dominating factor.
into the action shortly here. They're looking pretty damn good in that sense. Yeah, I don't know. It's always a hype kind of game when you see the Brazilians play. Obviously bring a lot of passion to the game, which is always fun. But we'll see. We'll see.
And yes, I'm experiencing the exact same thing as you, to read your mind.
Yeah.
Yes. Don't worry.
We're a little blind at the moment, I think is the best way of putting it. Oh! Okay, all good. All good. They heard production are on it like a carb on it.
Oh,
anyway.
They're the mans.
Into the action we go here as Minio trying to get a bit of information early here with this P250. Does a bit of damage, able to back away at the very least. He kind of feels that there's a lot over on that A bomb site, so let's be hitting B. KNG going to come in with the first frag. He and Taco to hold things down here. They've dropped in. They do kind of have the B control, but they don't have the manpower to work with here on the Wisla Krakow side. Ponchek will come through for the first, but beyond that, it's not really looking too good. The bomb's being dropped in no man's land 4-on-3. You would think MiBR should be able to clean things up from here. Bomb does go down, but the gap just kind of closing. The Glocks are really going to have to pop off. An awkward fight. Ponchek just win it, but the trade's coming back in thick and fast. Spiro could be the difference maker. Almost catches Fur reloading. Not going to be the case. All down to Minio and Fur cleaning up house. We'll find that pistol round for MiBR.
That was really cool. What facilitated that for MiBR to go for that? And it felt like a very prolonged round, and it's because it kind of was. It was KNG staying alive towards Catwalk for as long as he did, right? Applying that constant pressure, not allowing those Ts to push up into market for free, not allowing them to get Catwalk control. KNG was the factor that allowed them to just kind of ice them out, retake, wait out that market smoke, and allowed Fur to just walk out and get 3 kills. So good on KNG to live. And of course, it helps when you find the first player towards A ramp and get some info and an early rotate. So Krakow with a bomb plant, not going to be buying. They are going to be full saving, getting those AKs out next, as per it goes for most T sides. After you get a bomb planted and pistol and you lose it, MiBR buying some SMGs to make some cash, Scriv. And it'll be interesting to see how hard of a bonus MiBR are going to be trying to pull off in the next.
Yeah, I feel this is really a place for them to test a lot of that water, I suppose. Wow, okay, that's a nasty little flick for Jedka. Okay. Looking pretty crispy on the Deagle here. They do have to be careful. Fur and KNG chiming in. 3-on-2 though, and Ponchek is just not really missing at the moment. This is looking really good from the two of them in this 2 versus 2, by the way. Bomb does go down. I think they can be happy with how close this has come so far. Jedka with a great angle, but Taco playing it well, creeping in, baiting out the shots. They know where this final player is, but my god, the Deagles are looking so good. KNG does manage to drop him. Holy, though, that comes so very close against the Deags.
I guess that kind of answers my question to what's MiBR's buy going to look like in the next. The Krakow get 2 rounds back-to-back bomb planted, right? 800, 800, plus they jump up to $2,900 loss. This buy is as full can get, and MiBR are going to be hurting. These Deagle shots are nasty. I mean, that one on CT, Fallen did not stand a chance. And that's really good damage out to MiBR. In this round, where if they only lose 2, right, they'd have full M4s across the board. Instead, they're stuck with 1 kit. At least Fallen has his op. But the buy power is in the Krakow side, Scriv.
Yeah, hopefully very early on, MiBR realize respect, I think, needs to be shown across. That was really good stuff from them. But like you say, the buy just ever so slightly stronger here for the T side. Hoping to indeed find themselves that opener. Nice little shoulder peek. This setup is deadly though. KNG ready and waiting. Fallen going to go for a wide peek. The molly coming in. Smoke needs to go down onto that fast. It might not have been fast enough. They are really set up for Ponchek to come in for a couple, and well, that is to be the case. Hades and Ponchek going to find the openers. 5-on-3. straight out of the gate. That underpass setup does not work at all.
Oh, Fur had a moment where he could have got the drop. Instead, just going to be the Krakow boys waltzing into B. Fur gets a dink. Good entry frag coming in, however, from pawn check. That alone, the site. Bomb can get planted, and Krakow will get a round on the board, Scriv. Matter of time with the shots they've been hitting, and they do it with 4 alive. Now, the issue being, Minio has to try to get the op back that Hades lost, and it seems like it won't be a problem. TRK is just going to tuck into Firebox, and if he can carry over the Swass, that would be really neat, but his team in the next won't really have anything. And in fact, it's probably a double save. So even if TRK dies, I think they're just going to force anyhow. They're only on 1 round loss, Scrivs, so really grim start from MiBR. You win pistol with what you want, but you just take so much damage in the second that you win. It just sets up Krakow beautifully to really build a bank and get a good momentum shift. I mean, just look at their money, right? Look at the money from MiBR. They have to buy here. It's a double save. I mean, this is the perfect bounce back.
Yeah, this is really solid stuff. For sure. I'm gonna go for it though. Obviously, Fallen ecoing things out here, not really wanting to spend that much, and he takes a lot of damage early on. See whether MiBR can clap back with the Deagles. Kind of would expect them to find some damage here, in all honesty. But Wisla playing really well, just their own game, kind of confident. I think they too, in the way that, you know, I spoke about MiBR using this as a bit of a learning experience. I think they can obviously do the same. Oh, smoke dissipates. Not able to find anything. Spiro comes in from short. Will drop him. I think with that opening frag and with Fallen being low, they should be able to convert off the back of it.
Yeah. They have a nice setup here towards B. Kind of primed to find an early push off catwalk from Shapiro. And there you have it. KNG's Deagle. It rings true. And so dance around the site. Pawn check. Wanting to push up. And if Taco gets a good timing, which he will, MiBR's Deagle's starting to clap back. But I love this from the boys. The Polish boys running just right up connector. Calling the bluff. But they just went too slow. TRK doubles in. Grabs the op for Fallen. And how the tables have turned. MiBR get it done with Deegs and a scout. And that's the difference, I suppose. You can never really count MiBR out in any round here.
I think that's kind of the difficulty, isn't it, really? The fact that these are the types of rounds, I think, where they have a weak bye, where they can play a bit riskier and just rely on their individual prowess. I think those are the rounds that Wisla are going to end up dropping, if I'm honest. So, certainly a tough one. Still able to buy back in, though. See what they can get done off the back of it. It does look like a very basic A execute. Nothing too fancy. They look to find themselves, well, a bomb plan at the very least. Some damage would be good for the first line of defense, though. And this man has been playing so very well recently. Unfortunately, just good for 1 in at Sandwich. Might be enough, might not. Oh, the flick doesn't land from Hades. Kind of important that it did, but he will miss that shot, and I think that's going to give, you know, the strong advantage and, yeah, the chance across that the CTs need. He does eventually get 1, but left very low indeed. Still that 1-man advantage, now a 2-man advantage. Looking damn good for MiBR. One check, the only one left, and he just peeks straight into KNG on that recovered AWP. So it will be a 4th round coming through.
So I was curious as to where I saw Hades from, and Scriv, it throws back some memories. He used to play on Aves and then had a trial on AGO before landing in this Krakow team. So interesting that I did remember his name coming up at some point. Keep an eye on him because I think he is a big part to the Krakow success. While MiBR, however, throw themselves up to 4 rounds. Fallen has the op. There's AKs in play. And MiBR just look to transition this round nice and smoothly, trying to avoid any hiccups and bumps, which these deagles from the Krakow boys have been able to deal before. Fur not getting spotted, and luckily so. Good night, Hades, as KNG has kind of had this catwalk control under his thumb nearly every round.
Once again, these deagles really proving to be troublesome. KNG, though, nice and clean. Fallen steals the third, but that double just really crisp, not panicking at all. MiBR will be up to 5 very quickly. It has turned back in their favor, and they look to continue the trend. And you can just see, playing on another plane of confidence. I think it is something a player like KNG is really going to enjoy, being the overdog, as it were. Just make life real hard if you're Wisla. Meanwhile, into the next round, Wisla will be on a pretty strong buy. No AWP in play, interestingly enough. Hades going towards the Krieg. Early nade damage onto a lot of players here, but other than that, pretty quiet opening exchange.
Yeah, just good damage. Fur grabs the op. We all know the rule. It's almost like the unspoken rule at this point. Not the unspoken rules of baseball, the ones of Counter-Strike. As Fur will grab that damage dealt to these Wisla boys. And Shapiro's just going to re-smoke window, not wanting to mess around with anyone who may be lurking or hanging around too long. The ladder player gets a flash into peak. And MiBR backs to the wall, right? One in ladder, one stuck in window. They're going to have to make a move for info here soon. Fallen understands this. KNG, well-timed smoke to just cut off the middle players, and that allows Fallen to take an opening peek here. Scriv, he's even able to escape. Really heads up.
Remaining Wisla players looking to move into this A-bomb site. They are somewhat in, but I think a false sense of security, really. Fallen backed up by Fur should be able to hold down Palace at the very least, and well, a quick position for him to peek in, and there it is. Really trade after trade after trade, to be fair, but of course that initial advantage is solid enough. Do need to be careful. Hades on this Krieg, always kind of deadly to see a sneaky Krieg in play these days. Looking for more, not able to find it though. Taco will take him down, and the 6th round for MiBR certainly a bit closer there, and considering it was a 5-on-3, I thought that position from Fallen, that position from Fur would be enough to just clean up house, but they did trade back well moving into the A site.
Good time for a pause if you're the Wisla boys, right? You've been able to cheat that one round where you kept 4 alive on the bonus from MiBR. And since then, it's been all MiBR across the board. Last round, honestly, you can summarize it up to just the level of team play MiBR have. Fallen's in trouble. He has help from a ladder player who's kind of cheated there a bit early. And KNG using his utility to facilitate Fallen to take a peek. Then KNG works off of his own smoke to find another. And that is just team communication through the roof at a tier 1 level. Supporting each other non-stop. Really cool to see. The Wisla boys going for a bit of a force Scriv, and that means the dreaded B site is about to be tested. Fur will sneak in a catwalk. 2 players on B this time from MiBR, because they have a feeling. And it's not a Black Eyed Peas song either.
Pretty good one, to be fair.
It's a pretty good song, yeah.
Yeah, I think they're coming in very flat and transparent at the moment. Wisla, you know, the last comprehensive rifle round that we saw from them, where they took things slowly, they didn't really work the map, didn't really bait out any utility. They just come in with an execute over the top. They're doing the same here on towards B. And it is just very flat. Flashes are all available. KNG standing strong. Even if he goes down here, there's 2 more players on the site itself. They chime in for a kill apiece. But, yeah. Wisla just, I think, very, very, very transparent, and MiBR are making mincemeat out of them. As to be expected in a sense, but it would be nice to see Wisla... I don't know, some of the early confidence that we got from them in the first few rounds seems to have dwindled. And this is their map pick, so you'd kind of expect them to have, at the very least, a good game plan. Whether it works or not is another question. But just sitting outside of B, just sitting outside of A against Tier 3 opposition is very rarely going to work.
Yeah, and I guess this is the best team the Wisla boys have played, so there's going to be a bit of a difference in pacing. Like, the MiBR boys are going to quickly pick up on your weak points. Okay, they're not holding connector. That's why we got a flash swing there out of Fur, right? Like, MiBR picking up on the little nuances of the Wisla default and really starting to take advantage of it. Not only that, but the way MiBR have used their utility, which is, by the way, is a heavy tier 1 talent type of mentalities, they've used their utility to their advantage. They facilitated saving teammates, making plays around the utility to a T. So this is something the Wisla boys probably haven't been able to run into in scrims or practice. I mean, maybe little bits of it, but not at this level. So it's just such a big shock, I'd imagine. Fur should get traded, but that's exactly what I'm talking about. Fur doubles in, gets out, smoke blooms bottom connector, and he's out like a bandit. Unreal play there from Fur. Wisla boys now down 2, trying to come out to the A site here, Scriv.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing is just a lot of the fundamental flaws that Wisla have in comparison to MiBR. Not that they, you know, objectively have those flaws, but like, as we've talked about a lot over the past few days, I shouldn't laugh, but Shapiro panicking for sure. I think he could have had the one, and then the second guy peeks, and he just, you know, is shaky, hits his space bar. That's awkward. That is very awkward. But as we said, over the past few days, like I was saying, the pound for pound matchups, and I mean this one's just wildly outweighed. And I think that's all we're seeing really is the difference in mechanical skill between the players. I really do hope though that Wisla take away and learn from this matchup. Yeah, it's just like that. It's like, what do you do, man? He's just faster than you. He's been in that situation so often. And where MiBR have maybe started to struggle in recent months. I mean, they've been on a struggle for a while, but recently it does seem to be coming to a head. Fur has remained consistent. I mean, I talk him up there. He does get clapped by the Tech 9. Should be, yeah, an easy cleanup. It is indeed. Fallen, meanwhile, holding the site itself. Do, of course, still have that AWP in play for Hades, but it's going to be dealt with quickly. So there we are, 4-on-2. Wisla trying to go for a speedier attempt onto the A-bomb site. I imagine predicated off the back of finding Fur. And it doesn't work out.
Yeah, it's just Shapiro left, 35 HP, trying to find TRK. And instead of finding AK, maybe a favorable fight. There you are, good headshot in. As we always say, any damage is good damage. That nade literally hit him in the nose. Probably broke his nose even before it blew up. 9-1 from MiBR. That was a hero op for Hades, so it's not going to leave him much this round. Just light armor and an AK, not even electing to go head armor Galil, which would allow him to get more utility. And again, maybe you're just caught up in the game, right? You're just buying, you're trying to keep up. MiBR playing a really sound CT side, aggressive on their terms, right? Their site holds, you can see their setups are well tested, as it should come at no surprise. Fallen makes the jump and a quick snappy reaction onto Shapiro. He is gone and out of the server for this round as MiBR continue this, what you could call Brazilian plow, Scriv.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. It is somewhat fun to watch and to just see how, when a top level team is fully confident, how they actually look to approach the game. Like, I'm sure this is how they would love to play the game all the time. And some of these things we might see at top level, but obviously not to the same amount of success, and then they have to adapt their game to the team they're playing against. And sometimes they just can't do so fast enough. I think that G2 result, right? Really resonating with them over the past few days. So a tournament like this, to be fair, will maybe give them the reset that they need. Ooh, okay, Ponchek with a nice catch as he does get in behind KNG. However, TRK in at dark, just going to make it all the more difficult for him. He has to ace. Does get the quick moves, but I think he's been heard here. I'm going to go peeking into the AWP in just a second. All right, nicely timed smoke coming in. Trying to go for the bomb plant. There is definitely a player towards the back end. He recognizes that. Here's the player, meanwhile, in the apartments. Trying his best, but Fallen is just not biting. Yeah, comes in real slow, real methodical, not giving his position away until the perfect moment. And, I don't know. Definitely a doable 1-on-3. If he finds that player in the apartments, I think it is doable for him. But not going to be the case. MiBR up to double digits, and feels like we've only been here for about a quarter of an hour. So they're really making quick work of Wisla.
Yeah, we haven't been here long, and this game's going on for 17 minutes, give or take. And Wisla right back to the Tech 9s. It's worked for them in the past, getting a couple kills here and there, but this time it's going to be KNG double up, as I mentioned, an MiBR specialty. And it's making an appearance on Mirage. KNG with the first. The flick is off for the second. He's going to feel pressured, but look at the rotates. Fur's already in through market door and out the door, participating, and so is Taco. Sure, they'll lose 2 players, but Hades doesn't really have a chance, does he? As Fallen will cut him down. Don't even bother trying to grab the second op. As may I say, Fallen's boot camp beard is coming in beautifully.
Yeah, man.
Hockey players have playoff beards. CS players have boot camp beards.
Indeed. Oh, there he is, the big man. You see him in the background.
E-mode, our man.
Our guy. Shout out. I don't know whether he's listening. I would imagine not. I'm trying to get
Probably
some video
not, yeah.
content. But cool guy. Fallen, also cool guy. Cool, calm, and collected, it seems, to be honest with you. Just playing the contact up so often and so successfully. Love this as well. KNG being a bit flexible. Again, trying new things. Jedka probably expecting a man to be there, but not the AWP. That's why he goes so quick, so wide, and on his own without a flash. Wow.
Do you see the change in this round, by the way? It's a big setup change. Playing Fur in the window because they want to get aggressive towards A. So they leave Catwalk a little unprotected, a little unsheltered, and just letting Taco know, hey, you're going to have to spot your Catwalk. Not breaking the vent early, which means this window player can just sit there. Fur can just sit and wait and hold for window. 2 players get aggressive on A, and Fallen just plays Overwatch with the op. It's such a cool setup. And just the slightest change from MiBR catches Wisla completely off guard. And of course, KNG peeking into Palace is a sure sell sign that Cat is free. And Fallen just comes back and clears it because he knows that Shapiro has that info that KNG was towards Palace. And Ponchek last alone, and just too many MiBR members stand between him. And just the littlest change from MiBR, it just makes all the difference.
Yeah, again, I think it just comes into the caliber of the opponent. No offense to Wisla, but the fact that they feel super confident in this matchup, they are going to try some spicier stuff. And it works out. It works out really, really well. Like you say, it looks cool. It's a big change. And it was a bit of a masterclass. Like, the AWP's doing so much work, covering so much ground.
Yeah, 1 off at a tier 1 level is hard enough to deal with. Now you have to deal with 2 in KNG and Fallen, both who could be the primary easily. It's so brutal.
And like,
the utility sets them up beautifully too. It's just such a different beast.
Both of them are so aggressive as well.
Oh?
Okay, hold on. One more? Oh, unlucky. I think they may just be able to come back here on the Brazilian side of things. Maybe I spoke too soon. Was that Ponchek with the... No, okay, he was coming in from default. I was going to say the falling double dink. What was that? Flank coming through from Fur, though. This is really fast. Oh, it's being watched by Jedka. However, and they will manage to do it beyond the pistol. That is their first round. The flank unsuccessful. Fur, I suppose, biting off a bit more than he can chew, not quite checking all his angles. I
guess that's the situation when Wisla, like, okay, we're in trouble. We need to pull out a simple A execute strat out of pocket, something we know that works, something we can rely on, and they immediately just go into a simple A execute. They get the opening frag and fall, and the rest kind of snowball and fit into place. So, well, good on Wisla to immediately just go into something that takes confidence and aim duel heavy. And already into this round, Fur is gone. Fallen's about to be pressured. There's KNG. They now know he's back towards Cat, so they're feeling like Connector should be free, and they'll catch Fallen napping. But look at TRK. Hasn't played here yet. Scriv, I don't think he gets checked.
Oh. Nearly the double. Nearly the double. And nearly getting taken down before he even found anything. So I guess getting, you know, that middle ground. Regardless. 2-on-2. Wisla definitely looking a little more comprehensive in these past couple of rounds. Bit more confident. Really cool to see. Taco, though, yeah, just waiting for that. You walk straight into his trap, Spiro, mate. And Minio going to be the only one left. He knows where one guy is at, has a vague idea of the second, but really doesn't know where to go. Taco has moved away, but still holding a very similar angle, just a slight offset of it. Oh, has he spotted him here? I don't think so. Doesn't really matter. He walks straight into his crosshair. Anyway, read like a book. Really nice stuff from Taco towards the tail end of that one. 13-2 meanwhile for MiBR. Very strong, very dominant. This is the pick of Wisla. But I just think, as we've been saying throughout, heavily outgunned, heavily outmatched, and MiBR are not messing around today.
No, they have been boot camping for, I don't even want to take a guess, probably quite a while out here. Playing in 9 to 5 this time around, making a run, and probably it goes without saying, the best team out of all of the teams in a 9 to 5 this week. And Wisla has the luck of drawing them here. So 13-2 on your own map pick. You jump over to the CT side. It honestly is a bit easier on the CT side against tier 1 teams purely because you can play your comfort zone. You can control the pace on Mirage. Doesn't mean the game's going to get easier, but it does feel a bit nicer to be able to be the person holding the angles and taking the fights on your terms, just like this from Hades. Doubles in, flash from a teammate. Fur will put him down. But you know what? There's a chance, Scriv. There's a chance.
I mean, we'll see. We'll see. They are certainly looking good. A lot of utility available here as well. Would love to see some of this come out from Jedka. Minio, meanwhile, going to chime in for Taco. So all onto Fur and KNG. All onto KNG. They know where he is. He's trapped in. He has to move for the bomb. He's left low here. So 4 players surely just spam him down in the body. Yeah, he's just being watched really, really well. Wisla with some nice pistols, to be fair to them. It's, you know, 66% of the rounds they've won so far. No bomb plant for MiBR. So really, really decent round, actually. Credit to them. But you can just see it, maybe a little messy. They're not really respecting the fact that a player could come in from window. Oh, well, I think they were, but not respecting the fact that he could kill them.
Well, the thing about respect is it's not given, it's earned, Scriv.
True.
So the Wisla boys are going to have to win a few more rounds for MiBR. Start treating this like the match that the Wisla boys want them to treat it like, right? So going to have to grind for that. Going to have to get up a couple more rounds. And first and foremost, going to have to get through this force buy from MiBR. As Taco gets laid out, only the one. The M4 from Hades, you need to find a kill there. That can't happen. Good thing Shapiro has your back. He'll double in. He's kind of role-playing as KNG here this time around. As Mino pushes out. Again, a solo adventure, but is now backed up by his teammates. And Fur shouldn't even get one. I don't think that he will. So there you have it. They'll lose one M4. I think it might have even got picked up. And there you go. Maybe some respect will start to be given as MiBR have to take a save. But again, it has to be earned. You can't just expect MiBR to give you that sort of, you know, mutual competition feel. But again, a bit easier on the CT side because you can play your setups. You get a peek on your terms. Not all the time, but you can control your fights a bit more cleanly against tier 1 teams. In comparison on the T side, you have to peek into them and you're fighting into the double op. So more of a chance on the CT side without a doubt. That's a good confidence spray from Hades. I'm looking forward to seeing more of that.
Yeah, I mean, it's cool stuff so far, but for me, would be interested to know, it seemed like the pistol that they were going for on the T side of things was a little unorthodox and seemed to be, you know, kind of fresher and newer and whatnot, so maybe that plays into it. But yeah, definitely finding some confidence, having some good isolated moments, albeit against eco frags. I think they'll take what they can get. Meanwhile, the rifles now come into play. We see Fallen on the AWP as soon as. No AWP out for Wisla. So this is going to be a little tough in that sense, and the aggressive style that he loves to employ, particularly in a matchup like this, I think will be very difficult to deal with. But we'll see. Maybe if they win this one, this is where Wisla, you know, they start to make us believe. Meanwhile, MiBR would, I think, be looking to shut things down pretty quickly here. Spotted out, playing the all-contact B. Taco's out fast, but Taco's dealt with fast. They're not ready for the second man. However, Ponchek from the side is able to retain the man advantage key. 4-on-3. Gets a little giddy. Fur looking at Fallen, looking for more as Fur is left low. This certainly is going to be difficult, but 3-on-3. Rotations are in. Fallen in a great spot, looking to contact once again. He has, however, missed the mark. All onto KNG in the 1-on-3.
Well, it's a 1v2. Bomb is down in what I would classify a awful spot. How do I classify that? Well, no utility for KNG to get it. And even if they had some, it would still be very difficult for him to get close. It's on the other side to get right. So KNG just playing the timing game here. The longer he takes, they could think, okay, it's marked at 100%. And it just takes a small window of opportunity for KNG to get out here and find a pick. He's going to have to fight this catwalk player first and then deal with the backside player, but he's flying blind. He'll find the first. That's a freebie for KNG. Now looks towards backside. Really unsure where the axe could be. He'll isolate the fight. 30 HP. Make it down to 8. One bullet is all it will take. A headshot from KNG is what he needs. 5 seconds. He'll drop down. The CT peaks, and KNG has done it. Add assault into the wound. And it seems like that respect is gone. 14 for MiBR. The Wisla boys buy the double up back, Scriv. It's immediate buyback, because you have definitely had to hit that emergency button. Break out all the stops, because you cannot let this happen.
He's so low, man. Surely you just wait. Surely you just chill. But pressure mounting on Wisla, really, and getting to them, unfortunately. MiBR looking to clean up shop here. One more buy to get through, and then it'd be a force to stay alive from Wisla. So kind of need to be winning this round. Minio left pretty damn low. I suppose lucky to get away. Meanwhile, in Palace, they look to burst. Interested to see how it goes down. We do also have a player moving in through connector in the form of KNG. There comes the flash. So very blind over at Tetris. Fallen making quick work of Jedka. Hades, meanwhile, still alive at CT. And does look decent while doing so. He's already dropped one. Looking for a bit more, perhaps. But it's kind of a weird one. It's like they've lost that left-hand side of the A-bomb site. Looking to try and fight back for it. It's not going to work out, though. Hades drops. I think he was really the danger man, both in terms of the consistency and the positioning. Meanwhile, AWP shot does land onto Fur. Doesn't find the frag onto him. Minio not as clean as his counterpart, Hades. And, well, Spiro probably just going to look to save. Would love a miracle round. It's just not going to happen for him. He's too far away from the action. KNG does show a bit too much in the end. Nice little bit of trigger discipline, I suppose. But the round itself definitely over and go in the way of MiBR. So 10 map points to play with.
Yeah, that's quite a few, isn't it? For apps are kind of his go-to spot. He's going to be able to catch that player off. 15-5. Wisla. Double ops don't work, and their last buy, well, it could be their last buy. Their map pick is Deagles and a Tech 9. MiBR have shown up, as you could say, and have played their game to a T. Haven't given much of anything to the Wisla boys at all in terms of aggression, in terms of mid-rounding, in terms of utility. Like, there hasn't been many gaps in this MiBR T and CT side. It has been played at the level in which I expect MiBR to play at, if anything, Scriv. And if anyone expected anything different, I have a question for you. How long you been watching CS, I suppose? Right? Like, where are you? Are you from Overwatch? What's your game, you know? But, that being said, if Chaos can beat MiBR, there's always a chance for the Wisla Krakow boys to maybe give it a shot, give it a go. You catch them on an off day, everyone is beatable, Scriv, and that's the beauty of CS.
Yeah, I mean, that is true. The unpredictability of it. I don't know. I sometimes refer to it as like the beautiful game of esports. That's what they call football, you see. So
the beautiful game
soccer.
Of yeah.
And I think it kind of has a lot of things that it can share, actually, with football. Deagle looks good for one for Minio, but they are cleaning up house here, moving towards the B-bomb site, looking to avoid it, looking to finish the game here and now. They have themselves the advantage, but Minio, again, on the Deagle, finding another. He's not been having the best of games, in all honesty, to him, but if he can keep them alive a little while longer with those 2 frags and now 2 retrieved AKs, they might just thank him for it. We'll see. No kits available, of course. All coming in from the same angle. I think soon this will become apparent to MiBR. Shots ringing off. Nothing quite landing just yet, but keeping them at bay, initially anyway. Okay, all going to be on to TRK meanwhile. Where's the communication on that? That's really awkward. Minio nearly fluffs it up, but will manage to stay alive. Finishes off his 3K, gets the defuse in just about, or is it a bit too close? I'm not sure.
Yeah, he's got it.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, little close, but Wisla will stay alive for another round.
Whew.
Yeah, that was weird, man. I don't know. You could just see. I'm not sure if we'll get a replay of it, but like Minio comes in. I think he had his knife in hand. Thankfully, TRK ran out of ammo, but like the comms must be so panicked. You know what I mean? The guy that died from that angle died quite early on, and it just didn't seem to make its way to Minio until he actually saw the guy.
That's the one part of TRK's game, by the way. He's very snappy, and it seems like he's a high-sense player all over the place, all the while. Hold the point as connector gets shut down. No entry. No tickets purchased for that ride, and they get tossed off, not allowed in. Minio and Jedker able to lock that down there, Scriv. And as I was alluding to, that's the part of TRK's game which I think could use some work. He's very snappy and quick aiming. I think if he actually slowed it down a little bit, just from what I've seen so far, he'd be just more consistent. And he has his games where he pops off, but at times seemingly a bit too quick for my liking. But hey, everyone has their style. I mean, look at Art on Furia, right? Like that, if the whole Furia team as a whole, their quick pace is addictive to watch and kind of the most exciting. So I think TRK is almost there.
Yeah, I mean, this Brazilian scene's becoming known for it for sure, right? Their aggression and just using the mechanical skill that they have available. Yeah, Furia really making solid work with that kind of playstyle. And I think Art is like the most aggressive player and also like one of the most successful aggressive players. So he's really found a way of making that work. Either way, another round going the way of Wisla. 8 more to go to take us to overtime. A half buy coming in from MiBR. Early smoke. 5 deagles and a flashbang brought up by Fallen there just at the end of the buy period. So would probably expect to see Wisla picking up an 8th here. But these deagles throughout the game, to be fair to even the Polish boys, have been looking pretty deadly. So I think MiBR might not be safe to write them off just yet. However, Minio coming in with the first, getting a second. A lot of information in here. KNG does trade him back. Fallen as well. Quick headshot onto Hades. Oh, God. Okay. Oh, no. Jedka going to fall at CT. 3 on 2. let's not have this be the way that you end up losing things. The bomb plant was just about to come in there. It does get denied away. KNG's found himself an AWP, but he has no idea where he's getting shot from. The rotators will clean up house. But still, when you're on the comeback train, winning rounds cleanly, keeping a hand on your AWP is pretty important. So the fact that MiBR do so much damage is pretty good, actually.
Yeah, I think that means this round's going to be AWP-less. I think it is just that 1 AK and M4s. So that's kind of huge. Goes down. MiBR AK is across the board as they've saved for. They've been waiting for it. And it's straight back into just a 2-2-1 default. Minio besting Taco, however, in towards Palace. If that is anyone you want to take a fight against early, I suppose it is Taco. If you had to take your pick. And Fur trying to sneak his way on in connector. Being a man down early. Has lit the fire behind him, and he is going to be able to find Minio and escape. Sparrow, what can you do from this window position? KNG comes up, and he'll go right back down. Wisla right back up a man, but look at this damage coming in onto the CT side, Scriv.
Yeah, definitely worrisome, right? It could very quickly spiral out of control. Need going in deep. Nice bit of damage onto Spiro, making him even lower HP. Ponchek, meanwhile, going to fall over on B bomb site, drawing rotations, right? Keeping the CTs guessing. TRK is left pretty low after that exchange. But all the same, there's only one guy here. They're really not sure. He's playing kind of safe. Will go for the wide swing. Drops fallen. Brilliant stuff. TRK does trade him back. Fur, meanwhile, hanging around on the backside. Information coming in. Spiro half-assedly checking behind him. But Fur, it's all about timing, really. Hoping to spot him. Not going to be the case. Flank coming in. Meanwhile, Spiro, nice and confident through the smoke, will drop TRK. And now Fur is miles away from the bomb. They don't quite expect this of him. But in the smoke, Tap comes in. Actually going to get off it. No, okay. The hold will continue from Spiro. The defuse should come in nice and easy. It does indeed. Fur's just too far away from the action. Actually goes down. So yeah, I'm not so sure. The hold on the back end from Fur, maybe he expected a bit more action. It just didn't come his way.
Fallen giving some words here. As I've been on the precipice of the sneeze for 2 minutes and it finally fades away. What an interesting feeling that is. MiBR setting up some utility towards the A side of things. I think they're going to do the boost molly after TRK throws his smoke. If I had to guess. As they will set up A smokes. CT for Fallen. There's the first molly. Are they going to do the boost molly? Seems like I'm wrong, but that's okay. TRK will lead the charge here on entry, Scriv. 2 players from Wisla worrying about connector. They're really concerned about this being a split, and they are right.
Spiro picks up KNG, though, so back into a bit more of a doable situation. It's kind of crazy. They're trapped in mid and window. I don't think they're ready for how advanced the T's are. Jed confident, swings out, takes down TRK. May well be all in vain. They almost stack on top of each other. That could have been awkward. Not going to be the case. However, the kills are coming in for the CT side here. Wisla are certainly giving them a good run for their money. Wow, the confidence from some of these players really coming to a forefront. 5 more to go, and with no bomb plant, MiBR will just have to save. Maybe a half buy. So another round for Wisla, you would think.
Hey, you know what? 5 more rounds, and this one is what you would consider a transition round. Just some deagles, some scouts, a little bit of danger, but relatively on the lower ends of the scale. This isn't over. By any means, isn't over. And if we make it to OT, that would be wild. Not going to start to believe until typically 13 is kind of the number where I'll get invested emotionally, because I just don't like getting my heart broken, Scriv. It's happened too many times. And I'm not just talking about video games. It's tough out here.
You really do be tough out here. But yeah, I kind of feel that as well. Getting, you know, on a serious note, getting too invested, it can be a little dangerous. Honestly, for Wisla as well, they need to chill. They need to be in the right mind frame, not getting too ahead of themselves, but also still believing. I think it's why it makes comebacks like this so difficult. If they'd have started this when it was like 13 rounds or 14 rounds, bit of an easier job for them, but all the way up to 15. Oh, does make it hard. Minio looking the wrong way at the wrong time. All good, though. Does manage to survive. Jedka helping him out, who is left awfully low, but MiBR just looking opposite directions. Hades chimes in for one as well. Not a single frag. Wisla really making mincemeat out of them there. Kind of has to be expected, but all the same, looking decent. Looking decent, and just a 2 or 3 more rifle rounds to go, really. It certainly is doable.
Well, they have the op advantage in Hades' hands. Fallen not prioritizing it. Hades missing a jump. Could come back to bite him through the molly. His teammate will put out for him. And they're going to go for an interesting little setup and connector for the time being. That corner rarely gets spammed. And Minio able to find Fallen. Good night through the smoke. Taco finds the other aggressive A-ramp player, which means Kanji's fight is also more important. And he'll walk away successful. As Fur starts to clear the site, Hades could be in some hurt. The flash will pop, and I think they know. Just a safe smoke to CT. Hades goes up. This should be covered. Taco caught with a molly, but the headshot is found, Scriv. And we're starting to tie that bow. Question is, will it tie it into a knot, or will we have to wait and it's just pawn check left? Maybe we'll just go ahead and finish this bow off now.
Yeah, I think that might be the case. They kind of vaguely know where he's at as well, coming in from CT. All the information that they have, you know, around the map, around the A-bomb site. It points to one place. He'll try above the smoke. Can't get it done, though. Fur will take him down. That will be that. Casual stuff from MiBR. Takes them a bit of time towards the end. Definitely getting a bit complacent, but they are happy. And as you can see, it's business as usual. Nothing too crazy to pick up the 16-11. Like I say, I think getting it up to 11 rounds, and Wisla certainly looking confident, getting the better of them in some of the rifle rounds even quite well, actually. So credit to them. Credit to them, and something to walk away with and work on. Clearly, it is the T side that needs a bit more. bit of a tough time to begin with for Wisla on Mirage on their own map pick, but they do manage to pull it back, picking up 11 rounds in the end, which I think is commendable for sure. The caliber of opponent here is pretty nasty. We saw that the whole way through with a 12-3 half, I believe, to begin with. Might even have been a 13-2 if I'm remembering incorrectly, but all the same, really good stuff from MiBR. We now move on to Train, their map pick. Not foreign for Wisla, but certainly going to be tough.
Yeah, I mean, you even just compare the opposition that Wisla has been playing on this map, and it's night and day to MiBR. You have to get through the double ops, which became very prevalent on Mirage CT's side for Fallen and KNG, and you know they're going to make an appearance here on Train, no doubt. The versatility that double ops give, right? And I want everyone to pay attention to MiBR's mid-rounding on Train. Some would say it's some of the best. I think this is a really strong map for MiBR. They're really good at mid-rounding for information on the CT side and just really decisive decisions on the T side. Really cool to see. And if you need to watch a team on how to mid-round on Train, I think it's a really cool team to be able to watch play this map specifically. So here we go, Scriv. Opening push from MiBR down Ivy. And, you know, could be in trouble. Taco going to trust in KNG as Taco's going to push all the way to stop sign. Spot 2 players at Old Bomb. And it's just all MiBR right now. KNG with the flank. He'll double in. It's Ponchak alone. His CZ claims 2. And hang on. They have pumped the brakes of MiBR.
Yeah, somewhat. I think that CZ definitely scaring them ever so slightly. Or if he'd have found that quick headshot, you know, he could have isolated the fights. It was well timed from Ponchek, but just not quite clean enough. The CZ not helping him in that sense. MiBR brute force their way out. Without a bomb plant, picking up the T-side pistol is usually a little crazy. But they managed to indeed force those fights and win them. So, off to a strong start.
It's a pretty strong start. Clean kills up until the CZ gets involved. And MiBR, they'll have strong defaults on the T side. And as I said, very decisive mid-rounding. And on the CT side, if they're down a man or lacking information, look for them to just play very aggressive. They like ladder, they enjoy E-box. They're not afraid of a fight on Ivy, specifically Fallen. He likes pushing down there with his op and playing around the smoke. Kind of one of the pioneers of aggressive opping on Train. Ponchak. Deagle in hand, full blind from the flash of Taco. You could kind of say the same, but he ends up cleaning it up in the end. And what else can these Eagles do from the back lane? Scriv as this bomb goes down.
Wow, I mean, if they can maybe take an AK away, that would be nice for them. Okay, Hades has crept in, gets the triple even. Oh no, it's all falling apart in the blink of an eye. A 1-on-4 for Fallen. Oh my goodness, there's no kit available. He could definitely play around the bomb. Playing it patiently, trying to play those mind games. The second tap comes in, he's got to make a move, and he knows it. Will push in, trying his best to deny, but he can't. Gets taken down. Wow, Wisla steal away that second round. I don't believe it. MiBR looked so good. They had the advantage. They move in, but a small lapse in judgment or something. I don't even know how Hades makes it in here. Absolutely insane.
My mind is blown, Scriv. That is a bounce back round if I have ever seen one. Really wild that worked out. And MiBR are left scratching their heads, confused by the action, down to pistols. Nades incoming. Sparrow, you might want to be careful. Minilo gets tagged up. He gets shredded by TRK. Fur with the Galil's found a kill. And this could get weird. Shapiro just throws himself to the wayside. 2 AKs and Jedkert and Ponchak remain from Wisla. And MiBR waiting for the reaggression, waiting for them to push into them. And this is where things get really hairy for both sides, really. They're kind of like counterplaying each other, waiting for who's going to aggress first. And it seems like MiBR obviously have to with this bomb in their back pocket.
Yeah, looking good. Ponchek evening things back up, or even finding the advantage. All going to be on Taco. Jedka covering his teammate's backside. And there you go. The AWP going to be retrieved. Certainly does come close. That individual prowess that we talked about on Mirage that, you know, was able to fight back, was able to swing a couple rounds back in their favor, does come into play there. But Wisla looking a bit smoother, I suppose. It's still kind of difficult. Still relies on an individual to step up. And the thing is, they're on the CT side of train here. I feel, of course, getting that strong start. They're also themselves, not to take away, they are a comfortable team. It's one of their most played maps. Maybe not the most successful in terms of win rate, but that kind of, you know, makes sense. The more you play it, the more, I guess, drawn out that win rate will become. But still, it's positive. So I think they're a decent enough side when it comes to train, and MiBR are going to have to be aware of that fact.
Well, bomb plant from MiBR would be pretty slick. The boosted deagle of TRK. Looking to find a home for the 7th bullet. And Hades not going to be flashed off. They'll just jump down. He'll take his one. And now he can just support and hold the cross. This should just get shut down easily as that. KNG hoping to find Sparrow, but not going to be the case. 3-1 for Wisla. MiBR from winning pistol to getting absolutely clapped. This is going to be the first real rifle round. AKs for 3. I'm looking at Fallen's money. Yeah, not an op. So just AKs and select utility on certain players. And I have a feeling this is either going to be a set piece for MiBR or just right into the default because it's been a minute since you've had any rifles.
Bit hot for Fur. Oh. Got all the utility coming at him. Comes out a bit bruised. Bit more bruised. Okay, no, that only did 1 damage that time. Oh, the timing for Minio, that's so rough. Nearly catches them in the boost. Nearly catches KNG mid-air, but not going to be the case. What is going on here? 2 CTs at Sandwich. They seem to have shifted positions, I don't know, a little wild, but MiBR bring it down into a 1-on-5 for Spiro. Not going to happen here, I don't think. Bomb's gone down. Time is ticking. And MiBR with somewhat of a crazy turn of events. Like, I don't know what the weird swing was, where, like, they moved everyone from T-Con and Olaf into, like, Ninja? E-Box. I don't know.
Oh, he's picked up a kit, too.
Or... Okay. I mean, he doesn't know it, right? He doesn't know that there's, like, no one on the site. That's such a shame. He maybe could have gotten away with it. Doesn't have a smoke, but still, it could have been worth a shot.
Close, yeah. I think the Ivy player might have had him dead to rights, but hey, you take that off and you're content to just get out of the round at this point. Not a bad turnaround. Money you don't have to invest into it. And it may just be what Winslow need to justify a double op, really. I bet they're considering it. Yeah, and there you go. You don't have to invest twice into it. You only have to buy the one. It's enough to justify the purchase. And away we go. No FAMAS for Ponchek getting tossed over to Minio. Which tells me number 2 on the minimap is going to head either towards Ivy or ladder. And Ivy is the case. Will double ops be enough to slow down this default MiBR and really work a pick early? I mean, I hope so, right?
.125 left on the clock. MiBR have gained ground in Pop Dog. Looking to combine it with the T-Con to burst out. But it's Wisla getting proactive. Catching Taco off guard. Almost fallen as well. Softening them up. Hades, meanwhile, lovely stuff. He misses that first shot, but recovers it well. Man advantage now for the CT side. Looking pretty damn solid with the softened up HP bars of MiBR. This is certainly doable. The flashes are good, but the shots do not land unless your name is Hades. KNG going to be the only one left in the 1 versus 4 for MiBR. Wisla have come back with a statement in this round. Beautiful stuff so far. Certainly not cut and dry just yet, but the fact that KNG, of course, in this tough situation, bomb's really far away. He doesn't really know where any of them are playing at the moment, so it is going to be hard for him. 25 seconds to get the bomb down as well, so everything seems to be stacked against him right now. Hades gets aggressive, wants his 4K, of course.
Wow.
And he will get it. What a round.
Yeah, I mean, last map on Mirage, I said watch out for Hades. When he gets the op going, he's hard to stop. And I'm happy that's coming to fruition now. I mean, just look at the movement with this op. Well-timed shot while blind. He was just all over the place, not giving MiBR an inch to work with towards T-Con and under yard. He shut them down single-handedly with teammate support, of course. That's what you love to see from what I think is Wisla star player in their opera and Hades. Really cool stuff. And now MiBR back down AAK, some utility in their pockets. I mean, realistically, Scriv, they're aiming for 5-6 rounds on their T side, and their CT side will be their true bread and butter double op setups that will be hard to crack, but Wisla showing promise, and that's always nice to see from an underdog.
Yeah, it continues to come to a head as well. Advantage in this round. And there is an element of surprise in my voice, I suppose. Hades, again, looking so good. A rare missed shot from him, and another. He is making them a little difficult for himself, to be fair. But retaining the advantage here on the Wisla side of things. KNG is in that advanced position that they've got to be so wary of. Gets flashed off of it, though. And they have plenty of time to work with. It's just a question of how the T's respond. KNG left on 9 HP through the smoke, not looking good at all. He and TRK trying to push forwards, trading each other out, but is it going to be enough? Not looking too likely. Fallen has to do everything. Does get the one trade. Left in the 1-on-2. Not trying to give the game away. Defuse coming in, needs to peek now, and well, he was hoping that they would indeed be faking. Not going to be the case, because of course pros do not fake. And they will find themselves the 5th round. I think also when you have Fallen in a 1vx, it does seem like he's trying to outbrain them. He did it in the pistol as well, I think, or maybe it was the 2nd round. Yeah, it was the 2nd round against the Deagles. He just stood there and, you know, hoped they were faking. Wisla are in their heads, not faking at all.
Again, Fallen with a Deagle. Is this back-to-back rounds where someone on MiBR had a Deagle Scriv? I think it was Fur before, now Fallen. An opening pick from Wisla. KNG gone. Sparrow makes it work beautifully with a secondary op. What does this mean? It means Wisla can keep this op of Hades towards his B site. He'll dance around the top of the trains and come support his rifler towards ramp. Pawn check's gonna go as soon as the smoke fades, and Fallen's gone. It's TRK and Fur. And MiBR leaving some gaps that Wisla are filling beautifully. The off-tempo aggression, the opening picks with the aggressive secondary op. I mean, it is just all a thing of beauty.
Yeah, they really do have the number of MiBR here. Someone, I don't know, maybe a pause needs to come in and you know, they need to work around this. It's kind of crazy. Certainly, you know, the CT side more prominent and whatnot, and like we said, Wisla not foreign to this map. All the same, I would maybe expect them to keep it competitive. You also have to look as well, the victories that MiBR have picked up on this map generally are coming down to the T side. Only by a few percent, but all the same, it maybe doesn't bode so well if Wisla are going to make that T side difficult. No bomb plant coming in, so we'll see. Okay, no, we won't. I was going to say we'll see an eco, but or a half buy. We've got a hero AK from Fur, and then a half buy from the rest. So I mean, this is not a terrible idea. They've maxed out that loss bonus, so if they get a bomb plant here, it's not the end of the world for Fur going into the next. And well, he is confident moving forwards, looking for 3. Does just escape him, but I think the damage has been done, and the CT's under severe pressure. Minio good for 1, but that is all. Spiro in the back lane's able to find another, so it is being kept even. Ponchek on a bit of a flank, but his timing not ideal. Spiro gonna drop, so it's all onto Ponchek on said flank, which it looks like they have an idea of. Fur does go down. Taco surely should find this, and he does. Ponchek is not quite accurate enough. MiBR pick up the pace to get their third.
I mean, it came down to a 1v1, so not the most confident third, is it? But these entries from Fur, really unmatched. I hope they're getting his good side. Then again, both sides from Fur can be considered good, in and out of game. Big lounging as they're looking for their fourth on this T side. Plenty of cash in the Wisla bank accounts to allow these double ops to come out once again. MiBR looking to go back-to-back victory rounds as TRK will sprint to the back of green. An off angle from Jedker as he uses that smoke to his advantage. Shapiro is here. Shapiro able to get the first through the smoke. Minyo gets involved and you blink and you miss it. It's KNG alone. And what is that from Wisla? May I add, they countered MiBR, which, by the way, that's MiBR's coveted quick outside hit. They held that beautifully. That works typically well the first time. The second time it starts to get countered. But the way Wisla saw those smokes coming in, they knew exactly what was happening. They played around back of bomb, worried about TRK first because they know the pathing, and then deal with the rest after. Just gorgeous stuff there from Wisla. I'm impressed.
Oh, awkward. Fur gonna catch off Spiro. Jedka does trade him back. But they tried once again with this hero AK play. It's not gonna work this time around. Wisla are ready. Very ready, in fact. Jedka creeping in. Oh, perfect timing. Almost a double spray down for him. I suppose the very least getting the one there is always a result here for the T side of things. Fallen, the only one left, does manage to find the head of one. Onto an AK, almost spraying down Hades, but Hades is quick on the reaction to take him down. The 8th for Wisla coming in.
They're making a jump, aren't they? On the CT side, keeping MiBR at bay. Fallen really hasn't had too many chances to get this off on the T side and really work anything. In fact, a couple times he's only had a deagle, and this round a Galil. So the buys from MiBR have been hit or miss, more down than up, and they're gonna try it again. Fur with the pathing this time, he'll eat a nade for his troubles. The smoke will allow him to be at least covenant, at least a little concealed in back green, and he's gonna go hard now. He's jumping up into the site. He's tagged up. He has teammate support, but Hades will not miss. Jedker back site with the M4 is pivoting beautifully as he'll go to the front. Taco finally finds a kill from MiBR's Scriv, but this is getting too intense, and Hades is not stopping. Who is going to be able to deal with Hades and put him in the underworld? Apparently, MiBR do, but Wisla still win the round with 3 alive.
Yeah, I don't know, man. MiBR playing it pacey, and Wisla are just ready. Not sure if they've done work or if it's just kind of maybe what they're used to, being born out of the lower tiers and whatnot. Can be quite common to go for these faster rounds. MiBR, I think, are angry, frustrated, perhaps. Great flash coming in from Ponchek. Not able to find anything off the back of it, but the nade damage is huge, as they will indeed be caught off, and, well, maybe another one to soften them up. Could make life very, very easy for Wisla. It is, of course, just a half buy for MiBR. So looking for a bomb plant, as they do have a lot of utility to utilize here, and hoping to brute force their way out onto B, indeed to get said bomb plant. The round itself, slightly more up in the air, I think. But we'll see. Smoke's coming over the top. Flashes and mollies to follow up as well, as they will start to charge out. A lot of damage being done. Jedka gets a great flash in, able to find a couple. The bomb plant, not going to happen. It's even being dropped. Wow, Jedka looking so clean and crisp. The confidence shift from Wisla as they've started winning rounds is huge. The ace denied, but all the same, 10 hit for Wisla. MiBR, what is happening?
Just to throw some stats at you, out of the last 5 times that Winslev played Train, they've won 4. 16-12 versus Aves, 16-11 Big Academy, a loss to the Flames, 16-13 to Penta, and 16-8 win over Galaxy Racers. They have a 75.7% win rate after getting the first kill on rounds. That is really, really good. And keep it in mind, their T-side win percentage is only 8.8% lower than their CT side script. So both sides are equally good for them, and the Wisla boys are heating it up while MiBR seemingly have lost their mojo on this T side. I felt like their defaults would be enough, but Wisla are just taking the fights at their control and at their pace. They have done what I said MiBR should do, is just take control across the map.
It's certainly crazy. For sure. And definitely what none of us expected after a really dominant start. Sure, it takes time for them to close things out on Mirage. Give them the benefit of the doubt on that one, but then coming into this one, maybe there were some issues in closing things out. And I think they might have, in the same way that we perhaps did, they might have come into this one way too confident, and now it is costing them. Trying to make their way into the B-bomb site. On check. Hades. In and around to hold it down. Oh, Hades. He has a bit of an idea, but timing going to be everything. Ponchek, meanwhile, on high, is able to drop TRK and the bomb, importantly. Hades goes down. However, looking really solid, looking really good with the rotations.
Wow,
KMG
so nice.
gets another, but Wisla, man, they're just all there in really good time, keeping those channels open, and I think respecting, well, not respect, but like realizing they can actually win these fights if they let them happen.
Yeah. Not only that, but they've also, notice how they haven't got caught out once with one player, with just the solo B anchor player there. They have played for info in towards Ivy, in towards ladder. They have played for information across the board. They win the Ivy fights early, they phase them out, back them up with utility, first pick or not. They're gambling that second player over to B because they're confident in their setups towards A, their crossfires and retakes. They're settling in so beautifully. The ops, the double ops have fit into their system just gorgeously. The riflers have come alive. Jedker's starting to win his. And I mean, Hades, always a talking point so far on the CT side. MiBR struggling to say the least here. And if this goes, honestly, if this goes 12-3, that is a low blow to MiBR, who are more than capable to bounce back on the CT side, but impressive nonetheless from the underdog of Wisla. You can't take it away from them.
Yeah, this is kind of crazy. I don't know. I feel like maybe the pause comes in way too late as well. I'm really not sure. You feel, yeah, just the individual matchup like should be enough, but I guess that's what it comes down to is a lot of the overconfidence we did see in the past, right? We were doing the home sweet home cuts a few months ago now, and Gambit youngsters, although a formidable side, and I will admit a much more formidable side they have become than Wisla Krakow, were able to take a few maps, and I think in one of the series they got the better of complexity. They were definitely taking maps. They were definitely bringing it close. I remember like multiple overtimes and stuff. Nah, it's fine. It's fine. It was a long time ago. I think the court of public opinion will give me a pass on that.
If it's more than 2 weeks ago, Scriv, it doesn't count. That's the way online works. Didn't you hear? But I mean, impressive no matter which way you slice it for the Wisla boys. If they win this round or not, they have bested MiBR and held off the quick plays, beat them in their own game in the default, and the ops have really come to life. So no matter which way you look at it, very cool stuff. Sparrow gets one, just play safe, backs up, and you look at rookie teams, they might stick around for a bit too long. Wisla on this map, playing to their strengths and setups. The barrel of the CT player is definitely spotted, and Jedker's just going to try to extinguish it and move forward and deal with ladder. That's exactly what his motion and movement suggests. While Fur will walk out T-Con, caught top blue train, another op kill, as the ops will find the first two.
Yeah, not looking good here. Taco next to full. TRK does trade one back. Oh, a lot of damage done, but not able to find the frags. That is a bit unfortunate, actually. 12-3. It is a repeat of Mirage, but it goes the way of Wisla. How strange. That's all I've got to say, to be honest with you. MiBR have a lot to prove here on the CT side. I think they kind of know it. Little deflated. Not too crazy, I would have said. I feel like they were fairly flat on the emotion, not getting crazy hyped or whatever when they were winning Mirage. So not a massive difference, but I think in terms of the communication, there may well be. The journey begins now, and they are going to have to pull it out. Certainly making life difficult for themselves, but not impossible. Certainly not for a team like MiBR.
Good night. Okay. Double Glock opener. Actually, I believe that was a P250. Anyway, the pistols are coming in from Wisla. If they win this, that is going to be the dagger. As KNG fighting from old bomb as this bomb gets planted. Jedker very low is just going to be playing for the W. And I think they're just getting a good read as to where the MiBR members are. Taco will move up. Ponchek will play stop sign, waiting to contact come in from his teammate. Now he'll swing. Taco could be dead to rights here, and he is. It's KNG who's up, spotted back green, and about to get double peaked, but they have to be careful. I'm not sure where the kit is. It's actually at double stack? No, his teammate's trying to let him know. He'll actually find the kit, but he needed the kills a few seconds ago. That'll be 13 for Wisla. Their win streak will continue.
Wow. I'm so kind of blown away. They even find the kill in the end. To just make it go from bad to worse. This is somewhat unbelievable. Like, I don't know how long it continues for here. They're really, really, really looking good on the Wisla side of things. MiBR will go back towards the force buy here and have to make it work. They really will. But it's kind of cool to see. Maybe not if you're an MiBR fan. But at the same time, Wisla looking good. Spiro just about able to survive those nades. Beyond that, though, not too exciting on the start. But I suppose softening them up and everything is really important for MiBR, actually.
Well, this round is probably going to summarize how this game will end. Barring some absurdity, if MiBR lose this and win the next. In my opinion, pretty much a must-win for the MiBR boys right here. As Fallen will need a flash, I'm going to have to take a little bit of a shuttered step back. A good peek with the deagle, backed up by good utility usage from his teammates. And as Wisla will creep up Ivy Scriv, look for these T-Con players to just get ready and toss some utility to back them up. But it's looking like this is either going to be a wrap to old bomb go B. Just going to take their time. They're in no rush.
There we go for eventually. Oh, and the second comes in nice and easy. Took a long time to find that first head, but he gets it eventually. Looking good. MiBR indeed on the force buy are pretty damn strong. AK's retrieved. Not that they're being needed, apparently. CRK is making quick work of them on the CZ. Meanwhile, Taco comes in from behind through the smoke.
There we go.
Able to find the final one. So, fourth round for MiBR. They finally do put a stop to Wisla. Too little, too late? That's the big question. They really have to go on a tear of their own now to pull this back into a doable map, into a quick 2-0 that we were kind of expecting from them.
Yeah, not gonna lie. I was expecting MiBR to come in this, get their 6-7 rounds T-side, come on C to CT, win or lose pistol, doesn't matter. First rifle, break out the ops, and then go from there. But it seems like Wisla had other ideas and other plans in the works. And I do love it when the underdog puts up a fight. It always makes for an interesting show, and maybe even a third map if required. That would be kind of wild. That's Ponchek gonna go ahead and walk up in here with his boys. Bomb is on Jedker's back. And immediately KNG, after no outside presence, right? No IV nades, nothing really being shown. They're going to just beef up the B site with 2 here, and Taco's going to be tested. The spray for him is on point. He'll get 2 before he falls. KNG should have no problems just locking this down, even if the bomb plant goes down. Minio is so low, but KNG distracted, looking towards upper too quick, and they let Minio escape. He gets out with the AK. There's even a molly on Minio. This could get a little weird, even though there are smokes in play.
Smoke at ramp, tap on the bomb, molly coming through. They'll look to take the fights, and well, it's 1 for 1 so far. Hard to call. Plenty of time to get on that bomb, by the way. They also have a smoke on top of it, looking to just find all the frags before they commit. Minio left low, needs to deny the defuse now, and he can't. MiBR will get their 5th on the board. It's certainly a costly one, but with the buy that was available to the T side, you can kind of feel that, yeah, it is going to be a bit tough for them. It's a bit tough for Taco. I feel perhaps he should have had 3, to be fair. Not to take away, you know, nice to get the double, but certainly could have been cleaner from him. And it is something to consider if they're shaky and vulnerable on this comeback. It probably isn't going to be a comeback, right? So need to be a bit nitpicky of their own game. This one should be nice and easy, though, Keith. Just the Deegs coming out. Ooh,
yes,
sir. Let's go.
Believe it or not, that was even a flick up to the head. He was aiming at the dude's shoelaces and flicks to the head, so almost over flicked. Someone check on Fallen's wrist. Make sure that's okay. Might need to put it in a splint, as this round will just fade out of existence. Hades trying to bait an up shot to get a plant. Hello, and good night, KNG. Hey, damage is good. Bomb planted, going for another. Nearly finds TRK. MiBR will jump up to their 6. They keep 3 alive. That's the goal number. And I don't know if they're going to grab the second op. I bet they do. But they want to keep that AK. And yeah, please make sure Fallen's okay.
Yeah, he looks okay.
How's that wrist, Fallen?
I'm sure he is.
Stretching. There we are. He's good.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, he's all right.
Gotta make sure getting that wrist to the sky as well, you know? Making sure it's still working, still extending. I'm sure over the years he's really pushed his tendons to the limit, but you never know when the day will come where you just flick a bit too hard. Oh. Okay, what has happened there?
What a
Taco
flash
gets
from
in,
Taco.
he flashes himself in, bro. That's crazy. That is absolutely crazy. They've pushed into T-Con as well. The round is over. MiBR CT side is certainly looking good. Definitely still begs that question of whether it's too little too late at the moment. But we're getting there. The signs are here. And they're not knocked by the fact that they're so many rounds behind. The confidence is as high as ever.
What's even more wild about that is Taco's typically the support, be anchor, right? A little timid in his positioning, right? He kind of plays for the rotator to back him up and support him. He does that by himself. No one was around to help him out. He flashed up the ramp while running the bouncing flash that popped so gorgeously, and he won both fights all by himself. So needing a bit of an individual play to find some confidence, and Taco will do just that. It's Jedker alone. And speaking of confidence, TRK is starting to find it. He's a big frag roll position on MiBR. And he's going to start to deliver here. 3 kills there from TRK. And, like, this is the flash. Just gorgeously tossed. Popped so perfectly. No one is ready for that flash from Wisla. Typically, you'll see it thrown from the top from a teammate. But Taco bounces it. No sound cues to the Wisla boys, unfortunately. And they're right back down to Tech 9s and pistols. The saving grace is that our CT side was so good, they only need 3 rounds to win Scriv. But I think these 3 rounds are going to be a bit more hard fought than their CT side was.
Oh, yeah. This shot coming in from Fallen will allow them to close the gap. He knows it. They've also got a creep in here towards Hell. Yeah, the spam coming in, but TRK saving the day, of course. KNG and he chiming in well. My goodness, Fallen almost goes down there. He was being chased, but his boys have got his back. And MiBR will get the 8th on the board unscathed in the end. So pretty decent stuff. Now we will see Wisla with a solid buy from themselves, whether they can you know, get this 14th as early as possible. A lot of work has to happen here for the T side.
Yeah, especially on this T side, because the double ops are out. Taco and Fallen this time, which means Taco's going to be playing a bit more reserved, a bit more passive. He might go for an opening pick and then try to just play towards Cloud. As Taco go on a bit of a hunt. There is another op posted on him, and Taco goes too far. This time, Hades is prepared. Back-to-back aggressive rounds from Taco. This time, he'll be shut out and snuffed out for this round. As it seems like MiBR have to pull KNG over. No choice. He's going to play barrels. He only has a flash, so not even a proper utility kit to kind of hold B solo. And this is the CT mid-rounding I was talking about. Look at them pushing down Ivy. I'm pretty sure they're boosting on top of server, and as soon as TRK clears this, Fallen's going to go to Z. He's either going to go back green or he's going to go to Z, and there he goes.
Yeah, big. Really big. Well read from yourself. See whether it does have that impact we're expecting from it. Looks like it, KNG, TRK. Both chiming in as they always do. KNG gonna drop back. Meanwhile, Fallen here on the AWP. Smoked out. Looks to move in closer. They don't have a lot of time, so yeah, they are correctly calling that it's going to be B. That nade is massive, by the way. KNG does fall. Fallen inside the smoke. Might not even be needed. Minio going down next, and Ponchek the only one left. Little does he know, there is an angry man underneath him. Oh, and they've kind of crossed each other here. It's certainly weird. However, the noise being made by Ponchek. Fallen easily able to drop him into the 9th. So quickly closing the gap here. Looking nice on the CT side. Cool, calm, and collected. They will try and get themselves up to double digits. Yeah.
That's the current goal. Secondary on back on KNG. Taco's like, you know what? Boys, it's not me, it's the op. I just don't want it. He's better with a rifle, in my opinion, around the site anyway. A really good B player to watch if you want to watch someone how to stay alive and use his utility to the best of his ability. He's a really good player to watch. As Fallen, oh, wanted that fight against Minyo. He's just gonna drop the smoke, maybe take one more shot through it. As Wisla, with the bomb on their backs, will head towards B, and already we can see that KNG has made his way over. He's playing back lanes. Taco's gonna push all the way back. And this is just so telegraphed. MiBR know it all the way through. KNG's gonna try to stop them crossing, not allow the plant, and he'll cut them all down. 3 for the secondary offer, give him the 4th. And it's Minio alone, and I think he's pushing forward. He really wants the ace. As Minio gets spotted in towards T-Con. Fallen. It's just going to go ahead and take that. Double digits for MiBR. They're getting hot. They're running warm. They've won every round since Pistol. And this is just the power of KNG and the double op rotate early to B. I mean, if there's one smoke, that round breaks differently, but we're gonna have to see what Wisla can break out in rifles now. Clearly, getting bested in their default. MiBR are playing for control and info in mid rounds when they're down a man. For example, couple rounds ago, and that's exactly what I talked about. It's gonna be hard to out information game MiBR and get a really good read.
Looking good though, you know, not too strenuous really, just nice and chill. The mastermind behind it all. Another test for MiBR. Wisla, what have you got, man? Like, they need to pull out that big crazy play, the one they've had in the back pocket for a while, that they're not so sure whether it's going to work, but kind of have to take a risk while you still have a bit of room to work with. Just chilling though. Slow start. Fallen. Holding from stop sign. A little bit of a dangerous spot, but he does opt to move even closer towards the angle that he was on there. Meanwhile, Fur from Sandwich. So a nice little setup with, I believe, KNG in behind them. No, it's TRK in behind them. All the same, the guys outside looking solid. Great little smoke. Spiro going to go through it. So many flashbangs. Fallen does get one, but he's now kind of left a little on his own. Yeah, and up high goes Minio, dropping him down. Still being kept even by the rest of the CT side. The AWP of KNG in close. Spiro spotted. Oh, KNG misses the flick, and he gets caught on the wall as he tries to jump away. I think he just needed to take his time. The panic for MiBR is definitely setting in slightly. Taco, meanwhile, inside the smoke.
Oh, man.
Able to find the frag. He hears the bomb getting planted. TRK coming in as well. Mr. Consistent so far for MiBR. It's all down to Minio, and he runs out of ammo. Taco will drop him. Definitely sweating, but MiBR up to 11.
These site holds are just so... It's like a brick wall. You get through one part just to be met with a player waiting. It's so difficult for Wisla to find the grounds in which they can work with. Saving grace of the rounds they've built up, but only getting one round on this T side thus far, and it's pistol. That's not very confidence building. Right when you think that they were finding themselves on the CT side, winning those fights, the ops were singing a very proud song, now very silent. The hero AK, as Taco is already calling for KNG. Again, no nades, no Ivy pressure. They cheat instantly. And maybe this time these pistols can get a plant, or at least not get cut down by KNG, Scriv.
Wow, okay. So, Taco standing strong for 2 somehow out in the open there. They will pull it back. KNG also going to fall here. So another recovery required. Tech 9 up close, can't find anything. The AK of Minio looking to do all the work, looking to do all the damage. The bomb's gone down. He'll swing in just a second. He catches Fur looking the wrong way. TRK can't get the trade. This is looking pretty damn good for Wisla, actually. Fast round, catching MiBR off guard. TRK has to clutch up, and he can't. Minio drops him. 4K for the big man. The AK doing all the work. Wisla will bring it one closer to that 16, and MiBR, well, that has to be an anomaly. That has to be a small slip-up. The fact that they lose against such a weak buy is certainly going to be a real kick in the teeth.
The nice thing about the rounds that Wisla have already built up is it really only takes one like that to really affect MiBR. I mean, look at the cash, right? Double ops are expensive. They run you dry very quickly when you haven't had a chance to build up that big of a bank. And it's back in KNG's hands, and he's looking for a pick towards upper B. Will probably start to fall off now, if not stick around and let Taco kind of bait for him, right? So even with the opening pick in T-Con, Taco's the contact. He'll drop a smoke once he sees someone, and then the op will peek and get one and live. This is such a common setup. There it is. KNG will go. Smoke will get dropped. I mean, what do you do against that? There's not even trade potential. That's just some T1 stuff right there.
Yeah, really solid. And yeah, it does look like the previous, you know, does end up being an anomaly, and I think it kind of has to stay that way for MiBR. I mean, not quite over yet. There is a bit of a flank coming in from first, so the containment, right, the limited area now that the T's have got available, that's the bomb also. Just gets smaller and smaller. They'll drop down quickly towards Pop Dog, being watched though. TRK doesn't find that, however. Hades goes a bit crazy. He and Jedka moving in. Maybe the bomb plant is possible, but it's hard to tell. KNG going to drop Jedka. Bomb plant attempts, but it will be unsuccessful. MiBR coming in with their 12th, bringing it all the way down to the wire. And with no bomb plant, there's not quite enough money. Yeah, they don't quite have enough money across the board on that T side to buy up. They might, I was going to say, employ a couple of AKs, but ultimately trying to keep it near 2K with the buy here. So it should be a 13th, but a buy like this in the past is indeed what got Wisla their 14th. So MiBR can't be getting caught off guard by it again.
I think Hades has a Glock, so maybe he could have went for a P250, but he's going to be modest. He's going to just go ahead and be the utility man. And if Jedker and or Minio get the opening pick, I wonder if MiBR are going to go, oh, they bought fully here and change up their game plan a bit. But with TRK getting 2 quick ones, it seems like this round is starting to unfold in front of our eyes. I thought Fur hit that blind 1-tap. Was going to be sick to my stomach. Fur getting dialed in. Very nice shot with that AK as Fallen finds 2 all the while. And just within 1 round now, or MiBR. We knew this T-side would be hard fought, and that is definitely the case. Op comes out from Hades. He was very warm on the CT side, but it's such a different beast when you have to peek into posted ops like Fallen. And aggressive players in Fur and TRK towards this outer yard is really going to hamper your rotates. And when they're running the double op, it's going to be KNG who's going to be that pivot man. He's going to be the one running back and forth, really basing out a lot on information from Fallen, from back green and Ivy, and on what Taco's calming. So a lot of flexibility in this MiBR CT side that we've seen thus far, and not a lot of versatility from the Wisla boys. We need some more, Scriv. I need more.
Yeah, change has got to come. And soon. Time to talk things over. And now time to put them in action. Pressure is on Wisla. As it is on MiBR, I feel already conceding 14 is perhaps past a realm of acceptability. Them being the ones on the comeback. Kind of tough to tell. I have a small theory as to why we've ended up here. You know, maybe MiBR really limit testing some of their strategies and it ends up backfiring. But other than that, that's kind of the only realm that I can see it working in. And even then, surely you should be able to rein it in a bit better. Regardless, push coming in. Oh, KNG, that's so unfortunate. He gets the tag. The opening for Wisla with a minute left. That's a really good result for them.
There you have it. Hades gets the op out, and the young opper finds an opening pick. Fallen. Probably a little distraught with that, willing to sit in the molly for perhaps a bit too long, but he really wanted to find Minlo. And as Wilsa will set up for a B hit. A lot of pressure on Minio to just live. Bait out utility. Again, Fur and Ladder is going to allow the second player to cheat in towards B. It's TRK. And Wilsa probably going to be a little rattled at how MiBR are willing to take 2 players on B all the time. And they're executing right into it, Scriv.
Oh, the flashes are so good. How does Taco even get away with 1 there? TRK still alive. Great angle for him. Miscommunication coming in. Hades able to drop him. Goodness gracious. 1-on-3. Not looking too good for Fur. Coming in from behind, I don't think they quite expect this. I mean, they do have a player watching it. Yeah, and Spiro able to clap his head clean off. So, overtime, the best that MiBR can hope for. That is such a shame. KNG gets the tag early on, Keith. If he'd have found the kill and gotten away, could have been a very different story, but it's not the case. And here we are with a third map looming.
Third map on the horizon. MiBR have put all their cash into this. It's obviously do or die, and they'll go right into the double ops. It's been working majority of the time. They just gave Hades that window of opportunity. 27-19, by the way. Leading the server over TRK by 1. And he is the most effective opper by far playing into this match right now. And the CT side from Wilsa has really started to come back into their favor. But that MiBR needing 2 in a row to force overtime. At least the Wilsa boys have that in their back pocket, right? You know what? No matter what, we have OT. Our CT side was strong. But they're playing for the win. They want this to go to a third. And wouldn't it be spectacular?
Just utility ringing out. Very tense, of course. No one, particularly on the MiBR side of things, wants to be that player to make a mistake. TRK gonna eat that nade. He regrets it immediately. Left on 45 HP. It's a massive chunk of HP, actually. And he has to move away. He doesn't feel confident in his ability to hold down Pop Dog anymore. They will once again start to flit towards B.
Yep.
It does make sense.
I don't know if you noticed, but KNG used his smoke deep in T-Con to allow Fur to stay in towards Sandwich. So the timing again on KNG's rotate is just gorgeous. Taco's going to be tested from back sight. KNG with one, a good trade from Minyo, and Taco is bested. This is a man advantage for Wilson. The bomb will go down. And look at this from Shapiro. Can he get in with good timing? He shut down Scriv. Oh, and it's retake city. OT, perhaps, or will Wilson take it right here?
This deep push is genius, actually. They've gained so much ground, so much information off the back of it. Meanwhile, MiBR all coming in together, and I don't think they'll expect 2 players, or even just 1, to be behind them. Really not ready for it, but Fur able to get the quick reaction. Minio coming in. Does manage to trade him back. Meanwhile, the AWP spotted out. Yes, I think, maybe, perhaps. The hold coming in from Fallen. Gets the tap in. He gets a second frag as well. What the hell is that? That's so fast. Does he have enough time? Oh, no! Fallen. Absolute heartbreak in the end. But, my goodness gracious, the giant killers, Wisla, will actually manage to take a map. It comes in the form of MiBR's map pick. Certainly one that they themselves were comfortable on, but we did not see this happening. Did not see them being in the lead with a 13-2 half on their CT side. That is crazy. And then they're eventually able to clean it up.
What a CT side. The double ops just controlling the pace and how MiBR worked on that T side. They were not given an inch. Their quick pops that typically get them around did not work. And that is just...
Boys, and we are here on Inferno. Should be an interesting one. I'm once again joined by Keith and kind of excited to get into this. I can't lie because I think you and I were talking very briefly, but there are some vulnerabilities on this map at the moment for MiBR. So
They didn't have a good showing there at all, Scriv. In fact, losing Inferno 16-6, only getting 2 rounds on their CT side, 4 on their T. And then, of course, FaZe, where they only got 4 rounds. Or I already mentioned FaZe. Sorry, G2, where they got absolutely obliterated. Only getting 4 rounds on Inferno on the CT side. So it's been a rough map for the boys on MiBR. I bet they're very hopeful to turn it around. With all that said, summarizing it all up and bringing it all back together, it gives a really big shot for the Wisla boys to make a run here on Inferno. It's a map that MiBR have been running very cold on. Again, against T1 teams, some of the best in the world. But it's got to give a hope to the Wisla team.
yeah, maybe, particularly with the fact that it's the third that we end up here. Either way, VXQ going to be coming through, smokes over the top as they gain control of the B site. Bomb will go down with everybody still left alive. A couple of them softened up. But the round itself still in question. Smoke off towards Banana, going to make life difficult for the 2 Ts that were playing towards there. Meanwhile, Glock's looking to close the gap and find some frags. We have 1 apiece so far, but there it is. TRK Fallen coming in with a number of kills. Hades has to get the reload off, and he can't. MiBR will mount a very clean pistol retake.
Well, that's got to make them feel a bit better after how train ended. Fallen wants to defuse because he was robbed of one last round in the final round of the game. So he wants to make sure he gets that defuse and remembers how to do it in a timely manner. And Wisla have a decision to make. With the bomb plant, do they go for the force? A couple players can drop AKs, right? They can rock pistols, and they can go for the hero AKs. I imagine, this is a technical pause, but they're still willing and allowed to discuss their options. And if I was a guessing man, it seems, based on the purchase of some Minyo, he's kind of helped me come to this conclusion that it is just going to be pistols and a buy in the next. Either way, one's a big risk, the other's a bit more of a reserve safe play. And when you're on the third map against MiBR, I suppose reserved is kind of what you want.
Hopefully she'll be back into the action soon. Not quite sure. It seems like a bit more of an extended one here, Keith. Generally try and tell. Obviously, doesn't seem like anyone's dropped out. So maybe the old classic loss issues, just waiting for that to go down ever so slightly.
It does happen. That's true.
Always sucks, man. These early pauses, you know? We want the action.
The mojo. Yeah.
Give it. All right. Cool. It's all good. It's all good. The unpause comes in, and we will be back into the action. This could be a pretty scary one, actually. Wisla going all in, feeling very confident in themselves for sure. Spiro has to sacrifice to facilitate an AK, but other than that, it's a pretty decent buy for everybody. MiBR, meanwhile, do have a couple rifles in play, so in theory should be able to contest. We'll see, though. They need to be careful.
Actually, really cool to see Minlo buy the Deagle, give it to a teammate. He'll get the AK. That nade is so chunky. Oh, my goodness. Hades and Minyo, the two AK players, eat the nade damage. 46 of Minlo. Hades is gone. They at least get the AK onto Jedger, and he'll make it work, won't he? A quick, fiery headshot onto KNG. They make the jump up sound to make it seem like someone came in the apps while someone left, and they'll leave Ponchak alone with his Mac 10. I have a feeling this is going to end in a bit of a B hit, and that is the right course of action, because it is just Fallen alone with that one lone smoke. But Fur is going to best them in this rotation time.
Okay. Had me worried for a second there, dude, that he wasn't actually going to find that kill. He's now onto an AK. And Spiro was way ahead of his team. So they kind of have to readjust here. TRK not checking his angles. Will end up paying the price. KNG and Taco, though, chiming in. Taco's still alive. Trying to play in and around the fountain. Trying to be proactive to find the head. But Minio, quicker to the mark. Will take him down. Second round in for Wisla.
Second on the board for them. MiBR going to have to take a bit of a save. This is looking like Wisla are going to be able to steal this. Jump up to 3 on their T side early, Scriv. And this is all on the back of the forced buy after losing pistol. A bomb plant goes a long way. And this is proof in the pudding. Don't know how that saying started. Probably a pudding cook-off, and someone just made the truth one. I don't know where I'm going.
Maybe like a full cook-off, and
yeah,
they were both really good, and then you know, the guy, intense music. The proof is in the pudding.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah. He was that confident that
and
his
then like
pudding
it
was,
does the blah, and then like zooms in on the puddings and all that.
Okay, I see.
You know what I mean? Like all the
competition
shows, they all have that same kind of vibe.
All right, I'm with it. So there we go. Thank you for letting me know where the saying comes from. I will write that down, and I will quote you every time I say the truth is in the pudding. As it seems like the truth is on the round. Kill feed. The truth is in the kill feed. There's some off the top. Paul tries to bait for his teammates. It's a shame that Hades has to fall, but hey, an AK from MiBR for what they invested, that is profit.
Oh, money for Spiro as well. I think the AK... No, okay, gonna survive. Let's go back in for a fight there. I suppose he felt like he had to take it. There's still a fair amount of time left in the round, I guess, and they were after him, so... No AK for KNG. However, Wisla finding themselves a 2-round lead, looking pretty solid here. This is getting to a good place for them. I mean, the first rifle round coming in, normally we've seen MiBR be quite successful here, but I don't know. You kind of do want to believe in Wisla a little. I think they are hungry for this, and they are proving as such. Great little spot for KNG, though. This is a deadly one to get through. I think they'll be somewhat expecting it, but not completely going to try and double peek in. But there you have it. Takes damage. It's set up for TRK to come in and just finish the round there. And then 5-on-2. Work cut out as it's panicked from Spiro. Meanwhile, Hades is over in Banana. He's got a fight of his own, isolated away from everyone else. Cannot land the shot. And now they know exactly where he is. So probably going to get hunted down here by the CT side. There is indeed a flank coming in the form of Fur quite quickly. I don't think he's going to expect this. Fur is biding his time, but should be able to creep in behind him in just a few moments. Or not. Not really needed. KNG's the one to find it. As Hades just kept pushing forwards. I thought he was going to look to save there, but not the case. Second round for MiBR. They've managed to pretty cleanly, really cleanly secure the first gun round.
Yeah, just overlooking TRK's position. Maybe they thought their player was a bit closer up in towards bracket. Someone would have been able to find TRK before he made that push, but that wasn't the case at all. So TRK gifted 2 kills in towards halls thanks to his aggressive by nature push. He is that kind of aggressive player, so it's cool to be able to see him start to settle into that once again. A pause gets called by Wisla. Gonna discuss their options. I don't believe there's a gun down for Spiro, so I think he is just going to be stuck with that Tech 9. And they're probably discussing how they want to integrate him into the system. Are we going to do a set halls pop? Are we going to take brackets quick? What is going to be the change? Because you need to adapt before MiBR start to change their style to you. Now, the op is out for KNG. Interesting to note, KNG is going to take it because I believe he's solo opping the A site before players from MiBR look to really fight Banana. And I guess they're kind of expecting a bit more from Wisla. When they don't hear anything or see anything, they just fall off. Again, it's a cool little adaptation from MiBR.
Yeah, I think so too. I think they kind of realized in the previous game they're fully tested and they might have to pull out a few of the big guns. Really thinking keenly about things. Meanwhile, Wisla taking their time. Nice and slow, nice and methodical, trying to bait out some utility while still keeping as much of their own as possible. Has really slowed down here though. 45 seconds, got to start to make a move, and they know it. Smoke's coming over the top. Really going to throw this side for a loop. Great flash, but Taco, he is good for one. Maybe could have got a bit more there. I don't know. It was kind of overwhelmed, I think, to be honest. Return flash coming in. Pretty solid, but again, 1 for 1. Not ideal. Eventually, an untraded frag comes in, and now we have a problem. MiBR are a man down. Their money line, not great. They are going to try and go for it, though. By the looks of things, I mean, they don't quite have the same information available to them as we do, so they don't know that all these players are so low, but I feel like they should maybe give it a go. There's certainly a chance. But like I say, the money's not fantastic. I think it would do them well to try and save things if they really wanted to buy into the next, and you can just see from the body language, they aren't confident enough in themselves. Oh, and even the save is under question. Fallen does manage to find one, and he fights his way out, but his teammate falls. 4th round for Wisla. They are keeping this lead just about, and I think they'll buy, but it's not going to be perfect here from MiBR.
A little bit there from TRK. A side view of KNG. A new camera has emerged. I dig it. As MiBR look to jump right back into the thick of things. 4 rifles, 4 down to the MP9. A couple kits in play, and they're getting away. Just get to see the view of TRK, and down middle he'll go as M4 spray just off the mark. KNG tries to follow him up, but his head is clean off his shoulders, but Taco in with the quick refrag on 2, and he'll escape deep into the A site, into the pit. And that is the explosive nature of MiBR wanting to take that fight. Good trades from Taco. If he goes down there, that's a free A site. And look who's rotated over to boot. It is Fallen here with the AK in a timely manner. And if I'm Wisla, what do you do here, Scriv? I mean, you need a pick. And you're kind of hoping MiBR give you one, aren't you?
I suppose so. B bomb site somewhat isolated, but playing it safe and playing it smart. Going to be tough here to try and move in on his own. Yeah, left so very low. He thought he could creep in. Not going to be the case. Ponchek will capitalize. A couple more to get, though, of course. Flash coming in. Buying him a bit of time, but now they're grouping up pretty well. Turns away from the flash. Fallen playing chill. That one is perfect from Fur. And that, of course, is all that unspoken coordination and experience together that we have talked about throughout this series coming to a head. Really well done to isolate that 1v1. And picking up their 3rd round. Still Wisla in the lead, but MiBR hot on their heels, which I feel is perhaps the wrong way around.
Yeah. If the shoe fits, Wisla, just the AK, Tech 9s. And now MiBR right back into the driver's seat. I'm not sure exactly what the magic number will be for Wisla. If I had to guess, it would probably be 6-7. Nearly already there on round 8. And this is a jockey. They're like race cars jockeying for position, right? Instead, they're fighting over money here. If Wisla somehow pull this out, MiBR basically have to buy back. It'd be a double save situation. So basically a must-win for MiBR here. They know it. And a lot of pressure on this AK of Ponchak Scriv.
Work to be done. Definitely not impossible, though. Oh, that is a great flashbang. Unfortunate that TRK and Sacco has stood so very strong, but they will eventually fall. 3-on-2. The trades come in thick and fast from Wisla. They're able to find themselves the bomb plant and an advantage. Although slim, you know, 2 HP the difference. It definitely is doable here for MiBR. The smoke going to dissipate towards Moto as well, so this is great, right? They're not kept at bay for that super long 15 seconds, not able to find anything. Timing everything, though. Yeah, Minio peaks up at the right time. Fur has all the information he needs. He needs to land those headshots. He needs to do so quickly. Finds one. Second escapes him. He knows there's a player in on the side, but he's not really revealing himself until, of course, the very right moment to find the frag. Wisla pick up the 5th. They break the bank of MiBR, and they keep their lead. This is really good stuff.
Yeah, back down the rabbit hole we go. Double save territory for MiBR, basically. So it's just going to be a buy. It's going to be a force right back. Fallen probably is just going to buy nothing next to the flash. He's going to save twice and break the op out. His teammates light purchasing around him. Taco just says, you know what, I'm going all the way in. He's feeling the deagle. Rightfully so. Gonna have to save after the next anyhow. And Wisla, that hero AK on Ponchak, able to just trade out, play around the pistols beautifully, Scriv. While the pistols are taking control and even getting a kill, he's able to play around them to find victory. Really cool stuff. As Taco will just punish Sparrow. Poked his head around that corner just a bit too far. And that might be all. They now have an AK to work with on Taco, so the armor makes an appearance, makes a factor. And it's been a hot minute since Wisla have gone back to testing the waters in B. This may just be the round for it.
Yeah, I mean, certainly is the more vulnerable of the two sites. The harder to retake as well when you have no utility. Great flash coming in, trying to get an early frag, not going to work out. First spamming away. Does a fair amount of damage onto Jedka, but unfortunately no frags. Oh, a key fight to be winning. Taco in with his second, looking so good. Fur eventually finds a frag with the Deeg. By the way, Jedka as well being baited out. Also low HP from earlier on. Minio good for 1. Not going to happen though. MiBR in with the 4th. The back and 4th continues. Goodness me. They will bring it up to within 1 again. With a weaker buy, right? Wisla have clearly got some issues going on as well, but they still manage to just hold on to that breadth of a lead that they have.
It's a lead on the T side, though, Scriv. I'm not sure exactly what side MiBR will be favoring. It seems like their T side has just been a bit more consistent, but that also might be because they've had more rounds on it, right? In comparison to just ending their games on CT side. So, really up in the air as to how this one's going to start to move for MiBR, but another one of these just AKs, pistols for Wisla. Great peek from Fur, but Pinyo just seems so aware and ready for that. His crosshair placement had to have been so picture perfect. And it leaves Fallen, calling for some help. And it's going to come in the form of KNG. Fallen win this first fight. Yes, sir. AK gets picked up by Hades. He's not going to be the one to take it. KNG actually gets dinked up. A little bit of a team kill, but hey, they're still going to continue to charge in on the site. Fallen is oh so low on 20. He can't face. He simply cannot.
So at the very least, they have that, right? The bomb plant is really, really solid. Gives them a bit of security moving forwards. If they can pick up the round or do more damage, this would be fantastic for that security moving forward. However, the shots are landing, just not in the right places. Check to do it, though. Oh, beautiful stuff. Moves in. Gets the back end of TRK. Meanwhile, Fallen and Taco, both very low. They do have a kit available each, so Tap going to come onto the bomb. Ponchek just needs to play this correctly, and Taco takes his scalp clean off. just about enough time to get the defuse in, and then MiBR finally able to even things up.
Hey, right when they needed a round, they're able to pull it across the line. Back-to-back bomb defuse rounds, however, feeds into the Wisla economy, right? Allowed them to get that one AK that dealt some damage and be passed around the team. And now with another bomb plant, the lost bonus allows them to get the op out in Hades. It's glass cannon, but still, I would be a little fearful if I was MiBR. He has one hell of a game on train. This start to this round is wild. Sparrow and Jedkurt, TRK, and Fur it's fallen by his lonesome again. He's been here in this situation before, but this time there's no help rotating over.
Scarier this time. And Wisla once again have slowed it all down, waiting for somebody to try and make a move, try and make that hero play full, and I love the bait smoke behind him. Catches Spiro, that's for sure. Whether he gets any more is another question. Then they've smoked off A. They might indeed go his direction. Looks like it, but he's creeping forwards. Oh, Hades gets the better of him. I do like the idea, you know, someone's got to be proactive. I think he heard a little bit of sound, a little footstep or two. And he opted to try and go for a fight. Comes up against the AWP. Not really going to win that most of the time. And now the CTs are split. Taco hiding away. Minio is creeping in behind, unbeknownst to him. Meanwhile, KNG to hold things down on B. But is he really? You know? Like, it's not looking too good. He's reading into this flank, though. Oh, that's unfortunate. Inches away. Meanwhile, bomb plant comes in. Nothing he can do. Taco is going to try. I mean, I don't know. What's the game plan here? Either you're saving or you're not. I feel like grouping up at the very least is what they need to be doing.
He's just trapped. I'm pretty sure Taco's just let him go.
Yeah.
He's already dead to him.
Well, this is what I'm saying. Like,
gone.
when they rotated, why did they not rotate together? It's really weird.
Yeah, I guess KNG was having one of those moments where I'm going to go ahead and op all three. And just see if he just won the round, but Taco not going to be able to save himself. Interesting, he just didn't tuck tail and run there as soon as KNG died. Damage in the situation isn't necessarily required. MiBR, TRK has to double save, the rest can buy on the next. So this is probably going to be a they're forcing. Interesting. Really interesting, because anything over $2,000 with 1,900 you can buy next, but it would have had to be downgraded from monsters, a couple M4s. They would have been strapped for utility, so just going for it. And a risk push down mid. Edgar gonna get the first with a molly. Hades is there to find Fur. Angie has slipped in the back lines for the MP9 in that range. That's not effective. Taco absolutely clapped out of the round. And TRK maybe can get a kill. But it's just short-lived, as Hades will shut it down, getting two. Some MiBR is forced by. Nothing put on the table for them. They're going to have to save here in round 13. And Wisla are looking to jump up to 8 on their T side. That is pretty locked and loaded.
Yeah, this is kind of crazy. See a pause coming in from Wisla as well, so really solid stuff from them. I think they recognize the position that they're in, that they're catching, once again, a vulnerable MiBR.
Scriv, if I may, 4 rounds from MiBR on their CT side against G2, 0 on the T side. Against Furia, 4 rounds on the T side, 2 on the CT side. And against FaZe, 4 on MiBR's CT side, 8 on T side. Now, to me, they didn't get to play enough Counter-Strike on that T side to really put up more rounds, but it does bode well once we switch sides that Wisla are going to be sitting pretty. Especially with how good the ops have been on Train, and if they break out the double op early on Inferno, you better believe MiBR are going to have to dig deep to find a way to counter that script.
Yeah, this is really, really crazy, actually, that we're considering that we're playing with this idea and that it
Yeah, I'm toying with it.
might
a little
happen.
Bit.
We'll see. We'll see. Certainly, though, just kind of goes without saying, regardless of where they're at, they need all the help they can get on this CT side. So as many rounds they possibly can here is, of course, desirable. This one not looking too good, so, I mean, as to be expected. So yeah, I feel we're up to 8 at the very least. Wisla wins. Zero gets his lucky one tap in the end. Okay, there you go. Minio going to fall. All the same, a 4-on-2 for Wisla. I mean, they have the B, so it should be good. The AK being watched as well, so they might even be able to deny that away as Taco is sneaking in from the other side, but he still has to cross, still has to make the treacherous cross, and he can't do it. So, all good. Nothing really coming from MiBR, just a tiny bit of damage. Against the T side, it's really hardly anything. I suppose that it'd take down the poorest player, I guess. So, you know, he'll require a drop from someone, I guess. Like, I'm really trying to find wherever I can for them, but it's just not looking too good. 8 rounds on for Wisla. I mean, that's solid already for me, to be honest. You can walk away and say, okay, we won the first half. This is sick. This is sick. And there's potential for more.
Yeah, not only won the first half, but you're winning your T side on Inferno against a tier 1 team in the world. Depending on the rankings you look at, some top 10, others just outside top 20. Like, this is, no matter how you slice it, a great showing from Wisla. On train and continuing on Inferno. They're running hot, and Jetker's looking for Fur. Is going to need to get out of here. All the while, TRK back into his pesky boiler room angle that he holds oh so well. And that is more like it for MiBR. 2 opening picks, sticking around for some more as Fur. That could come back to bite them. Question is, how big of a bite would it be? And yeah, Fur's just going to get on out of here. Minute 15 for them to lock this out. I'm looking at the utility for Fur. A flash. The player with him. A flash. Not the greatest utility to hold B, so Taco's timing is impeccable.
As always, Ponchek able to find a frag to open up here, but not looking too good. Fallen and Taco solidly holding down. Huge gap in the smoke, and they will capitalize. Hades comes in with one at the end there, but nothing happening at all. 6th round for MiBR. They look to bring it as close as damn it. Of course, Wisla will be able to buy regardless. See whether or not MiBR can hold them off for another round, and like I say, bring it within 1. It is kind of paramount, I think, as you've spoken about the weakness of their T side. Certainly do need to be finding themselves a clean start to the second half as well, and having 7 rounds really going to help them with that.
Hear the ops ringing out from KNG in middle. Fallen. Take some shots through the half wall. None will connect as it's all silent across the board. It's been a bit of a struggle, to say the least, from MiBR. I bet if you asked them, they themselves would be disappointed. And Wisla, well, they're on the hunt. They are anything but disappointed, Scriv. And with 34 seconds, setting ourselves up for a late VP/Navi type of execute. And they're setting up Minlo beautifully here. The timing could not be better. Question is, will he check the library? That smoke blooms and takes the eyes off of KNG. While the VXU comes in, Fur is so blind. Fallen's got his back. Japero, good kill, but Fallen's dancing around the pillar. 10 seconds, they need to plant. Look at KNG trying to rotate, but he simply can't, Scriv. This is going to get weird.
This is crazy. This is crazy. In behind as well. KNG turns around at the right moment. Minio's element of surprise nullified. 3 versus 2. As the T side split. Spiro to hold Banana. On check to move in towards KNG. Does drop him as well. Spiro's still alive. On check in from the side. They're going to drop one. Taco drops the second. Really well done. Defuser will come in and they get their 7th round there. Close as damn it result after the first half does come in. And now the work begins into that T side. Less work than it could have been, but all the same, it is going to be hard. And we're both saying the fact that we're on the 3rd, the fact that Wisla are keeping up on Inferno is already questionable from MiBR. They really do need to be winning this as well to just kind of silence any critics.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a couple of things to consider, right? 18th best team in the world considering the rankings, going up against a 63rd ranked team in the world. Online Counter-Strike, sure. MiBR is just coming in a boot camp currently, right? You would expect more. And I think they expect more of themselves. But Wisla, having one of those underdog step-up performances, playing as a unit, winning those fights, and more importantly, they're playing with confidence. They were playing very timid on Mirage, but how Train has changed their mentality. They have been playing more aggressive, more assertive, and more importantly, just playing to their game plan. Not molding or shaping anymore, and maybe the nerves are gone. They're like, yeah, this is MiBR, but we've taken a map on them now, right? To me, going into this map, level playing field. As Minio will have to drop this smoke strip and hang on to the thing.
Well, he falls, not able to hang on. Will be reliant on the retakers. We've got 3 coming in from Banana real fast. Again, might not be expected, somewhat unorthodox. Baiting out for Fur is the idea, and well, it worked perfectly. Finds himself 2, essentially. I mean, KNG steals one away, but the headshot clean. KNG will also take down Hades in the round over like that. The pistols have been pretty dominant from MiBR on Inferno, which is always solid. I'll look to convert that and move into a 10-8 scoreline by the looks of the Force Buy coming in. Unless, of course, Wisla can do what they have done a couple times in this series and win this Force. Ooh, 80s.
Okay, hang on, Scriv. Grabs the Galil. I think there might be another gun down there on top of it, and Hades escapes. He gets out. He has a smoke. They're going to run at him. They'll smoke him off. He's going to try to live in halls. Ponsec is tucked in a small pit. 1 bullet to fall, and is all that needed. TRK gets tagged up. Fizzle slip into Ninja Box. He'll even have a nade onto his forehead. 80 feet. KNG spray is wild, but it's good. He has to help TRK on site. He simply can't. KNG gets run over, and Wisla have bounced it back. The pistols and armor have done it, and look at MiBR's money. Nada, 0, zip. $1,400, that one stings.
Yeah, this is crazy. Again, like, how Wisla are able to keep on doing this just baffles me. And now MiBR are the ones on the Force Buy. Crazy stuff. Absolutely crazy stuff. It's the best descriptor for it because it's just so unexplainable in places. MiBR certainly kicking themselves. I suppose they are doing their best to pull things back. Not really going to happen in this round, though, by the looks of things. Nothing coming just yet. So, looking to kind of play things around the utility, get a bomb plan, try and facilitate a buy as early as they possibly can, but it's certainly easier said than done. I just don't think, like... I suppose winding the clock down and keeping everyone alive does mean that you're more likely to go for a burst play, but it's kind of risky. Yeah, as soon as Minio spots them out, he'll move away. right-click the smoke, and call for a rotation, just like that. So, should be able to keep them at bay. There's 35 seconds left. The execute's got to come over the top. They've got mollies. They've got flashes. They've got automatic weaponry to work with. And they are ready and waiting for this B hit to come in right now, Wisla.
And yo, that molly out. Digger tucked in a second oranges. Wins the first fight. That's the important one. Even with KNG through CT, that was the last thing he was expecting. But Jedker's still alive at quad. He's going to need some assistance as the smokes start to fade. He's going to be dancing. 5 seconds. They need a plant. Fallen has to start planting, and he simply can't. If KNG dies after time, that is going to be heart-wrenching. I think he's safe. He should be okay, and he will get out. But keep in mind, with only $600, he might as well invest. And then after this round, only getting $2,400. Brutal for KNG. Wisla will take it all the way to the bank, however. Hades right to this MP9. Looking to make some mad cash. And Wisla first to double-digit striv this CT side. Troublesome already for MiBR. And that is without the ops coming out in Hades. And Chipera and Shiro. Once those ops come out, did I just say Shiro? My head's still stuck on Gambit youngsters. Yeah, that's okay. I mean, equally good players, right?
Yeah. I guess so. Pretty spicy. 1v4, 1v5 actually. Shiro still online. Minio, Jedka both chiming in. MiBR clapped out, of course. And I think with those 2 frags, that should be enough. Hero AK was in play. Hero AK's not done very much. And still sticking around. Fallen going to try and find a cheeky head. But of course, with no armor, that aim punch will screw him over big time. They're trying to boost over this smoke here and find some kind of an opener. Easier said than done once again at this point for MiBR. They really... have their work cut out, seem to be making life difficult for themselves. Smoke will come in, trying to fly across. Fallen attempting to bait out. It's not going to work. Nothing coming, and KNG's just wasted all his cash. Now the rest of the team in a position to buy, and he isn't. So, certainly interesting. MiBR with some wild decisions.
Your fraggers aren't performing on MiBR. Your economy is in the dumps. It's 11-8, round 20, and you buy up double, triple AK. Sprinkling of utility. Only one player with a full set of util. Saving grace, no op on Hades. Could make the difference. He's stuck at MP9, and it's a quick A split. The RK needs some help, though. He needs some good spacing. Taco to find Hades. That's a good start. Video down to Banana. It's going to cut off the back retreat option of MiBR as Ponsec is in sight. Holding it down. He'll need some assistance soon as he tries to hang on that much longer. Fallen gets absolutely deleted by Shapiro, and it's Fur alone to the AK, and he will not get a thing. MiBR's case may have been grand, but the outcome is not what they wanted, and Wisla jumped to 12. 1 round at a time.
Wow. This is really looking good from them, as they're on a bit of a tear. Lost the pistol. Since then, they've not dropped a round. MiBR quaking. Absolutely quaking. As we see another half buy coming in from them. So it should be a 13th for Wisla quite easily on the board. Getting into round 21. I mean, this is mind-blowing. Honestly. Like, I cannot reiterate enough how much further they've gone here. Oh! Hades is so fast.
He's so nasty.
Tip of the head must have been, right? Because KNG was up and down. Must have just been the tip of his head. The tippy top. Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
Literally sending people to the Shadow Realm, isn't he?
think so, to be honest.
Like,
Yeah, that's definitely what that looked like.
Literally just sending KNG to the next round. Looking like 13. Into the smoke, Minio thought he was still tucked away. TRK gets out with an AK, has armor on top of this, and they're splitting back to B. This is the call. The picture perfect call. Leave one to cut rotates, and it's all in Jedker. Can he really lock this site down with 50 seconds? If he finds a player with the AK, beautiful. Do they clear him? TRK is the first man up to bat for an excellent jump cross bait. And he does get the one, but good shot from Fur to secure it. And we're in retake city. It's been a while since we've had one of these B retakes, Scriv.
Has indeed been a while. We'll see. Put to the test. Wisla, can they pass? 3 of them coming in from Banana. They're aware of Fur. They crouch under his crosshair. And he will get dropped. Smoke over the top. Molly coming into new box, eliminating some of the angles here. Taco at the back pillar, looking to hold things down. Manages to find the first. Playing in and around said pillar. Shots are missed, but Spiro is able to capitalize and take him down eventually. Fallen, 1-on-2 with a max 10, goes flying in, able to find the first. Hades will trade him, and there's no time. MiBR have indeed done it. They get the 9th. It is costly. It is massively costly. It might just set them up. It might just be the spark that lit the flame for them to turn this car around. Jeez, Wisla have really wrestled control of it.
Yeah, good on Fallen and just play for the round win. If Hades would have been closer to the bomb, perhaps a chance. A second earlier, second later, I bet Fallen gets caught. And we're almost fully invested here from the Wisla boys. MiBR get the op-out on Fallen. It's hard to get the op-out on the T-side on Inferno, and it's even more difficult to be a good T-side offer. I bet Fallen has it in the bag, but KNG, that molly spreads. He is forced into a peek. He has no chance, no choice but to peek. And it's into his death this time around. The op from Hades, who else has been opening up these rounds so consistently for the Wisla boys? And as TRK will continue to put some pressure onto Banana, MiBR, who desperately, and I mean desperately, need either a pick or some form of map control. Because this is a house of cards that can tumble at any minute.
Creeping their way in. No one holding him Banana. A big question as to why there would be. Wisla, of course, with a pretty solid advantage, don't really need to find themselves any more picks, any more aggressive positions to be playing in. So they just play it nice and safe. Molly's coming over the top though. MiBR are going to try and battle their way in. That damage is massive. Meanwhile, up high, oh, Jedka, that's a little awkward. He lets one escape and then
Oh my goodness.
takes him down after the fact. Oh, can't help but laugh a little bit. A little crazy from Jedka. Meanwhile, Taco gets the bomb plant down. Hades will deal. 13th round for Wisla. They are doing it. They are on the run back. As MiBR, they get the 9th, but it's an anomaly. It's a blip on the radar. It doesn't even matter. Wisla are straight back in business as usual, looking to close things out.
I would like to know the stat on the biggest rankings upset match that's happened lately. Because an 18th place, perhaps losing to a 63rd, 64th ranked team, has to be up there. I know MiBR have been going through a rough patch, but it seems like Wisla have just found them on an off day. They've caught them off guard, and they are playing perfection. Punching up, some could say, but they are making it work, are they not, Driven? Hades has to be a talking point at the end of this. Player of the game, Fallen, trying to take matters into his own hands. Traded immediately, but for a Mac 10 to open up Banana and give his teammates control, that's something. Better than what they've been getting. Shapiro digs instantly. Gonna have to get that smoke drop. Covered by Minio, and is straight through the smoke. Claims Taco. When it rains, it pours for MiBR.
Tough stuff. Fur on the other side of the map, looking to draw some attention his way, looking to have some homies to help him out. Not gonna happen. He's just rabbit in headlights there, man. Punchek drops him easily, able to fall, almost getting another. But surely the damage has been done, the information is in. Hades spamming away. Can't deny the bomb plant. Needs to be a little careful he doesn't buy off more than he can chew. KNG is ready and waiting. Changing angles! Oh my goodness! Hades, though, with the insane flick. The second a little easier from him, but he continues to impress. As you said, moving in and around the Polish scene, eventually finding a home in Wisla and carrying the mantle absolutely for this squad right now. Really solid stuff as they get round number 14. Oh my god, I still can't believe it.
What's really cool about this is everyone on the Wilsa side contributing. Whether it be a double kill here or flashbang to set up a teammate there, everyone is adding to the fire. They are not letting up. And here's the double ops I've been waiting for Wilsa. This could be the nail in the coffin, as Minio is getting aggressive down mid, backed up by the ops to hold his ult mid. And Hades says goodnight to Fur. Minio down mid. A good trade, but Hades goes back for more. He is just so dialed in, it is unreal. MiBR left picking up the pieces as they have been dismantled another round in.
Words cannot describe. I'm sure MiBR feel the same way, but for different reasons. 4 on 2. Miss shot from Hades. Oh, he is on it though, man. Genji chases him, thinking he's going to catch him off guard, but no, you can't do that. It's impossible. He is just on a higher plane of Counter-Strike existence.
He's just having a game, isn't he?
And what a time to do it, man.
Oh, a career high for Hades, I guarantee you, is this moment right now. Everything is clicking. Timing's on point for Wisla. His teammates are supporting him and setting him up, right? But he's also facilitating, supporting his teammates at the same time. He is being the all-around opper. I mean, just he even finds Spur. Not even the player who was in front of him. Absolute destruction. This man is just dealing death everywhere he goes. Very fitting. As they're just one round away. And look at MiBR's buy to get the job done, Scrib. Wow.
Painful to look at. Spiro. He's also solid on the orb, apparently.
Jeez.
Not the craziest, but certainly hitting a nice, simple, clean flick to open up proceedings. Gets aggressive in behind them. KNG caught off guard. 5 on 3. The no scope from Spiro as well. I mean, they can't win it. They just can't win it. There's nothing MiBR can do. 16 to 9. What has happened? I'm honestly blown away. This is crazy.
I mean, when your secondary opper is doing plays like this, I mean, they are just confident. They are not worried about a thing. And what a series from Wisla. I mean, they were dialed in since Train. To take Train off of MiBR, one of their strongest maps, right? Besting the double ops, running it back. I mean, this is an underdog story that kind of speaks for itself to the uncertainties of Counter-Strike, but the glory of it as well when you're able to just make a series like this happen. It is very much so mind-boggling, but also really cool to be able to be a part of it and watch.
Yeah, I honestly, like I said towards the end there, words just cannot describe for me. It's crazy. It is crazy. And it's the word I kept on using because it just doesn't make sense. I feel like that's what, crazy kind of sums up and
low hopes for Navi. I'm coming in with very low hopes, and that's because I need their players to show up, and it hasn't been happening consistently recently.
I come into this with very much a kind of blank slate because what echoes in my mind, Navi still good, right? Still got simple, all
Cross, it's worked well. This patience, our threat is beaming ear to ear of the fact that these guys have had the presence of mind to play it like this, and now the retake's on.
Nice info on the peak there. Hampus has seen at least two. And this is a shutdown. This is really good. Unless Simple can dig deep and do something dirty. And honestly, the way they're playing,
No bullets.
I don't know if they're going to let him. And yeah.
Oh!
And now 2 left. Maybe just enough bullets to do something, but I don't see a kit. And I don't see one on the ground. Maybe I've missed it, but
Run!
that's it. Bullets to gun. Switch up on the P250. Done for. Hampus holds. And honestly, for NIP, it was precarious at the end. We know not to doubt the likes of Simple. It can always be deadly. They still got the job done.
They did. That's a big conversion. Let's see that one again. So Boomich, he did manage to get one, but it was the fact that they paused. Simple was all the way back up towards top site. And that second shot with 1 bullet in the clip, he manages to find the head, keeping it competitive. And that's definitely a little bit of a warning for anybody that wants to contend with Navi, that Simple's had his breakfast, he's had his bacon and eggs and whatever makes him as good as he is. Simple's off for an early party peak in the force buy here in round 2. That flash is enough to deter. So we are off.
One thing I just quickly want to let the viewers know at home from our previous outings with NIP on this map of Overpass, one that they tend to find as their home ground, is they are thorough. Now, I'll take you back to last season when they were taking and clearing bomb sites. They would push on in, they would make sure they were clearing the truck before they would go for the plants. They were really taking their time so they couldn't be run over by exactly this, these nuanced force buys where you have to deal with so many different showings, a CZ up close, a Deagle at range, a tag from a scout, and then the utility as well. So as the clock whittles down, they will slowly push through and comb the map.
That's the bomb, though.
Oh, Simple's still on it, Kai. He's flirting with the idea of long now, which obviously leaves Electronic a little more out on an island. Does that CZ show? No. Rez playing with this idea. He's looking to check it. You were speaking about how meticulous they are, but that's a weird angle to peek. I guess you'd imagine maybe it'd be on the other side where we've seen that little setup with the scout before, but the T's taking this time, running it down. I don't like very end game, late game hits.
Yeah, look at Electronic.
I don't think you check this. You don't. And now Electronic's got a freebie, gets the gun, gets to back away. No trade in sight.
Oh, rotation coming in from B as well here. 30 seconds. This is trouble.
Yeah, look at the fact that Electronic has an AK now for this defense. He even finds a safe haven from the Molotov. Hampus is right there. They're just staring at each other. Full flash. They need Plopsky to find it. He does connect, but I'm afraid the damage is done. Looking to stabilize was Nork. Twist could get caught with Util here. The push through the smoke is catched or caught if you're a sane human being. Bomb does go down. Just down to Perfecto and Simple, and make it just Perfecto. Only a Desert Eagle. Looks like NIP's thorough approach has managed to net them round 2.
It felt scary. I always get nervous on those late in the day hits, but if they are as thorough as said and they do take their time, they're meticulous in approach, the util was good. I mean, I guess a little lucky almost on site which way the flashes went, but they kept their calm there.
Yeah, it was lucky that the flashes were being thrown from both sides of things. Just taking a quick look back with Skybox, there was like 4 or 5 flashes going off above that A bomb site from both teams. So there's no wonder that Hampus was sitting there next to the APC wondering what the bloody hell was going on. Here we can see NIP,
nice
and then
setup.
the
I
curtains.
like it up top there. That was nice. The PC's up on the ledge.
Yeah.
A little bit of leg room.
Kick it with my feet all the time.
I
Bet
like
you've broken a bit
Plopsky's
of glass
knife.
or two. Which one's that?
It's the Paracord. This is my knife,
Oh, I like
isn't
the
it?
Paracord.
Hey, Rush, are you with us? Can you talk to us?
I think so. What's up?
Ah,
Yeah, it's
we've
your
missed
knife.
you.
It looks nice.
All right.
Oh dear.
That's a Rushley nade. I'm kidding. I'm just making stuff up.
Looks a little problematic if they commit to this, because there is a stack of pistols.
You've got to feel that now, right?
They've kind of sussed this one out. They can just sit at jail and duel. Getting a little sketchy.
I don't like it.
Simple should get one here if Hampus wasn't so clean, and that is absolutely perfect. 4 in the round, not letting his teammates get caught, not losing any of that armor or any of that util. And so they do start to nurture quite the bank account, and quite the opposite for Navi. So the AWP is an unavailable option, given the fact that no one could provide that. Flamey could go glass cannon if he so desires, but let's see that again from Hampus's POV, because even though they're not the prettiest of frags, this is within the chaos and necessity. He does manage to clean it up nice, neat, and tidy. So it's time for the weapon rounds.
So just for those who aren't too familiar with the whole Lekro Hampus change, Hampus came in because he's a ride or die in-game leader, somebody that wants to be an in-game leader, where Lekro picked it up.
AC.
Oh, we're on B already.
Yeah, Rez is going straight through the molly, straight ahead. Good flash, Perfecto's down. Nork can be a little MVP for that one, but the barrel still contained Flamey, but the flame is extinguished. What a sight take.
Yeah, that's so fast. Look at Boomich, he's shaken. With just 20 HP, a bullet in his dome already. He's been forced to retreat. Electronic can't really contend with this. A resmoke on Heaven buys them enough time. They have to accept the lower approach or the save. That's the 2 options they've been given, and it does seem like it will be the latter. Save what little they can after putting all of their peanuts into that round. So that's going to be putting NIP at 4. I want a quick recap of the whole veto as well, Chad. So this was obviously NIP's pick. The response was Train from Navi, and we get that...
Nuke as the third.
Nuke as the third. Wonderful. Okay, cool. So lots and lots of Counter-Strike ahead of this series.
So I just want to be showing somebody, everybody,
Anyone.
anyone who wants to watch, anyone who's interested, what NIP just ran into here on this B bomb site. Now you think, oh yeah, we know it's a lowish gun round. They don't have all the utility, they don't have all the goodies. But guess what? They had all the players. So we're going to bring Skybox up for everybody. We don't even need to play what's going on here. Simple heaven. Boomich has already rotated over. They're here at the start of the round. One towards short and one towards barrel. There were 4 players on the B bomb site right here, and NIP just ran through them. So that is problematic. The player's not hitting the shots, dealing with the B rush. That's why you have a stack, to be able to stop it.
Oh, you're bang on there, Chad. I hadn't caught just how many were ready for that. And if your B stack, your answer to them hitting B is already working and being run over by NIP, that is concerning. And they can do whatever they want now. They can look into any other page of the scrapbook. Simple wants some more peaks, but their flashes have contained him. Every time he's flirted with some CT aggression, he's had a white screen and a reluctant tut of his tongue.
Looks like NIP are quite well prepared, it feels. They seem quite assured. I mean, we are 4-0 up to the good, of course. So, I mean, pinch of salt. We'll have to see if it does continue this way. I want to see what they do. What's the new look here? What's the new approach? Surely this isn't just Navi, rinse and repeat. I want to see a bit of depth from them. But the meticulous approach, the surgical precision to the map does seem to be applying throughout for NIP, taking territory, but taking their time, but also not taking the bomb.
Oh, can we cut to Hampus again? He looks like a changed man. He looks so good.
Handsome boy.
Yeah.
I love those glasses. I want a pair.
You've complimented 2 circular frames.
I like them. I've been eyeing them up. Gunner, if you got any.
Yeah.
Gunners, you want to...
Get circular. Electronic. He's been a real thorn in the side of many a team in toilets, but for now does look like he'll accept. Oh, Plopsky, that's ambitious. Wants to take the duel on short, and it is Boomich. Quick to draw blood. That's the first blood for Navi. Maybe time for a shift of pace for the Ninjas. 40 seconds. They're gathering Monster. Hampus to lurk. Boomich is a responsive smoke. Likely going to deploy that to isolate the site, isolate the jewels for Flamey's SMG. I imagine Boomich might want to throw it now. What are you waiting for? 25. Yeah, now we'll drop it. Electronics already caught 1, but the 3 are ready to give it their best shot.
They've just crept to the site, Alex. They're there. How the hell did that happen?
Just needs twist now. A potential plant. Simple, however, with the scout bomb to be retrieved. 10 seconds. A bomb plant is something. But look at Perfecto. He's charging. He even fakes it with 8 seconds left. And that will convert into a Navi round. A team ace as well. Everyone picking themselves up 1.
Did they just contact Monster?
Yeah, now the idea was that they had enough control over towards Bathroom that it should be able to hold that rotation for as long as possible, but this opening from Boomich changed things, right? The fact that they couldn't maintain sewer control and that information was then given to Navi, it meant they could turtle back up on the site, and that smoke that was thrown, we've highlighted that in the past before from Navi, normally Electronic throwing it, but what it does is it corrals them up one side of the site, making it easier for the CTs to be able to deal with the push, and well done from Navi there. They get their first round on the board, their second opening for the game, and we're back underway with the gun round.
Deep nade towards Nork there. That's going to sting a little, but I guess it's not the end of the world. Still got the AWP to play with. And Simple this time gets the upgrade himself. He's going to be sitting on the AWP too, so what a fun prospect to see how that plays out. Electronic, again, it feels like he's so isolated, but I guess you've got Simple behind you, so you feel a little braver.
He's playing alongside Toilets as well, so if his retreat, well, now guarded by Plopsky, Nork, Rez, they're all there. A flash in. He was going to respond in kind, I'd imagine. Oh, dear. A disaster for the Ninjas in Pajamas. A quick double. They line up, and the spray control was absolutely phenomenal. Simple can clean this now. He's going to sweep into Nork, and okay, that frag keeps NIP in it. And if Electronic walks through the smoke, the patience is rewarded. Suddenly, they're back into the round here, Lauren.
I question the need to peek long, but I guess he wanted to try and help out, deny the threat that was building. But now, as said, the 3v3. Boomich.
No.
Oh, no. That's a tragedy. That's not a good one. That's a problem. Switch up on the old AWP. Low HP picks it up. 2 kills. You've already done your value there, Hampus. Don't you worry. But now they hit the brakes for a second. They've got 37 seconds to make something out with. Molly goes in. Both players are on the site. Flamey's there. He gets up close.
You've taken down 2 of the hardest hitters. Flamey fully blind. He's done well to get away. Hampus so low, the USP can do enough, and oh my goodness, just by a gnat's wing they survive. 15 HP between the 2 of them that remain. And Perfecto can finish this one off. The spray's not there. Nork, so precise. And that is a 5 versus, well, 3 squandered by Navi.
Ooh, the nades there were absolutely heroic.
This though, this from Boomich. He gets away with 4 HP and look what he continues to do. If Boomich kills, that's the face I'm pulling. That's exactly the same face I'm pulling after that one. And then RV fans probably going to be a little less satisfied with that one. Ninjas in Pajamas take the 5th, and it is going to be the Quasi buy, just investing about half of their schmeckles.
Haven't heard that one in a while.
To throw out a mix one. Quasi Nitro is the name in my recent fragging.
What really upset me, someone recently. Ooh, double stack towards underpass, hold on.
Bite your tongue.
I'll be upset about it in a second. Hampus.
It's not burning. Boomich, lucky.
Yeah, kind of surprised and probably as simple with that sort of peak. Head's gone. This double stack towards underpass feels like it's been felt out potentially. Maybe the nades coming in or something's given away a little bit of an indicator there.
Like in my super simple version of Counter-Strike in the world I live in, it's like, okay, deagles, close corners, where do I not want to be? Connector. Where do I want to be? Long. Those duels feel much more favorable to my AK-47. And so it makes a lot of sense, just logically, as to where you might want to be walking with your weapons. This is info, though. At the very least, this is a boatload of info. You can see, oh, he doesn't have a clue. An electronic could get spotted here.
I think Hampus just got the notification on 1. I don't think he knows Boomich, though.
Oh, did he get 4x3'd?
No, looks like he's reacted. Oh, Boomich does catch him. And so now an AK has fallen into enemy hands. Potential problems here.
I don't think he saw that guy cross on the right side. He seemed a little, maybe seeing the first, but all of that aside, we do have a bomb plant. 4 of them kind of locked in. These post plants aren't brilliant, but obviously the rifles, the armor, everything else looks good. Boomich is really the only danger man here. Flamey so low. Just not being given much to play with. Plopsky's denied anything he was trying to build through bank, and there it is. Shut down in the end, but I'm not sure how Hampus missed that second one there. The first one, excuse me, not the second.
It could have been a real problem because they were locked in on the site there, but they dealt with it well. They used their utility as the CTs would to corner off Navi coming in for this retake. But you can see what I'm talking about in their thoroughness. The fact that you're down in bank, you can control the rotations from those positions. And a lot of teams would throw the front wall of site smokes and then try and plant and then play retake from the toilets. What we've noted with NIP in the past, they love to get the site control. That makes the retake for the CTs even harder. And if there are quick flanks, well, you basically negate those right there. Navi will be calling their first tactical timeout here of map number 1. And you can see the money on the left-hand side of your screen. Perfecto has enough to drop an AWP over towards Simple. He definitely needs the big green in his hands to deal with this long play.
It's this map stand classically with Navi.
Classically?
In fine form and in current form, in your mind?
So look,
it's not a bad one, or is it, you know what I mean? Like, I just want the general idea of, is a 6-1 start, a good T-side against them, a problem, or is this fine?
It's not a problem because Navi, they would continue to go for these kind of half buys and they're able to pull off a gun round based off of individual performance, then swing a game off of that. But on the T side is where they get really gritty. When they win their force buys, when they win those low buys, they can get back into the game and start snowballing off of their individuals. But it's the B rush again.
Straight in, and Perfecto spray gets completely whiffed. Flamey dunks. We've seen some great work from him on this position before, but he's smoked off. And it's kind of ignoring him. What's going on there? Rez flipping around his nades. Now keeping the man advantage in favor of Navi. Rotate coming in viciously. He hasn't seen anyone. He's waiting for the call. Hampus hiding with the bomb. He gets hunted and it works out. Hampus dunk down to 39. A dink as well. Twist eliminated. This round is
how is Hampus doing this?
A lock-in. I don't understand. It felt like they had the rotate and the info. And again, here comes the pause. This is like the pistol all over again.
And they took this site against a stack, bear in mind, we've seen as well. That was just, I think, Flamey there. But let's see what they do. As you said, they've paused. Last time that did draw that little seed of doubt, but Simple Electronic, I don't know if they're going to wane in their conviction. It looks like Electronic's investigating. Whoa. But Naught could be on the case, and we've seen this gun looking like a shotgun rather than Naught. That's a barrel, and that's a body, and now Simple in the 1v2.
Chance for the first, and Naught knocked. 39 seconds. Hampus, he's done so much. He's got a smoke for bridge. Simple, just nice straight through it. They're going to walk and meet. Simple doesn't have to sweat at all. What a perfect read, and the star of Navi pulls home their second round, a necessity at this point. Opening kills led by the boys from NIP by a large margin, but it's the closing kill from Simple. This was how Hampus did it. Great shots.
Blood.
Yeah, Nork there, not expecting another player to be on the site, especially over towards Graffiti. And Nampus trying to be a little bit cheeky with it, walking through his own smokes right there, gets caught off guard, but the buy will come back out. NIP a little bit hamstrung, 3 Galils and a Deagle in play, and that molly, well, it's short.
Oh, that's a perfect flash. Electronic brave as hell, just standing his ground. He knows there was no threat of a fight. What's his timing? Is it a flash? I'm looking at the mini-map. I see no flash for Simple. Boomich has something pinned. It is a flashbang. But they're coming from long side. The flash won't really aid. That's probably why he's being so resistant. That was it. There's nothing there.
I hate it. I hate like 50-50 peaks where you really can't cover both without some sacrifice, but I guess you've got some faith in it, but they have lost long control.
Yeah, Electronic has done this a couple of times. He's playing these weird off angles. He played it in the toilets when he got the kill against Rez to pick up the AK on that 4-spy round. And now here, it's a bit different look from Navi.
Oh, wow. What? I can't believe Rez hit those shots. He was so wide. Does manage to go down to Simple all the same, though. Electronic trying to keep the wolf from the door. Hampus, the long lurk, and with Boomich only on the FAMAS, it could be the Achilles heel of this. He's got a lineup for us. Got a couple for us.
I keep pretending I'll remember these.
I know.
It's
Welcome
very
to Mike.
impressive.
Welcome to the club.
I was like, oh, it's something on this wall, but
That's
nah.
a perfect bank smoke.
Bloody hell, give me some of these. Make me
They can
just know
boost.
them.
Can they?
Yeah,
It
over
might
the
be
truck.
grey screen, though. Nope, it's perfect. You're bang on, Chad. Won't be able to contest the plant, but he's very exposed on Twist Jiggle. These nades from Navi have been fantastic, but the spray isn't. His teammate moved. He got the inaccuracy. 3v3 for the retake.
Still game on here. Not much util to work with, and Twist taking down Electronic. It's looking pretty dead in the water here. Flamey and Perfecto hoping for something, but Hampus pushed up, being aggressive, playing almost contact on it. He is having a game and a half. These are valuable kills Hampus isn't getting. And Flamey, what do you have left to do here? Yes, they're low HP. You imagine you could do something, but honestly, with no kit, nah.
Saving the MP9 is a curious one as well. It's not the greatest weapon to be taking forward. Better than nothing. So he will do his best to hold on to this one, and he has some Kevlar behind it. But this is the problem. Navi not being able to put multiple rounds together is going to hamper them hugely. They have roughly 3K on the majority of their players. There's the opening from Simple, but he was pinned. And you can see here, Hampus making the most of knowing that boost came in, able to deal with the bank play. And the frustration, you can see it from Simple here.
Honestly, Hampus is having a game.
He
He's on 14 kills.
14 to 5, no less. He really is buckets and spades above the rest. Let's see what this stack has in favor for Navi.
Basically a full 5-man B stack with Electronic coming down connector here, ready to pincer through to sewer. So he's going to have to deal with Plopsky first.
I will bet you, I was going to say the Molotov or clear it. That looks like a perfect one. Electronic has to give him the sound cue and bounds his way to safe haven. They weren't desperate to push him or frag him necessarily, but they've got their territory for free. They won't be complaining about that.
I'm surprised they didn't trumpish, but I guess the molly might have, hindered them too. But as I said, maybe just don't want the risk. I guess they could have been a crossfire on the stairs, very safe play. But for now, T's taking the time. There really is no hurry in this, it feels. They've kept some util back, a great deal of smokes, a molly or two here and there. So they can play it late. They can draw out all the very limited util from the CTs, and by the time it's hit the site, feel it out. They pick the right site if they go this way.
Look at this, always as a group, like the wolf pack of NIP. Across the map together, utility always on point. There's the arm of Electronic showing. The smoke will drop now.
Oh, man. Whoa, it's a full execute. It's just grey screens or flames. The options that Navi have been given. The flash would have been perfect had anyone pushed. 3 members of them doing the flashbang dance. You can see they caught with the pin, but Hampus babysits. And everything's fine. Everything returns to normality. It looks like NIP are on for a spotless, a flawless 8th round on the T side of their map pick here. Frustration starting to rise. The saved MP9 not able to contribute a dime.
Wow. This is impressive from NIP. I mean, their track record, they hadn't picked up a single win overall against Navi, right? But obviously this could be a lot of historical relevance to that. Simple still trying to do a bit of damage, but yeah, I think the way you described them as kind of that wolf pack working through, everything, and I gotta say Hampus, bit of a Fenrir the way he's approaching it. It's been fun to watch him play so far, and what a progression from when I saw him last. Truly bigger picture. Oh no, he's having a nightmare.
Oh dear, Simple's not going to be happy with that. He didn't know where he was going to stand to avoid the bomb blast. This is that Molotov to kick things off that pushed Electronic out of position.
Wow. Yeah, I'm just double checking it, but yeah, this year, just using this year to keep the sample size more feasible. They have lost in the 3 best of 3s they've faced off against each other. NIP haven't taken a map. The closest they've come was a 16-14 on both Nuke and a Mirage at 16-13. So we've yet to see an NIP victory just on a map, never mind a series this year. up against Navi, so have been somewhat of their nemesis. Rez is on for a contact walk here. Ooh, smokes it. That might be the instigator for the walk, though. Expecting it for now. 3 of them with pins pulled, and that could be the response they were hoping for. Stack nades on the boost. No one's home. Perfecto spotted.
Oh, he's stuck now.
Can't leave. I mean,
They're holding, though. I love this.
no rush. This is where suddenly Navi can find
That's different.
gap. There's no gap here. Rez is covering the flank as well. Flawless in execution at this point in time. He can't call space clear. The rotate's still a threat, and they can just press pause.
There's no way out for NIP, though, so if they lose one here to a straggler, somebody over peaks.
Isn't Connector the route out?
Yeah,
but
there's no one there.
Well, Electronic's in Collector.
Yeah, but
But,
they know he's there.
all right, well,
Come on,
Flopsy's
Chad.
dealt with him here. It shouldn't have
Yeah.
been that easy, but now A is completely open. The rotation comes in. The race is on. Who will make the quicker steps, as we can see Boomich on his way. Simple, not sure where he wants to go.
And I love that paranoia. They've done so many of these hits where they hold, they just double back.
Totally.
They have really made these boys paranoid that they don't know where to go. And
Have
now
to save.
you can't do anything. It's over. NIP are playing them like a damn fiddle.
They really are. This is so frustrating. Like the choice to go on simple there, Rush, helped us understand the dynamics Navi are going through, because you've got your star player who you obviously want to be putting on the site you think is being hit. They're making so many steps towards B, and he's still keeping his body firmly planted on that B site. Not interested in the A rotate just yet. They're even hunting them a little bit.
Yeah, and they
flirting
should.
with it. They know one's graffiti. Where's Simple hiding that orb? That's the one that's the priority target I'd be looking for. He's down there as well.
They found 2 then.
Got mollies. There's Simple filling the
They found all
feed.
3 technically.
Oh, it's still saving the orb. The bomb radius brings him down to 13.
Aw.
The wallbang will not find him. Okay, wow, that is exciting. 9-2, ladies and gentlemen, to start off our 7th day of Esl One Cologne.
I missed Rush. Like, I know you, it's kind of like, you know, one of my friends went to uni, he got some cool new uni friends, and then comes back to his hometown, like, oh, he's grown up. But it's nice to have him back. It's
Yeah, I
nice
mean,
to work with you.
I remember you introducing me to Rush before he even worked for ESL. He was a day armor
Yeah,
gamer?
little arm, very good with the RP, Rush.
The RP.
He loves a bit of RP, he does.
I've heard he's got some strong suits in roleplay.
Oh, yeah.
Well, double AWPs is the role play that Navi are going for right here. Flamey will be picking up this second AWP over towards the B side of things, and he didn't even get to shoot a shot. Twist takes him out of the equation early, and now, once again, NIP with an opening frag. Navi on the back
Is that
foot.
an AWP?
Yeah.
That was the $7,000 of goodies just
Oh.
squandered, and Perfecto's added to the list. Nork onto Perfecto. Boomich will recover. Perhaps it's not all in vain. Look at the aggressive stance from Electronic. No trade. He has to be a turret, and well, Hampus, we know what he's been capable of today. 16th frag found here in round 12 as they do make a beeline straight for the A site. The bomb very much behind. This could be a problem if Boomich can catch this, who is it? Twist. That's the only way they would have had a shot. Unfortunately, it looks like Twist is knife out. Boomich quite the opposite. They've waited for him as well. This is a team that is a perfectly coordinated roster of 5 at this moment in time.
Good luck retaking with 2 AWPs on the A site when they have bank control. They should start chasing already. What is Boomich thinking? Is he trying to
What's
hide in
this?
plain sight?
Getting nervous for him. Might want to try and back away. Yeah, he's thinking about it.
And now, look at Rez. He ain't that far away either.
Dun-dun. No, didn't
What
even,
is
didn't even
going
get the
on?
Jaws theme going. He's already dead.
Chad, you were telling me great things about Navi. You were saying,
What do you-
oh, they're
Lauren.
brilliant. I love this player. They're so consistent.
I've had
I'm
2
right.
teams that have
I'm
excited
right.
me this year. The first one was Navi after Katowice, and I said to myself, I actually
Right.
said on broadcast something quite audacious, and I won't make any statements like them ever again. I said something about there being like a new world order of Counter-Strike. It hasn't panned out that way. But NIP with all these roster changes was a team that I got really excited about, and I thought they could become a top 5, top 3
Is that why
team in the
you
world.
asked about Lecro yesterday. Or...
Well, I just got really sad when I saw them on Vertigo, one of their better maps, losing to Big handedly. I got sad. And I also like to make some
you
jokes.
turned into a fan. You turned into the normal fan.
Yeah,
Sees
but
one bad result, goes out and flames them.
some people like to laugh, Lauren, and I like to be the clown.
We all clowns here.
We are the
Chad.
court jester,
Yeah.
and the world is everything else.
You can do cartwheels. I can almost do a handstand. Lauren, what can you do?
Absolutely nothing.
Okay, well, maybe that's a skill in itself.
Yeah.
Oh, that feels kind of nice, I guess.
Sometimes the best action is inaction.
God, I used to get mocked for these statements and have like, you know, the motivational calendar. Now it's you.
Motivational calendar.
Literally, it's just, it was, you know, it is what
Well, it's
it
either
is.
that or dad jokes. What do you want?
Give us a dad joke then.
How
How about I give you a round to think of it?
Okay.
Really throw something around and come up with something good.
Yeah.
Have you guys been enjoying the food here?
Food?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's certainly sustenance. No argument there.
Yeah, I'm not really a massive fan of the German sausages they've got. They're the worst. Didn't even need a round. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Whoa!
Claps and chat.
Is that all right? Simple, perhaps not, though. In for a fright if he goes for the repeat campus. An uncharacteristic failure. Straight out monster, loses the duel to the MP9 and gives Navi a leg up, and you can see the reaction. Simple in electronic beam straight back to the site. They don't need to be aggressive anymore. The pick is theirs, but Rez, he's knifing out, is trying to gather ground. He knows Simple's going to take a cursory glance, but if he's at this close wall, yes. This is a chance for Rez here. A wide swing, a pre-fire, but Nork walks straight into the pixels.
Whoa,
It's Simple. Just making it look just that. Beautiful shots, locking down the long presence.
Well, we've had it. We've had the need a bit of individual brilliance to win you a round. There we go. We'll put a little tick in the box for Navi. Under the assumption that Twist and Plopsky don't do anything. I feel with Electronics positioning, Twist is dead. Unless something goes, again, terribly wrong. Doesn't. Nicely done. Plopsky can trade it out, but now the 1v4 begins. And a little cheeky nade, just to make it trickier. And obviously Simple standing there with 22 HP, even though it's low.
Why is he standing there?
I don't know, it's Simple.
He knows he can click first.
Yeah.
He does.
It's nice to have that faith in yourself, I'm sure.
So 2 of the 3 rounds here that Navi have won so far have come with Simple getting multi-frags, if that's going to put things into context for you. Now, he is the best player in the world, as per my opinion, but it has been tapering off in recent times because, well, Navi are struggling to be competitive. They have had some time off, as has everybody, but the loss against Complexity the other day was quite a harsh one to swallow, I imagine, for the Russian/Ukrainian camp. They still have an opportunity here to net 5, and that could be enough if they win the pistol and start to bound back in the second half. The AWP is still in Simple's hands, and you can see here looking for that 4-man boost. Won't be coming into play this round, but contact towards Monster yet again.
Feels like Flamey's starting to wake up, though, here. Feels like they're starting to become aware of this. The 4 players posted up towards B, the great deal of nades. I love these kind of small pieces they're all considering because maybe tendencies they've noticed.
Yeah, and what the conversation I'm trying to piece together here of the fact that they're throwing those 3 nades is that it did force Simple to have a look, right? They know that's enough to say there's 3B and have enough paranoia. Electronics aggression, though, it does manage to net him 1 and info that they are rotating. Simple will have to fill the gap. Bomb still spotted towards playground. Now I'll be putting that back on the ground, maybe even putting it into the healthy Nork. It looks like we're going to see an aggressive move towards short here. This is for info. Navi sweeping through water, calling it clear, which leaves Simple solo on this long side for now. Rotates coming in from Flamey. Oh, the boost is very naughty. Navi, one of the...
Simple knows it!
He's looking for it. And he sees the tip of his head.
Hello?
And he pulls the trigger, Nork dead. That's glorious. Of all the teams to do it against, it's one of the very few who did it first. Now Flamey eats a flash, perhaps the still bite in the NIP 20 seconds here. They won't be able to get it down. Simple, robotic in his adjustments. And it is 4. Double kill again. You said multi-kills from Simple. Well, the trend continues.
3 out of 4 ain't bad. That's a pretty good stat line to have for him right there. This one, it looks like, it looked a bit odd, right? It's funny that he didn't notice the head earlier, but for Nork, for those people who are, why didn't he see him? How come he couldn't see Simple there? Obviously, the hedge was in the way, but that's also Nork going in for a left eye peek. We've been talking about that a bit more in recent times for everybody. The camera in Counter-Strike is mounted on the right side of the head. So if you're jiggle peeking corners, jiggle the right side, ladies and gentlemen, not the left.
Yeah, that's the amount of times you die, you're like, I didn't even see him. It's probably felt like the Nork just there. It's because of that left eye peek. Then he's the door, sprays it. Boomich has got his routines ironed out, but nobody succumbing to it just yet. In fact, if 3 of them continue to take control of this connector, it's good pressure from water. It's good for the execute. I'm seeing a whole lot of nades from NIP. How do they plan to structure this? There's plenty of time left on that clock, but they're going in relatively dry, and the SMG drives by. Simple. Oh, he could be in trouble. Down to 9. He is finished off. And all on electronic as Nork's connected on his dig. This chaos from NIP has converted into a potential round win. Only electronic to clutch.
Okay. Oh, there was some venom in that though, wasn't there? For a second or two, it looked pretty deadly, but honestly, this scoreline is huge for NIP. We've not seen them best Navi since I can remember, so what a time for them to come online.
I'm a renegade. Every single night, I crave the taste. It's the adrenaline.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Все, что у меня есть, слово. Довод. Оно откроет правильные двери. Неправильные тоже.
Мы пытаемся предотвратить Третью мировую.
Ядерный холокост?
Нет. Намного хуже.
Довод. Смотрите в кинотеатрах с 3 сентября.
Lead the way. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm fasting you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not even to lose. Just fasting you. Fasting you. I tell you the truth. I'm fasting you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not even to lose. Just fasting you. I tell you the truth. Just faster than you. Just faster than you.
Nartus, Finseer, and the Ninjas in Pajamas. One of these teams will not continue at Esl One Cologne 2020. Of course, champions of 2019, Navi. How times have changed. NIP have yet to pick up a single win up against them this year. However, this seems to be their very best shot at least doing so in the map. Seems like GG.bet are bookkeep makers.
Bookmakers.
Yes, not keepers. Damn it, that's an accountant. Either way, we are into it. Myself, Pansy, and Sponge, ready to see if NIP can do what they haven't been able to this year, and maybe even run into a series with it. It's Rez taking down the hardest hitter. Puts Michael Jordan on the bench for the pistol.
Oh, was that a team dink?
It might have been. Otherwise, that was a very good shot from the tees. I don't know if that was the case. But might have had it.
He actually hit him.
Yes. But yeah, nice beginning, but not over yet. Damage being done to Hampus and Plopsky kind of keeps this very much competitive.
Just really important to note here, Nork and Twist, the two B defenders right now, both have HEs. So this could either be for the B plant if it comes in, or retaking A to stop the plant on that A bomb site.
It's so clear. Flamey's going to be calling for something. Yeah, they are on their way. Smoke's flying through the sky as well. This HE, as you discussed, Chad, is about to play a very big part in this. They're waiting for the sound cue. They could get trigger happy with this. Wait for it, biding their time, avoiding the molly. Now is the time, pull the pins, and Electronic
On in.
down to 2 HP, my God. It's something, and the round far from over, but they're low too. Hampus and Plopsky gonna have to be the sacrificial lambs.
These trades have to be so perfect from the CTs. You know that Plopsky and Hampus are going to fall at this point, but how do they do it, and does it set you up for success? No, it absolutely doesn't. It's a huge shutdown. Perfecto, Electronic, those two are just kind of the final piece of this. And to be fair, yes, the scoreline did look condemning, but Navi came online at the end. Simple side to wake up, and bloody hell.
Oh,
I told you I'm going to use the P2K from now on.
Okay.
See what Rez is doing with it?
Yeah, I do, and we were talking about it last night on the HTV Confirmed podcast. It's actually statistically a very good pistol.
It doesn't feel as good.
No, and it doesn't, you know, the heads don't feel like they explode like watermelons all the time.
No.
That's what happens with the USP. But speaking of USPs, we don't have any on the board right now. It's going to be 2 Scouts, 2 Deagles, a 5-7 of Doom that's been getting a little bit more popularity in recent times, and a light sprinkling of utility. But there's one of those Scouts ringing through early, doing some damage towards Boomich.
Where's pushing back into it?
Did he catch
Did he get
that?
the timing?
So Rez, I have to get a wiggle on here. His teammates are pushing water, and yeah, that's unfortunate timing for Twist, just as he was clearing his close corners. Another tag. Flamey and Boomich both caught by the Scout, and there's the conversion. You can see how there's legs to this second round force buy from the CTs, but they're speeding up. Nork has to find at least one here, but it's simple. The spearhead, as outlined, does charge into the site and eliminate any of that threat. So this is a flying start for Navi. This is exactly what they wanted. Just a save for Plopsky, and on the Mac 10 armor, we see the Scout armor for Rez preserved. And this will be 2-0 after their woes in the first half. Hampus was the first death those last 3 rounds of the half. So it's interesting that when we lose Hampus, it was much quicker to see a Navi conversion, something to keep our eye on if there is a trend to be outlined there. That's SEO keeping his finger on the statistic pulse.
It's important that they hold on to these saved weapons here. So Rez, he'll tag up Electronic and make him think better of the chase. And you can see Plopsky on the right-hand side of your screen down the bottom there has the Mac 10 equipped, but secondary will be a Deagle. So he can drop either of those across to one of his teammates. They can go into the next round with 3 weapons strong. And it's not the worst buy in the world, especially if Rez can be quite mobile with that little Scout, the baby orb. Very, very agile. You just get a tag to the body, do roughly 70 damage, then your pistols are able to mop on up. But it's finding those tags that is very important. You can see here, this is what I was talking about. There's no more excuse of not being together. There's no more excuse of not being in the same room, not being able to pump each other up. Navi and NIP, respectively, are both in boot camps right now.
I mean, I think there's always going to be an excuse found if you look hard enough and you want to find one, but there shouldn't be, as said. Now, looking at this, did the duo go across? Yes, Hampus has now picked that up, so nicely spotted. Flamey looking to make some cash, though.
Yeah, it's very important if you are the likes of Nork and Twist that you don't die early. You want to allow your players with upgraded weaponry to find some impact, to find some tags before you drop. Play the numbers game. Right now, I know it's an eco round, but it's still a 5v5. Electronic has taken a lot of long control here. That has applied pressure and forced out the rotation. Rez with another shot goes missing, so that's 3 Scout bullets this round yet to find any damage. And Navi across the rest of the map, they're just doing a default comb.
Valiant attempt from Plopsky, trying to catch the timing as they cleared that close corner. And Rez still getting overwhelmed, and through the smoke, Electronic will make this one look relatively open and shut. Hang on. Back to B. That's where only a USP. Maybe he can just, stare anti-flash for a moment, try and double dink the plant. It's not like he's going to get a chance. And now, Boomich opens that one up, pulls another nade out of the Navi arsenal.
Yeah, just damage here, the name of the game. If you are NIP, you can't really go for a round like this. The AK save for Hampus could be huge, allowing them to have a little bit more utility going into the first gun round of the second half here. I don't know if Nork wants to hold on to this Scout. He could ply it on the CT side and still try and use it like an AWP. Obviously then needing to go for headshots if he wants to have the same impact. But relatively clean from Navi. And one of the things that Navi can do quite well is their T-sides, because their trading, their fundamentals are good and their individuals are great. You know, they can get multi-kills galore. The CT sides, I tend to think it's a little bit more volatile for them because they go for more force buys and more half buys than a lot of other teams.
And then they do rely on those individuals to get the multi-kills. Teams are getting so good now, as everybody can imagine, with the utility usage, the pop flashes, the punishing in that regard, that, well, Navi, they can't get away with their old tricks as often anymore. Things are starting to slow down here for NIP. So this first gun round, they need to make a bit of a statement. It's that deagle shot from Hampus, punishing Simple. Simple's had a bit of a rough go of it in these first 3 rounds. The pistol round, getting his head taken off by Rez, and their Hampus has just done the same. The fist bumps will come in. So we're getting this one underway. What type of buy are we looking at here? AWP for Rez has the spawn.
He's holding the nerve and just second shy. Forcing good util out. Flamey taking a chunk of damage early as well. I believe that was from a nade of Twist. I've seen teams even underhand a nade for that corner, so he is at risk.
Trying to get him. A bit of a spam coming through. It looks like we're still kind of on track towards toilets for now. I mean, it could all very much change depending if they have success, but Nork is still posted up. We do have Rez there, kind of the Simple and Electronic on the other side. He's been seen 100%. Boomich is going to call that out. Simple gets ready. They don't want to take too many risks. Oh.
Trades work out well, but losing Simple, it's quite the scalp for Rez to find. 50 seconds for the Navi T side. No armor for Nork.
Electronic is long on his own right now, and the other 3 are posturing over towards the B side of things. So Molotov out from Connector. That's going to keep 2 players planted on the B site. With 35 seconds left, Navi can stay in limbo.
Oh. Didn't see him twist. That was unfortunate. Just narrowly missing out on his window to punish. Now numbers favoring Navi, and they can go anywhere they want. Smoke, Flash, Plopsky, and his partner in crime going to be at risk here, and he's so blind. He doesn't even get to pull the trigger. Hampus had a chance. Not connected onto Electronic elsewhere, so now it's all onto him. And that rotate's coming in thick and fast. Flamey close with the MAC-10. Nork just thinking better of it, realizing that that is too much of a risk and too prize of a possession. Let's not forget, no armor. That MAC-10 could shred him, and he is going to potentially catch Flamey on that hunt. So that's a nice relief. An extra $100 for him to treat himself to something nice.
I still think Orcas are a bit hard done by. I know that AWP is so powerful, but $100 kill reward, come on. Come on, Gabe.
Like, give us a flashbang every kill instead.
Yeah.
That's something.
The thing is, if you get an ace with the AWP, you get $500.
Yeah.
What are you doing with $500?
I can't even celebrate. Like, I can't even buy a full util set after acing with an AWP.
You're not dropping anybody anything.
Oh, I can't even drop you a deagle.
All right, so now we're starting to get into a competitive landscape. The scoreline 11-8 in the favor of the Ninjas in Pajamas. Hampus, with that AK that was saved in the previous, he's had his money bolstered. That was 7K. He actually picked up a secondary AWP, yes.
That was Simple again. So, you know, we've been talking about him having a rough go of it.
Yeah.
To get the Chadism correct.
The third time
That's
now?
the third time. It's Rez as well, who first blew his head off with the P2K on his party aggression. Now he got a call from his in-game leader saying he's close toilets. He's walked in and got his head blown off. Whoa, okay. Hampus was trying a very spicy wall bang, but just the one. Nork catching a bottle on the chin.
That's never fun.
No. Sounds like a night in Dog Swamp chat.
Mate, there's nowhere to go out in Dog Swamp. Maybe the hot tip.
Simple will be smoked off. Pushing for long info. It's going to be Rez who'll swing wide and call it clear. Can now pivot back towards toilets and be closer to respond. Hampus, I love the angle he's adopted here. It will be the first closest line to an Inquisitive Flamey. And a bing. Not quite. Back in away. Loads of time. And the bomb's loose B side. So Navi are starting to spread their approach. Let's not forget it's only pistols and those 2 AWPs. So ideally, the boys from NIP need frags before the execute.
This is going to get tricky. They're trying to play up towards Monster. That's a bit of a success, but it's traded on, and that's nice from Simple. B's looking extremely vulnerable. Down to the AWP with Hampus, and even then, they've barely made the site here. They just kind of walked towards Monster. On the other side was the bigger Monster himself. Simple. So Hampus trying to get involved, but what can you do about this? I mean, he's kind of dedicated towards the site now too, so he's not really backing away from it.
Navi have a bad habit. And the bad habit is running down that clock when they shouldn't, because suddenly, a 2v4, if you've got an AWPer poised on the banana position at 25 seconds, 2 kills and suddenly this round gets awkward and you can't plant. Nork has potential here. You need the first cleanly. That's not it. Perfecto saves the day for Navi.
Hampus should probably try and hold on to this. Now, in the next round, they will get the max loss bonus to 3,400, so he will be able to buy. But keeping up the AWP means he can drop it to Nork. And they can keep their defense looking relatively potent. But so far, yet to post around here on this CT side.
Just a general question, Lauren. Do you prefer Hampus's AWP or Simple's one? I need a new skin. I like the snaky boy.
The snaky boy.
That's nice, but I also like the kind of
Can't see this
doogey.
too
Okay, hang
well.
on. Get out of the shadow, Hampus. Someone give him a nudge.
We know you're trying to stay
He's
alive.
trying to survive like it's Esl One Cologne or something.
Gosh, up the gamma. Bang it up.
Yeah, it's kind of got a dude's face on it. It's kind of like samurai, kind of Japanese characters.
I got the one
They
with all
look
the
a bit
cats on it.
It does look a bit kind
They
of...
both look a bit tanky.
Okay.
Oh, Christ,
Oh,
Hampus.
what?
We got a kill.
Okay.
All right, I guess you don't have an AWP.
I didn't quite get to catch that. I was looking deep into Lauren's eyes, but this was where it started. You can see their aggression on Monster. Had Boomich not taken down one, and Simple not caught Plopsky with nades in his hands. It was well handled in the end, and it was Perfecto's frag that did keep them safe. Nork knew he had a chance to do impact there, and you can see frustrations building. What was a very dominant half. It was 11-4 now, 5 rounds consecutively into our second half of our first map here on the 7th day of the Esl One Cologne. We're into the nitty-gritty, folks. Boost. This could end badly for Flamey, but the smoke keeps him safe. Looking to potentially see Rez meet Electronic here on a very solo adventure. He goes for it wide.
Oh, Flamey's been playing this area like an animal. It's actually been really, really hard for them to handle. Now, the issue being, obviously, is that bomb. A little bit hard to recover. It can be picked up without losing life, because you can go all the way around, which is what Boomich is doing, but it is a bit of a nuisance to deal with. You could have been quicker off the trigger if had you'd kept it on you, but for now, Boomich, a little high flash, has to go through the motions of clearing this, doesn't know if they're pushed up or being annoying, but it's nicely hidden under the kid slide. I guess that's not really a great
Remember the
place.
word for slide, could you? It's been that long since you've actually
Slippery
seen
dip.
one.
Yeah, it's not a word you often say, is it?
No. Slide. Sandpit. Swing.
So right now, Plopsky's the only one over towards this B-bomb site. The rotation will need to come in, and that smoke that we've just seen go over towards Monster was thrown by one of his teammates in CT spawn. But the two heavy hitters, Electronic and Simple, are out of the equation.
Flying through. Molotovs aren't too much of a problem. Plopsky gets it clean.
Huge win. That was massive for him. They needed that because, honestly, Navi have been scary, even in unfavorable scenarios, but the player's in the right place for once. Plopsky and Rez hold it down and game back on for NIP. Honestly, they needed that, though. It felt like they just were not in the game. Navi were running through them.
Yeah, I mean, it's so much so that the opening kills, the multi-kills have all kind of leveled out after the dominant start. We're seeing 10-11 in opening kills, so NIP leading that by 1 over the course of these 21 rounds. Multi-kill rounds are looking a little more favorable to NIP, just picking themselves up their 16th multi-kill round, but it's 16-13. And a timeout, the third called by Navi. Let's not forget the standard coaching rules apply. Blade on the microphone and able to have his chats with the boys. Seeing this from Plopsky as well, that was a necessary frag. It enabled his teammates to focus onto this double stack towards short. 12, the first CT round found on NIP's map pick.
Sorry, I got distracted. There was a fly, but I thought it was mosquito. I was ready to kill. I have like 6 bites on me. All right, if I see something flying, I'm nervous.
We'll get you some
Do you
spray
know
or
what fly
some
is in
ointment.
German? That's an easy one. Fliegel.
Legal.
Fliegel.
That's so cute.
This is a very important round for the NIP boys here. If they're able to convert this, breaking that economy of Navi, they will only be getting the 2,400, I believe, in the following. Sorry, in the 1,900. They've been reset all the way down. So it'll just be a partial buy for them in the next round if they're not able to get bomb planted here. People seem to think I say here funny.
Yeah.
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 Everyone mocks me about that for some reason. Just an Australian thing.
I don't think we've ever mocked you for it. I think you just brought it up, and now people are going to be very aware of it.
Ah, damn.
Manually breathing. Chad, where does your tongue typically rest in your mouth? Can you identify how your tongue normally rests in your mouth? Either way, I'll let you think about that while I focus on the commentary. 3-man split for the B site. Flamey and Boomich will be smoked off again. That's going to put the clock down to about the last 30 seconds here. And there's still util for days. They got flashbangs. As the util starts flying in, the CTs, they should be able to just barrage with incendiaries and flashbangs. Here they come. 30 seconds. Navi, I'm getting
hell?
nervous. Boomich is going to have to make a call with conviction here.
What year is this? Is this Navi running the clock down low, and now you're going to see NIP on the push? I like that, being proactive on Monster. Putting down the lines of sight and the lines of attack, and look at this. Dismantling Navi. It felt like they've been so potent and powerful, but now they leave themselves 15 seconds, and they haven't stepped on the site, but now they do.
It was simple and it was electronic. Now, unfortunately, only electronic. I don't know what he can do here. Nork's holding the cross, and with shots like that, it's only going to be a consolation. He won't really have a chance to get away. Twist will finish him off. And Navi, bitten by that bad timing bug, puts them on to about 3K per player and 13, 3 away from map point. I want to see that from Flopsky again. As soon as you get that monster player, you call it clear, you know, with 20 seconds left, there's Molotovs, they're running through it. They even see Hampus kill Flamey. That is the problem. They had so many nades for days that you can't bide the clock. Maybe Simple saying something of a similar sentiment.
Calm way.
Yeah, maybe more calm. The smoke towards Monster, you get to follow that one looking perfection. A little off. But catching a glimpse of one playground, getting that early info, the CTs are poised for their 14th collection here.
Good economy of utility there, similar to economy of words, but words don't matter so much in a game like Counter-Strike. You can see these upgraded pistols. 3 Deagles, still very, very deadly, especially in the hands of Electronic and Simple here. If we're going to have a quick look at the scores as we're getting into this round, Simple has 19 frags. Doesn't feel like it, does it? But he has 19 kills to his name, and then the next, he's 2 IC, the second star. Electronic, we wanted it. He's got 92 ADR and 15 kills to his name. So don't consider this one done and dusted. This is a Navi special.
You're absolutely bang on, Chad, and it's just when you write them out that they remind you what they can do. Still, seems like NIP are a very regimented squad, so the chances for those Deagles to pop off, usually exploiting players' mistakes. Well, it's this time Rez actively fighting for long control. The jump for info gets him something, but Rez, no sweat.
And I like the fact that Nork had his back too, just in case there was too much of a problem. Hitting 1 Deagle could happen, 2 probably not. That's nice from Twist, as you said. Shadow giving away the game gives him the angle, gives him the early bit of work. And they've got the pins here. Rez may be a little needless on it, but it feels like it's going to be shut down soon enough.
All right, well, Simple only has 3950 to his name right here, so potentially bought in a little bit too far in the previous, and he can't get an AWP unless Perfecto wants to go naked in this round. So
I don't see a world where that one's happening.
Very unlikely. Very, very unlikely, unless he's getting the whole Adren treatment. Eric, drop me AWP.
Drop AWP now.
And I don't feel that will be the case. So it will just be an AK-47 in the man's hands with a flash behind it. Galil's for Boomich and Flamey here. So not the most potent of buys, whereas NIP have everything they want. Molotov early extinguished. Hampus knows something could be coming quick.
It's like he waited for the extinguisher's accused to regress, and now he could get undressed. No, Nork keeps him clothed.
Good trade. Well, not even a trade. Good teamwork.
And Norka's doing that on long as well. He's been a really nice kind of complementary element to the CT side, taking a couple more additional fights here and there, but you still have that backup in place. I like that.
Sticking around. No chance, but Simple punishing the missed shot. Bobski towards water. If he can tuck into the corner, he's got game. Fortunately, he's lost Rez now, so this does start to favor Navi here. If Flamey does a procedural clear, he gets caught, and a real chance for Plopsky. He's trapped. He needs a headshot. Boomich and Perfecto hunting him down. He's got 1 bullet. 1 bullet in that M4. Yeah, I did reload as well. We're into a 3v3 here, but Hampus from behind could completely destabilize it all.
Oh, his timing couldn't be better. That's bomb down, spots it, probably knows there's more threats around. Does get simpled. I think there's no other way to put it. The man can just do it when he needs. Now, Plopsky. This is terrifying. I hate this round so much.
Aggressing bank. Bombs being delivered by his teammate Perfecto. They know Plopsky's on the flank. Twist is the unknown entity here, but Simple, he is sweeping through, and he wants another. This time, the Swede says no. Perfecto can have a chance at this clutch, but it's Plopsky he has to find first. He's being hunted from 2 different angles, and now he's taken them at the same time. That's 15 for NIP. Looks like they're about to break the streak of losses they've conceded here against Navi in 2020. Their first map win is now just 1 round away.
Just to make a note about Rez, we were speaking about him in the pregame. Well, SEO, our stats man, giving us a big one here. Rez has 7 opening kills in this game so far,
Looking for an AK?
and only 15 kills in total. So his impact is definitely being felt here. We remember it from the pistol round on the CT side with that massive shot towards Simple. And this was what I liked early. Nork there making sure he could bail his teammate out, taking Electronic out of the picture. And with the 2,900 loss bonus that Navi have had going into this round here and the bomb getting planted, we should be able to see a convincing buy, or at least a buy that is serviceable, right? It's not going to be perfect. They're not going to have everything. Lauren swatting away that bloody fly.
It's hovering around the studio.
Missed Molly early. That's going to give them a free bit of territory and make sure they don't have to use a smoke.
They're really happy to take this space early, and the spray through the smoke. He's even got nades for them. Perfecto could be in trouble. He dunks him. Rez, that is impressive.
Another opening.
2 kills. They're 3 frags away from taking this map, Lauren.
I don't know what's happened. I know that there's still so much power on this Navi side, and I'm desperate to see it. And for the first half of the T side, it looked good, but look at these crossfires. Hampus just keeping Plopsky safe. As soon as Flamey wanted to punish over by Monster, leaving Electronic in a 1v4. And no step anywhere, no bomb to hand, which now, looking at where we're seeing, I think it's Plopsky push up to, he could find, potentially. And again, clearing all these corners going forward is such a tall task. It looks like map 1's wrapped up.
Yeah, Electronic's the only one that can campaign to change our minds. You're right, though. Plopsky is responsible for that bomb. He doesn't know it yet. Now he does. We'll hit the brakes. And so poor old Electronic has to win this duel super cleanly. There's the first jiggle, and look at... Oh, okay. Well handled. Good moves from Plopsky, but as he descends, Hampus was there, and Electronic continues to show us why he is one of the stars of the Navi show. Molly barrels charging forward. Smoke for the cross. There's no one there. He's faking it out as well, trying to catch Rez in rotation. The man is just playing 5D backgammon at this point. Nork staring at the smoke walk. Has he read it? Takes the step. Another smoke. Will plant within it.
Electronic's playing a game here. He is playing a dangerous, deadly game. Now he has to plant. No two ways about it. They're closing in. And there it is, 16-9. Can you believe it? NIP looking deadlier than ever. But Navi starting to wake up.
Prepare ourselves for battle once more. Is there any light at the end of the train tunnel? It's time to find out. Navi heading into war.
Ooh, a quick one here. Boomich out main. Molotov's already dropped, so looking to set a bit of a tone as the attack is over towards Ivy. Smokes out late. Flash to follow.
A lot to do here, and only the first. Looks like we've still got a good bit of bite in the Navi roster. Twist has cut them down to size, though, and so poor old Boomich can't get the bomb down. Perfecto responsible for it. Plenty of time in this round, but these long fights do favor the USPs, Lauren.
They certainly do, and I'm sure Boomich and co are well aware of it, trying to limit that distance, try and pull it to a more manageable area, and Perfecto gets up close, and maybe he can do some damage. He has. That's not bad, but look at the HP of Boomich.
Yeah, problematic. If he can get this bomb down, now we're cooking. That CT smoke does mean he can push in, but they respect it.
Ooh, this is so tentative on a knife's edge, really. You can see the kit right there, too, so they're well aware that they can get hold of that. Perfecto going to go and sit by Pop. And it looks like Boomich might be the kind of sacrificial lamb to this.
Ooh, they even pick up a kit. That couldn't be any better timed. Navi starting to be favored at this one. Perfecto with the P250 as well. Oh, Rez needs to find this one cleanly. They're running out of time. They're running out of time. That's the kit. And that should be the round. Twist getting just the one. It's not enough. It's insufficient. There is not enough time, and he's so convinced that it's Pop Dog. He should have just gone down, but I'm afraid it's all five of each side collapsing at the end of that one. Well played by Navi to turn that around. It was an unfavorable 2v3 that ends with a 1 in their column.
So we have a unicorn round if nobody dies. What if everybody dies? Graveyard round?
The apocalypse round, yeah.
Apocalypse round. Just something real grim.
Yeah.
All right, so a couple of key notes here for NIP on the map of Train. Hampus is the inside anchor. Nork will be doing the primary AWPing duties. Plopsky likes to pick up the AUG on the CT side. Rez, aggressive in towards Pop Dog. And Twist, well, his job is over towards Ivy and back of 6 lane. So this force buy coming on through here. 3 Deagles, a Scout, and a 5-7. Rez getting up into Pop straight away, so right on cue it seems.
Okay. And eventually I'll ask you the same question. I don't know how NIP look on this map that I asked kind of about Overpass and Navi. That's nice, Rez. This Deagle. He does seem to have an affinity for finding simple too, and he does it again. That's 2 big kills. And suddenly the others are quite split apart, quite sporadic in approach. This is a bit of a nightmare. Look where the bomb is too. It's recoverable though, Alex.
Certainly is, Lauren. The smoke, Electronic is being quite the rascal. Rez's early frags with that Deagle really echoing through this. can't keep a straight face with these glasses on. Electronics got the frag. And Plopsky is going to go down as well. 3v3, but so damn low. Problematic. Bomb loose main, and they've known that the whole time. So Boomich on a retrieval mission. It should be impossible with an AK staring at it and with an aim like Rez. There it is. Nice work.
That's 3 kills. This ain't bad.
He's going Ivy with Electronic. This is very interesting. Smoke will get them into the back lanes at least, but Hampus, is he...
If he just plays spoiler, look at the time. 25 seconds? Ah, that's a kill.
Hello.
That's a freebie. Probably didn't expect the other. He might have been curious as to why he was backing away, but no matter which way you want to cut it, 18 seconds ain't much to work with.
It really isn't. I don't know if he can get across to backtrack, so he does. Just a momentary lapse. Nork's aware. 10 seconds. Molly's perfect. If he runs, knife out, he's got a plant here. Maybe not. Rez has arrived. Perfect timing.
No
but
time,
it
no
is
time.
a safe plant. 4.4.
How?
Aiming. It's an extra 800
Good
for
plan.
every member of Navi.
Very selfless play from Boomich right there. He could have just stayed, tried to fight the connector guy, see if the other individual wants to push forward. Obviously not too sure where he was. That would have given Rez the opportunity just to hold on to that AK and not need to make the kill. But what I'm talking about with that plant, you're stimulating the economy. And Navi, they love a good force buy. Is Rez kicking it off with those 2 openings on the Deagle, easy as you like. A third, and he finishes things off with that 4th onto Boomich here at the back of the bomb train inside. So good stuff from NIP to be able to win the force buy scenario. But they have to go through an arduous task of dealing with NIP on Deagles. Oh, sorry, Navi on Deagles. Too many
Ends.
Yeah. All right, you can see the force buy coming through. Flamey's been dropped over an AK. There's a MAC-10 on the floor. Other bits and bobs being tossed around, making sure everybody gets the weapon of choice.
So let's see that util set. The one that's been hammered into me. Front spawn, Molly. Second spawn, Flash. There they go. Perfectly set up. And ooh, Simple's hungry for some action. Straight in, recovers a rifle, wants to deliver it to his squad mate. He's like, Boomich, come on now. You know who I am. I'll be taking the Kalashnikov Danke Schön. Not German, so that would be weird.
Privyet.
Thank you. Smokes off Ivy.
Trying to think of any Russian that I know that is not vulgar.
Asvidanya.
What's thank you in Russian? It's spasiba. That's it.
Isn't that... What was Privyet?
I think it's hello.
Oh.
That's a dirty word, is what you said. No.
Yikes.
Could be. Let's tread carefully. Rez will have to after being flashed by his teammate.
Okay, look. Someone at home who's from like CIS. Where is borscht from? I can't remember where it's from. It's a good like soup. It's like a really red, like beetrooty soup. It's really, really good. But I can't remember which like region it's actually from. All that weirdness aside, it has kind of accumulated towards this B hit. Now
He's going up? He's going up?
He's
Of course he is.
Electronics there?
Gonna get a freebie.
Rez is feeling very free and maybe a little too much so, but Hampus has to hold this down, but about to get overwhelmed. 3 more players pouring his way.
Oh, well played. The first 2. Teammate Nork taking Simple down, and the nade will do good damage. 20 shaved off of Flamey's 60, so now forced to relocate with the Flames. Twist, this flank is everything, and Electronics not looking. Now is prime time. He's going to upgrade to the AK for the final frag. Flamey to clutch. Certainly not impossible. 2 different angles of assault. He needs a clean kill onto this AWP player. The spray's good. Nork working with a little now. Smokes and kits on them. If he could deploy that smoke, they can still contribute from the grave. And eventually found. Nork does get it, and that is a defuse second round for NIP. Look how close that came, though. Contributions across the board.
Briefly, I did get a message through the wire about Stunner doing something.
Oh, yeah.
Is there something going on out there?
So on the social medias in the quarantine cam, we know that Stunner has been keeping you all entertained, especially on the Insta. So if you want to head over to his Instagram, @Stunner, I believe it is, he's giving away a Howl pin. So there's some goodies over there for everybody at home.
Yeah. I think he said to me the only message he needs is pin please.
Pin please.
Yeah. PL said, you know, you really don't have to be particularly, you know, artistic
Howl
with it.
please, pin please,
Pin please,
whatever you
howl,
fancy,
pin,
really.
please, whatever.
Just get involved.
This is a fast force buy coming out here from Navi, or a partial. They've half bought into this one with the standard out smokes. We've got a 5-lane smoke, some Molotovs are plenty, and through Ivy they go.
Just about going to go. There we are. Makes it through in the end and into the loving arms of Plopsky. Boomich is down. And I'm a bit worried about Plopsky. He could be isolated here, but he's got the support of Nork. Again, this guy's really good at that complementary style, but Flamey's success is going to keep them worried.
Yeah, it does. You're bang on. From the 2 games or the 2 maps we've seen so far, you know, we've seen evidence that Nork is always in a position to support the weakness. You know, like if there is for their rifler a weakness to the choice they've made, Nork tends to be the one propping it up. The retreats on overpass, the Olaf line from train, he's got it covered so they can play the close sandwich angle.
He actually got that kill from top heaven. So
Oh,
he was
excuse me.
so he was up heaven looking through the tight little gap that you can see in towards sandwich, making sure that Plopsky at least had a little bit of help. And in the previous, I was thinking about highlighting it, but he was the reason that Hampus was able to stay a little bit safe on that bomb train inner, getting a kill from the players coming out high ramp, taking the pressure off. So good stuff there from Nork in the early stages. 3-1 now as the barrage of utility comes on over yet again. Hampus is going through, but the flash will make him think better of committing too hard.
Some of these gamers, man, 2020 Counter-Strike, it does seem like people have seen the benefits of being aggressive, and that's a disadvantage. It spreads, and it's horrible. Perfecto, he tucked into the corner, false sense of security, and now he's crispy.
Oh, these molly spreads have been so deadly as of late. I don't know what it is. Has there been a change to them?
Well,
or?
that's calculated, and he knows that if anyone's in that corner, they get this false sense, it spreads, and you've got to run through the whole thing to escape.
So the key with the Molotovs is as the longer they're on the ground, the more damage it does, and the last spread that it does, when it
Really
ticks you,
ticks.
the last two, yeah, you're doing like 30 damage with just 2 ticks there. So you can see how unlucky Perfecto was.
Twist is really on the verge here of either a great bit of work or, I guess, a worrying bit of info. 2 players now open on Ivy. They can go wherever they fancy here.
Rez really is going to have to do a lot with a little here, because Plopsky's going to have to make a choice. Simple Electronic already out Ivy, and as that smoke fades, there is a lot of space. Plopsky has nowhere to hide. This is his best of a bad situation. He knows his teammates got pop, so he can be concerned and prioritize Ivy. 20 seconds, Navi, you're making me nervous here.
Where's the bomb? Boomich. Okay, there we go. Rez is gone. That was the player towards Pop. But look at Hampus. He's quick on the tail. Now they see a little bit more. Plopsy going down, though, makes this problematic as Hampus and Nork... What? How is Hampus able to do so much right now? These last 2 players actually cut... Oh, Hampus, that is sick work!
Absolutely phenomenal. Hampus gets the timing bang on. They're planting open, and Navi punished for running down the clock again. I wish this wasn't the first time I was saying it, but it certainly is not. Let's see this one again. This is how Perfecto lost his life. The perfect spread. 30 ticks towards the end. I appreciate that insight, Chad. But it was Hampus that really wins it. Not only this, but they're planting at 10 seconds left. He's got enough time to underhand a flash and take a safe long-range MP9 peek, getting them both. They can't believe it. A roar.
He can't believe it.
Erupting from the NIP camp.
There's just so many positions that they had to worry about there. Boomich not really knowing where to plant, but open to pop. Didn't feel like the right answer whatsoever. We've got the eco coming out here. And, well, 2 frags have already fallen. So we might get an opportunity to take a little bit of stock here. I don't think that Perfecto Zeus will be getting much use. He is over towards the top of the Pop Dog and inside push. Doesn't work from that range, mate, let me tell you.
And who was the player on Navi that impressed you with, like, the SMGs? I swear you mentioned someone. Oh, the irony of oh, that's a little stinger, isn't it? That's a little bitter pill.
So the thing to look for here as we move forward is how well they're able to deal with some of these yard takes. In the previous, it felt like the Death Squad, Electronic and Simple had done enough. You know, they
Ivy.
Yeah, and the way that teams are doing that now, you can see they're smoking off towards the back of the 6 train to obscure bomb train vision. They're Molotoving out the cutout position, and then they're walking up, clearing sandwich and close main from there, which puts the CTs between a rock and a hard place. So I like the new approach we are seeing from teams on a map like Train. There's even a smoke on the front page of Reddit at the moment, the twist throw on Train the other day from Ivy.
I saw that one.
Yeah, it goes all the way over. And the great thing with that smoke is that there's no real tell because it's going over the CT's heads and yard. They're not going to be seeing that one there. And then it just lands on the connector position and you're hitting the inner site bomb site without having to give away too many tells from the box holes. So we'll see if that one comes into play when NIP make it over towards that T
Rush
side.
will be on the case. A 10 out of 10 observer by Chad's accreditation.
Well,
he'll be on it.
I spend a lot of time with Rush in the digital realms, so I'm the #1 Rush fan, I think.
We are the Rush fan club, don't worry.
Yeah, he's trying
He's in adverts, he's on shows, he's in gunners, he's got it all. Alex does.
All right, Alex has put his gunners on now. See if he can.
See if I cast better. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Go on then, whole round. Give us this whole round. Go on.
I gotta get these right.
Have a bit. Look at this aggression. Oof.
All right, now we're gaming. So's Plopsky charging into Simple's AWP. He's got a partner in crime, and it's the both of them. Simple Electronic immediately seizing control of round 7. They need a difference maker here. Could be very well be Twist. He's got 2 players, 2 targets, nothing to report. The spray from Hampus falling flat. Nork under pressure won't be doing much with that, and already the second converted. Seems Navi, all they needed was 2 opening kills from their star players and they can convert around.
Exactly. That's what we're telling you, everybody at home. As long as Simple and Electronic get the kills, they win the rounds. Remember in that first half of Overpass, there was 3 out of the 4 rounds that they won where Simple had a double kill and they converted them? It's simple maths.
So, I mean, it's going to make casting it pretty boring, but we can basically tell you if Navi are going to win, whether or not, like, the round, if Simple Electronic has got a frag.
Yeah.
Great.
Well,
How was
suspense
casting
is
in the
gone.
glasses, by the way?
I don't know, honestly, they're not for me, just because of the, I've got very sensitive both sides of my head. I get
see.
headaches with sunglasses on.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. The win condition, the win factor. It wasn't Simple getting the opening kill, but I guess Perfecto did. And it was with the assistance of Simple, so we're on the right page here.
Fortunately, Lauren, the correlation suggests that this doesn't translate into a victory yet.
Still time.
Theory does not prepare or account for this. Now we're talking. Electronic finds
There it
the frag.
is.
It's only looking more promising now, jumping across safely as well.
So last time around, NIP decided to stack Yard after they lost the opening frags. This round is playing a little bit slower. As you can see, Navi don't actually have any Yard control right now. They've postured up. They're waiting for an aggressive move over towards Ivy.
Gambling now?
It's a good call because if they do go Yard, they will just be able to save. Keeping Nork towards Connector, he can get a deep kill. This smoke right here will be going towards the back of the 6 train, which will give them cover to be rotating around.
It's not the, okay, I saw someone do a really geeky one, which lands on the little ledge above the ladder, and you can actually see legs on 6, and it's really, really spicy. Not the one.
Now Nork will rotate in, and they'll do their best to hold on to these weapons. The question is, do Navi want to hunt? 30 seconds left on the clock. The bomb will be going down probably within the next 10. They just want to make sure that they cross their T's and dot their I's. No sneaky CTs trying to spoil this one. The money's starting to look better, and now the net, well, it's been put on out. So we have Flamey above Pop still. He can start to apply pressure. We're on screen with Electronic, who can push towards CT spawn there as well. But do they want to give up these guns? They're establishing a bit of a bank right now on that Navi side of things. And if they go for this and they lose too many, well, it might hurt them in future rounds. But allowing NIP to hold on to these rifles, the AWP in the hands of Nork, they will get another bite, another crack. Boomich is sniffing something out, isn't he?
Looks like Boomich will at least be the first to come down those stairs. Nork holding the line. About now, if I were Boomich. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That's the first. Electronic baited in, but he goes down too. Nice angles held by the ninjas, and it doesn't look like anyone's close for the hunt either, so we will be seeing 3 weapons saved and brought into the next. Keeps them very competitive into this one. Let's see Perfecto's opening kill.
Just the bottom there. Bit of arse amnesia from Rez. I know those feelings.
Chad.
I'm sitting. You gotta activate it.
Yeah, so if anyone was wondering what Chad just referenced there was some really horrible news. I'm surprised he's making light of it. But to be bringing up a condition like that, Chad, Chad's ass is scientifically
asleep, I guess.
Yeah.
And it looks...
Aggression from, oh my goodness, Boomich. He's fluffed his lines there. He's thrown the script out the window. And Hampus giggling his way to an opening kill.
Hampus almost asleep at the wheel. Picks back up, unlike Chad's butt.
You need to get the CPR kit out. Onto Chad's buttocks, but...
We've really talked a lot about Chad.
Honestly, it's just, I can't believe that he's actually scientifically, categorically got a granddad ass.
He doesn't have the wagon.
No, I'm hauling wagon.
You got the wagon.
Thanks, darling.
You're welcome. What's wrong with us?
Thank God this isn't what we're going to be talking about for the next minute, because there's a whole lot of Counter-Strike transpiring here. Weapon retrieval from Plopsky, and he has managed to get away with that. And if he tucks in, Chad, I'm excited, because that locks down the main prong of this Ivy pincer.
Did you hear a step?
He certainly heard something. Was fake steps. They start to regroup. Plopsky holding the line.
Flash,
If he drops that smoke, if they continue to rot this clock, I'm going to scream.
Simple's going to flash for him,
Yeah,
right?
he's going to hear these pins pulled. Perfecto can, excuse me, who is it? Plopsky can just underhand his smoke.
They've stacked 5 yard here.
Oh, this is
weird. Yeah, this is what I'm saying. Get the first. They're locked in. They've got no time. They're gray screen.
God.
This is a nightmare. Somebody needs to put a straight up analog clock on Boomich's desk so he can just watch those seconds transpire, watch them pass because making the call with such little map control has cost Navi the round.
Look at the guns right now on the NIP side of things. 4 AK-47s. It couldn't be any better for them. An AWP in the hands of Nork.
Sure.
That was with those saved guns we were just talking
He
about
didn't even
here.
have armor, did he?
No,
True.
well, they were taking a save into this one, those two individuals. There's just pistols behind for Rez and Plopsky. So it was literally 3 saved guns. Remember the opening that Hampus got? He should have gone down. He should have gone down to
right.
Boomership. This is how it all started. The in-game leader, he goes down, he flops his lines, and then Plopsky just melts them away there. That was very good call there, Alex. You nailed that one.
Thank you.
You
That's,
can get a 10 rush gut
I'd like
today.
a gold star. Can I have a gold star?
Gold
chart?
stars are in the Lanchin for making sure you guys tidy up and do the dishes
bins
and put the bins out. You get gold stars for doing
That's
good
not
stuff.
real.
We're
Yes,
adult
there
children,
is.
That's
Lauren.
not real.
I have-
That's not
I've
healthy.
laminated
That's
rule.
weird. This is weird too. Boomage.
Oh, yikes.
He's having a mare. He tried to go back in, maybe shake it off instantly, and it's gone terribly wrong. We do see an adjustment coming out. It looks... Oh, Rez caught that one. Yeah, he has to back away from this. One more nade, anything, and he'd be isolated and probably dead.
Twist pushed Ivy and saw that it wasn't clear because he got his head taken off, so that is a little bit of a problem right now. And with this extra space that Navi have taken, things get dangerous for NIP now. Never mind.
What the hell is this?
I mean, he's had this individual aim throughout his arrival in the NIP jersey, but it does seem like he's definitely been marinating in the threat, patience prevails mantra. This guy, definitely. You put the right aim with the right brain, you do seem to be having a star in the making. Plopsky, let's not forget, watching NIP win DreamHack Masters Malmo from the stage, from the audience, excuse me. And now battling for a playoff spot in the very same team.
So got Simple alive, and as much as yes, we take the piss of it out of it a little bit, he can be a game changer on this round. Nork again, I feel like he's such a safe pair of hands. I know that phrase is drastically overused, and we used to say it about a lot of the Navi team. But for now, I do want to say I don't see Nork as being this crazy flashy AWPer.
Oh, he is.
We haven't seen it this game though, have we?
Wait till you.
Have we seen it this game?
Oh,
Chad?
you're right. It hasn't happened just yet.
In the supportive.
Does he
doing what I
need to do it yet? They're 7-3 up.
He's chilling. Oh, this guy's got 3 pairs of sunglasses on the right.
Wait, that was said Sponge. What did it say?
Oh, did it?
Someone
Stunner
selling
married me.
Steined?
Look at the
Oh.
guy on the bottom right. Oh,
Proposal for Trace.
Wait, that was Stunner?
No, well, potentially.
That was a
future
big
husband or
forehead.
wife. I
That was
didn't
like a
catch it.
5-head.
all right.
Stunner.
So guns will be brought back out here for that of Navi as they take their first tactical timeout here of map number 2. Just a quick point. This is an elimination match. The loser of this is out of Esl One Cologne.
Look, in the back of my mind, I'm just waiting for Navi to come online, right? It's the same as Overpass. I'm going to sit here, and it feels like that switch goes, you know, in the right place, and suddenly we've got frags every round, and they just have this kind of brute force style. But can I start being a bit worried now at 7-3?
Yes.
Yeah.
At this point, if we don't see Navi convert their next full weapon round, which obviously I'm going to count this one as,
Okay.
given the fact that they've fully invested. They've got Simple on the AWP. They've got everything they need. It looks like they're going to be having an earlier look towards Brown Horse, take some of that control away. And a little bit of a slower pace. It's nice to see. Boomich hasn't bounded into Pop Dog. Does mean that it's been actively held by Rez. He'll be hearing any sound cues that they do make now.
Nork's rotating towards inner already here, so they will have 2 players on the B bomb site.
Rez! Okay.
Where's he alive? There's 3 of them there.
They had the molly in their hand and an AWP, but didn't want to take the shot. But now Twist has drawn blood. Electronic's gone. He's saved from the molly, and they're going to just... No, don't just all in. Don't just go on a smoke.
2 here.
Ampus can slaughter.
Oh, God. Oh, God. What the hell was that, Hampus? He might have just added that nail to the coffin, banging it down. This is not a good look. I'm in the worried camp now. There it is. That's what I'm going to call it.
The worried camp.
Yep.
Chad just thinks this is another day in the office.
I really like watching NIP play.
Well, I'm not used to this, right? When I left, Navi looking great, a couple of hiccups here and there, rebuilding the roster. I've dipped in every now and then. Simple, best in the world. You know, now...
Well, the ninjas you remember, Lauren, they're in a retirement village at the moment, having
Is
a
that
good time.
Dignitas?
I wasn't going to say the name.
There's something ironic about Dignitas. There is like a clinic that actually is like, it helps those matters.
You guys have a different experience with Dignitas than most, so...
I mean, okay.
Aggressive Ivy smoke from Twist here, as the double AWP setup is out. And they are trying to isolate him and see if they can find a pick. So they will need to respect this early. We have 2 above Pop, bomb down towards T main. 3 with Simple on the hero AK, seeing if he can be the hero. Nade over towards the top of ladder won't get any damage done. But
Chad, can I correct you there? That was 1 point of damage done, actually.
sorry.
On 99 now.
Analysts.
Watch that somehow have ramifications into this round.
So when pressure has been applied here on Twist, he actually moved away towards back of bomb. Well, there's a nade kill. And Plopsky's taken over the Ivy duties because he knows it could be more pistols, which he can deal with that a little bit better than the AWP can. So they still continue to apply pressure on this side of the map. It isn't working so far. And now they have 2 of them ready for this.
Just will take that first shot, and he's got Plopsky perfectly positioned to catch the trade. Oh dear, Simple wasn't ready for that, but it doesn't matter when his precision is on. His game is on. He's taken out. And now with the bomb loose, Hampus retreating.
Oh,
a fantastic
nice
connection. Flamey needed that. That's going to give him space. Looking for the plant. Electronic through the pincer on C.
Wait.
Safe plant being adopted from Flamey. I like that. He can push deep on that. Oof,
Great nade.
the nade was perfectly placed.
Oh, they predicted that. I'm impressed that they were still being so aware of it. But it's Flamey in the 1v2. Bomb planted, but he's behind enemy lines, and I like this adjustment.
Theorycraft with me, Lauren. He's got 30 HP and no armor. He has to use the time. It can't be his bullets here.
He
Check
needs
the
that extra
bomb.
teammate, right?
No, it's not
What?
enough. I thought that would be enough to call it clear. It was a poor plant for him. But there it is. That will be 9 for the NIP boys. It does look like that victory that they've been aspiring to throughout the year up against Navi. So close. 16-14, 16-13. They've been getting closer every time, but it seems the breaking point could very well be now. Navi frustrated, flustered, and plenty of fans
There he
gathered
is.
here to prepare.
What's he doing?
What is Stan
that
doing? Is this
like
the
a
signed
reflective-
thing at the...
Simple's
front?
glass. How
Oh,
has he
yeah.
got Simple's glass?
He gets
Have you
deliveries.
nabbed
He gets
it?
deliveries every day. He gets
gets
like little
full
care
thing.
packages and stuff.
What the
Bits and
hell?
bobs.
Yeah, just to keep him
Oh.
sane.
Wait, are these fast flashes? Okay, no. I thought they were going quick then.
Just your usual
Oof.
This is
Hive Train and E-Box smoke. Out he goes, and that's a star. Gone. Muted. High res. Perfecto. Great
Trade.
catch. Only his 4th frag. Now we could be onto something. Nork, he's been playing Heaven consistently. He often feels like a bit of a one-and-done position, certainly with an AWP, but let's see if he can catch Boomich with that bomb. He's about to be making his self known. He does. And then Hampus can swing out in response.
He's been just dominating that area, hasn't he? It looks like every single time Nork gets that kill. Now it's Flamey and Simple. Once again, these two in a bit of a spot of bother. Nork. Oh, that's lovely work from him. Clear, concise, and now Simple isolated. Nork knows better than to try and play into the hands of Simple. The man is obviously truly revered as one of the best for a very good reason. You gotta respect it. You can see the air of caution on NIP. They take their time, they respect the man, but you can tell as to why. Now, I get scared. I still get scared. Those little flicks Simple sometimes does that.
I live in a world when Simple's still alive, that anything is possible because he just has such an awareness of the map and the rotations. You can see he was already starting to swing over towards that position, getting out of dodge. But look, the plant's great. The loss bonus is obviously ticking on up here. And if we're going to be real about this situation, Navi still have a chance in this map. It doesn't look good. It hasn't felt great. But if they can convert 1 or 2 of the next 2 rounds, they're going into the second half competitive, right? This is Train. We know it is a CT bias map.
Yeah, I'm just watching that replay as well. You can see that was actually a very good correlation from Plopsky's spray. If he'd have jumped, if he had have missed a couple, Simple's safe for the repeat. That gets nasty. So very important pickup. 10, you're absolutely bang on, Chad, and I don't want to kind of breeze over your statement there. This is not the end of the world for Navi. This is T-side Train. It's their map pick. However, here comes Devil's Advocate. You've already outlined that it's their T-sides typically where they get a lot of the dirty work done. Their CT sides often are plagued by more communication issues, or this incentive to be the aggressor follows them into their defense. So we'll bear that in mind. Into the 14th, though, we are seeing a bit more of a default spread. Simple's going to go searching. Twist is on the AWP alongside Nork, and their double AWP is one that I often forget. Evades the flash perfectly, and he loses a teammate. He loses his life. The coordination, something as simple as a flash push, and now whittling away at Navi. There's very little left. Just old Flamey, Flame Dogger, descending the ramp and meeting Nork's AWP. That's 11.
Just quickly, Navi are on a 5-map winning streak on Train, right? 2 of those wins were against Gambit Youngsters. 1 was against Hard Legion. The other was against Virtus Pro, and the most recent against a dilapidated Mouse Sports. But in all of those maps, they've had pretty massive hauls on their T side. So, yeah.
Did you see the cruel irony of Hobbit standing in for Gambit?
They lost their
youngsters?
first game.
They bring in not a youngster, an oldie, into the Gambit youngsters roster, and they break their 35,
30, yeah, something like 31,
38 maps
along that
free
line, yeah.
unbeaten record.
Oh.
Poor guys. I don't think that counts in their books.
It wasn't the full
Different
fight.
roster, different
Yeah.
roster,
Don't
yeah.
worry
Get
about
Super
it.
back in there.
Get him in.
Regardless, every time I say Super,
Okay, can we? I need to wake up because I almost feel like it's inevitable that Navi come back, but right now they're not. We're 11-3. This is the second map, and they are not a map to the good.
certainly not.
So if there's pressure to be felt, if there's a moment to come online, it has to be now, and everything counts now. We can't have around here or there. Yes, these individuals are just outstandingly talented. But by God, do you need a couple more? Come on, Navi. There's more in the tank than this.
Hampus wants to take it straight out of the equation. Look at his aggression into the halls, round after round, against Tier 1 opposition. Navi in need of the final round of this first half. Second map, first game of our 7th day. Perfecto onto Plopsky. That's the first blood they were hoping for. What's Rez's response? A smoke towards Pop. Right in the corner, locks them down. That's 15 seconds where they can no longer vie for control of that map. Nice flash, puts Perfecto on notice. Crawling towards Ivy, whose responsibility is that? With the loss of Plopsky, it's kind of fallen to Rez, I suppose. He is in a prime position to be doing it.
They have to deal with this. This is simple and electronic right here. If Twist and Rez can take these two down, it could be the round right here.
Yeah, Twist on the verge of the smoke. Rez is there. They've read it. They've positioned, I'd say, well. Oh my God, they got both of them. But Boomich was the additional element. We hadn't had him there before, really. And now he comes online. The last two players hauling ass from B. They are making it over. An unconventional positioning maybe could be a problem. Let's see what Nort can do here.
I really like the choice they made there around Ivy. I'm sure Chad's got a skybox in mind for that one, but very, very cool decision regardless. Bomb will be down and not contested. The smoke lasted just long enough to deter Nork. His frag onto Flamey's everything here, though. Gets the info. Hampus can deal with it. Oh, but Perfecto's on the red train
Beautiful
as well.
made.
Moving to green. Flash out E-box. Boomich to burn. They're playing this so well. He has to move into the line of fire. No, finds a safe haven. Covered by the... Oh, Hampus! Sensational! That's a big win. 18 frags to his name. He has not died. He does not surrender. 12. What a way to round out the half. Navi had it on a plate and he's knocked it out of their hands. We'll be right back with potentially a very fast end to our second map.
Cause nobody else is showing any empathy. Rudely awake and quiet undertaking. Did I do something wrong? Life isn't easy. Why did you leave me here with my thoughts alone? I don't wanna wake up messed up, cause I can't spend another day like this. Another type of caked up breakup, where I've been finding any way to my fix. But I need you now, cause I don't wanna be around. No, I don't wanna wake up messed up. There's gotta be another way past this. I'm so sorry that I didn't go to therapy. Thinking everybody, even you, an enemy. Brutally awake and quiet undertaking. Did not do nothing wrong. Life isn't easy. Why did you leave me here to get drunk alone? And I don't wanna wake up messed up, cause I can't spend another day like this. Another type of caked up invisible. But you don't, no, you don't care. Leave me to suffer, erase all the doubt. Pouring Jack in my mouth, in a love with enough of the pain and the drugs to be present for now. But I'm right now, I don't wanna wake up messed up, 'cause I can't spend another day like this. Another type of cake up, break up. We're having fun in any way to my fix. I know I need you now, 'cause I don't wanna be around.
Alarm bells ring in Navi HQ, and quite the contrary for NIP. They're 4 rounds away from doing what they haven't been able to this year. That's beating Navi in a Tier 1 tournament. No more Tier 1 than Esl One Cologne. It is online, and already the defending champions have given themselves a near impossible task. Myself, Pansy, and Sponge here to watch this car crash happen live in slow motion. NIP have caused it. They have put the oil on the road. It is a disaster at the moment. GG.bet have started to hang up their mouse and keyboard as well for the Navi hopes and dreams. We are into it though, jiggling for the smoke. Electronic given the responsibility of Ivy, but it's not in the NIP playbook. A different plan in mind here, Lauren, looking to set it in motion with the util on Hampus.
Just to note, there's no defuse kit in play here for Navi, but they're playing retake towards the inner bomb site. They are going to have to get a wriggle on, and this was that smoke I was talking about.
Cool. So check this one out. This is what Chad was saying. Those CTs will see this one.
That's a bonus for Rush.
And as we bounce in, it's going to land right where it needs to. Bang on cue. And Flamey's just going to have to respect it. Flashed off, smoked off, and the plant can happen in a 5v5. We're going to have a full 5v5 retake if Rez is a little more careful. Charging forward, he wants to take space here, and he's found a gap. Straight through the connector, it was smoked. He knows he can exploit it, diving down, in trouble, in jeopardy, and allowed to escape from the suppressing shots of Plopsky. It's still 5v5.
I love this aggress because it almost plays in Twist potentially. Down the line, we'll see how much damage he can do, but they have to hold them back, and for now they succeed. Perfecto falls, and Plopsky double dips.
Oh!
Don't get the best of Simple like that. Flamey still stands. Here we go. Rez, tall, large, and in charge on the side, doing the dance with Simple. And again, Simple still stands a 1v2 now.
Oh, that
Tags
ding.
up Hampus, gets on the bomb, but no kit times. Ticket, he's done for. And this might be Navi done for. I'm beyond worried now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm afraid by winning that pistol with such a fantastic call, a fantastic smoke, they've really made a meal of this, Navi. That gap, Chad's saying, yes, they can close it at any point. Jeez Louise, Nork. Putting a P250 on the sniper's hands in the pistol. That was a raid boss, if you will. He had the Kevlar vest and the P250, and you can see what Hampus was doing with that pistol. What a cool pistol round. I'd like to watch that one again, just to see all the moving pieces. We're getting straight into it, though. It's Navi forced by with their hopes and dreams of an Esl One Cologne title, really, in the balance. Okay, info.
I guess there's 4 of them here. I'm trying to find the silver lining, and
This is it. This is done.
It is done.
This is done because that was a force buy where they've only found 1 kill. Perfected with a deagle, locked in pop. He can't get into yard, smoked off. They know his position. They can chase him down. Take that out of his hands. That's the arm of the deagle gone. Next round, the loss bonus, 2,400. What do? You're already looking at 15. Do you buy again? Do you go for the first gun round? Do you play for overtime? Do you battle back knowing you're only 2 rounds away from elimination from the entire tournament? You haven't even put up a fight on your own map pick. NIP have made you look silly.
This is a fantastic embodiment of Counter-Strike this year. The results in the past mean nothing. Only as good as your last result. Everyone's hungry for what you've had or what you want. I mean, everyone's looking for the same thing. And so a half buy will just be a Desert Eagle for Flamey. And Simple, hoping that can be enough. But you know, we talked about how meticulous the NIP roster are. They're well aware of this financials burden. They're well aware that their advantages lies within a pack mentality here. You've got Hampus, who has proven himself time and time again. And you can see the furrowed brow of Boomich on that Zeus, just hoping and praying he gets a freebie, a weapon delivered to his front door.
Here we go. First test. It's got to be incredible. And it's not. It's anything but. It's swept away in a moment. Electronic is next in line. Maybe he has a shot at this. Behind the smoke, kept safe for now. The T's continue. Good work towards North. Still a couple more shots. Nabs the rifle. He wants this. He's going to try and tear him apart by himself. A great job on one. Gets over Zealous. Tries to dive into them. And suddenly a 2v2, but bear in mind the rifles, the armor, the bomb. The T's have all of this, and they've got half of the map to themselves.
Yeah, perfect use of that Molotov, which enables them to know with a shadow of a doubt that this bomb can go down uncontested. Very loud. They know Perfecto's on his flank. And elsewhere, Boomich has recovered the rifle that Electronic has already used to great success.
They might even think about saving these. I know it sounds ridiculous, but there's no kid in play. The next gun round is going to be very, very weak. Nope, they're going for it. Never mind.
Gosh, it really is an impossible retake. Unless, yeah, Twist got one tapped. Now Perfecto maybe he wants to get that away with that AK. He's made enough audio, and I'm afraid he's really going to be questioned. Rez has to hunt him down. It's a little upgrade to an AK for him, and wow. NIP look to continue their road here at Esl One Cologne. Navi not really voicing any concerns on their map pick, and that is strange. First, the complexity loss. It had many.
And that's I feel that's okay though. I feel like when you look at complexity, you go, they're on a high note right now. This makes sense. We can put that in a box and say, fair enough. This?
I mean, not only did they not beaten Navi this year, they've barely 16-3. Yeah, this is actually going to be the biggest stomp we'll have seen Navi concede in some time. If it finishes here, it may not. Perfecto with just one. That's not going to house them. That's not going to contain them. Passive approach. Nox already got them locked down. The bomb's being planted. And Simple, his rotate is being held. Okay, careful now. Plopsky has the flank.
No kid again. Put a bow on it.
Stick a fork in it. It's done. Two members of Navi, now just one black and yellow jersey. It's all done. Defending champions dethroned in the group stages. And it's the plucky Swedes, the new look NIP, that take the win.
I can't get there and you know I try, but I can't say why.